All right. It says that we are live. I would like to say welcome everyone to whatever the hell this is. I am your host, Rhetoric, and we are going to be talking about the fail of Flat Earth Twitter. With me, I have two gorgeous individuals with me. I have Joe B. How's it going, Joe?
Hey there, I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing, Red?
I'm doing fantastic. And along with Joe, I have the Flurf Herder. Some say that we don't know. We're still investigating this. Some say he herds flurfs. So how's it going, good sir?
Not too bad. Doing great.
I
Thanks for
like
inviting.
this. I like this a lot. So now you may be wondering what prompted this little conversation, and it's because of a few tweets that Flurf Herder has been making, and also some funny memes. I have to say, you are good at the meme game. The meme game is awesome because Flurfs have kind of taken over with the memes, even though their memes are fucking stupid. But you've taken over on the memes by giving them a taste of their own medicine. So I really like that about you. Thank you. But anyway, there were a lot of posts about Flat Earth Fridays and sacred spaces and stuff like that, how they would constantly call out the Globies to debate, but whenever you would go in, it would just become a Flat Earth circle jerk, and you would never actually get a chance to, make your case, get a word in edgewise, that kind of thing, where the conversation would immediately get derailed, leading it to be a cataclysmic dumpster fire. And I remember it not always being that way, but I guess times have changed. So we're going to talk about the experience of not only dealing with Flat Earth Fridays, but of the Flat Earthers that participate in Flat Earth Fridays. There may be some references to Hitler in this, so trigger warning. So with that, I'm also going to start off by acknowledging that Joe B is just absolutely amazing, and he is currently working on a documentary-like video about Challenger and I guess Space Shuttle in general, and I would like to ask all of you to not let him forget about that. I want to see this. Make this happen. So if you all can do me a favor and make sure you follow these lovely peoples on Twitters, you can see them on my original tweet. I linked to their Twitter account there. I will also link it in the description down below once we are done here. So make sure that you do two things, that you follow these lovely people and that you harass Joe to make this video. Do not fail me on this. Okay, with all that being said, I'm going to start off with Joe. Joe, tell the lovely people at home how you got into debating flat earthers on Twitter and all that nonsense.
Thanks for that, Reds. I can't wait to make the video and be harassed about it. But basically, a couple years ago, I honestly thought that like flat Earth and stuff was a meme, like it was a joke. I very seriously thought it was a joke, and I was sent a post by one of my friends that it was like some kind of like picture of Florida, right, from space. And it was, from like, I think like the ISS or something. And it looked really big because, it's from low Earth orbit. And the person overlaid it onto a picture of the entire Earth and was like, how could Florida be this big if, the Earth is actually this big, whatever. So I took the picture of Florida and I overlaid it onto a basketball and said, Florida's the size of a basketball, and just posted it in this guy's replies. And he kind of lost his mind. He started like posting about me. He made a post specifically about me and like tagged me and stuff. And I was like, wow, is this guy serious? I was just trying to add to his joke. And it honestly just started a downward spiral of me interacting with these people, talking to them in spaces, and yeah, I would say it's been fun, but definitely a bit painful at times.
No, I can understand that, but it seems like this all started by, just to make sure I understand you correctly, you thought this was a joke, so you were attempting to add to his joke, but he didn't like the fact that you took it as a joke, and that's what started this whole thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is absolutely
yeah.
hilarious, by the way. That is amazing. It's like, oh, you think this is funny? You think this is funny? I thought this was America. I love it. It's great. It's like you see the crazy people on that one show they used to play until it got taken down for politically correct reasons. The show Cops, where you see all the crazy people. Yeah, so you were involved in that type of drama, and I love it. It's awesome. With that, let me move on to Flurf Herder. How's it going, good sir? Please tell all the lovely peeps, bitches, and yes, even the hoes, how you got into debunking Flat Earth on Twitter.
I pretty much got into it the same way Joe did. I spent a lot of time on Twitter, and I constantly see all the retarded ass memes. And for the longest time, I just roll my eyes and keep scrolling, and then I started making my own memes and posting them back, and then it just got into arguments. So I started this account one night, and 6 months later, learning all the history of 10 years of flat Earth debates and all this, and it just goes and goes.
Yeah, it's actually pretty surprising that I've been arguing this nonsense. I think since 2015 is the earliest memory I have of debating flat Earth, and the first individual that I went after was Jeranism, and it apparently snowballed to where we're at now. But speaking of snowballing out of control, you have been going into sacred spaces, and I guess causing a bit of a stir there. So let me just ask the obvious question: are you like on their shit list now because of what you've been doing in regards to going in there?
It seems like it. All their little cronies are always making comments, attacking me.
Like, what did you actually do?
I went in there and grabbed a mic one night. And I brought up the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the midnight sun. I posted examples of the North Pole and the South Pole, and they refused to address the South Pole examples and demanded I address the North Pole examples only. It was so annoying.
So it sounds like they are cherry picking what you can actually bring up. So if their whole deal is, hey, I want to actually discuss the evidence that you have and the merits of that evidence, I want to go ahead and discuss this honestly. And then the very moment you do, they try to steer you away from it, then that seems like they're engaged in a bit of false advertising.
Hey, bring up a topic, and they're like, no, you're not allowed to talk about that topic. You have to talk about the topic I tell you to talk about.
So that's how it is now. See, beforehand, I don't know what happened, and maybe, Joe, you can weigh in on this too, but back when I used to go into there, I stopped because it became a haven for Nazis and also a bit of a circle jerk. I know that now, but I wonder what caused the sudden change. Were people learning way too much in Flat Earth Fridays when it was a little bit more laid back and free? I think because when I went in there, they allowed me to talk about whatever the hell I wanted, at least for the most part. I think I could count on maybe one hand the number of times that it actually turned into a cataclysmic shit show. But that was the exception, not the rule. Now it appears to be the rule, but not the exception. So, Joe, what do you think's going on here? Were they learning too much?
I I honestly don't even know. I couldn't tell you. I joined a couple of times. I had some decent conversations, and I would say honestly the biggest turn of tide, if you want to call it, in Flat Earth Friday was when they got that little bit extra exposure from people like David Weiss, excuse me, David Weiss and like Witsit.
Oh, the guy with the
They
app
kind
that
of just
doesn't work.
they got a little bit too big for their britches, I think, and then just it kind of like the egos took over, if I had to say like a reason on my end. You know about the conversation I had, my first interaction with Witsit, and I can go into it later if you want, but yeah, that's kind of where I noticed the big turn of them kind of just going for, like, if you want to call it, dunking on people.
Well, yes, I do want you to go into your conversation with Witsit because I think they took a big, heavy lead from Witsit. You know, Witsit is not really about the conversation. He's about sounding smart. That's why all of his shit is etherically displaced, whatever the fuck that means. That's why you see so many ranch dressing memes whenever he's brought up. Because the dude literally says nothing. He used big, fancy sounding words to make himself sound more photosynthesis. I mean, that's literally where we're at with Witsit. So being that Flat Earth Fridays appears to be, I guess, taking his lead by not really giving a shit about learning a goddamn thing, tell us about your experience with that. And to bring it back to Flat Earth Fridays, what are they taking from Witsit that you have noticed?
Well, I think the big thing that they're taking from Witsit is honestly just that they will like appeal to him now as like evidence. If he's there, nobody else speaks. So like nobody else will respond to your points. He's like the guy because, you know, he's the one that does all of the debating. So to go over the interaction that we had, that Austin to this day, Witsit still lies about that interaction that I had with him, and just like makes up his own stories, even though the whole thing is recorded and I have it on my channel. Um, so to start out, he asked me for evidence. He asked for something really specific. I can't remember it off the top of my head. It's evidence for heliocentrism, but exclusive. It's exclusive evidence for heliocentrism. And I responded by simply asking, why does it matter? Because heliocentrism and geocentrism, um, they both use the globe.
Yeah,
It's
they're still around in both.
it's irrelevant. So that's why I said, why does it matter? He laughed it off. He was like, oh, these guys be like wildin' or whatever, and you know, got a big laugh from the people in the group. And then I moved on to talking about, I want to say I brought up just like my background, right? Because I was like, yeah, you know, I'm studying at the time. I was like, oh yeah, I'm like studying engineering, doing this. So I don't really like to talk about relativity. I'd rather stick to Newtonian mechanics because that's like, you know, what I've studied. And his first response to me was, oh, you don't see a problem with that? And I asked him, I was like, no, why? He's like, well, Newtonian mechanics was debunked.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, and I just sat there kind of dumbfounded. And I was like, like what? Like, what do you mean it's like I know people who like build bridges and skyscrapers using Newtonian mechanics. Like, what are you talking about? And he was like, no, you know, it's like debunked on like the galactic scale, and like relativity is debunked on the quantum scale and all this stuff. And I was like, no, man, that's no, like we use it all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. And long story short, he gets really mad when I bring this up because I have it clipped, and he still denies that he said this. As I mentioned, when I introduced myself, I told him what I was studying and that the thing I was studying was engineering. And at the end of the discussion, he told me my degree was in pseudoscience. So he called engineering pseudoscience. And in a follow-up conversation a few months later, he tried to say like, oh, I never said that. And then when I showed him like the actual clip of him saying it, he was like, oh, well, that was clearly a joke. And it was like, I was like, no, it wasn't. You just thought that nobody would hear that again, and we're hoping you could get away with saying that.
Witsit is
yeah.
a very interesting individual. He really is interesting. And I say interesting as in the dude is like one continuous, non-ending, in perpetuity, you'll never see the end of it, brain fart. Like it's just a continuous brain fart, a continuous flutter of bad ideas. So, and I'm talking like, not, I guess a flutter is a little bit too nice. I mean a total ass clapper here. Okay, we're talking that kind of fart, the one that echoes through the hallways, but it's that from his mind all the time. It never fucking ends. This is why you can have him say, oh, it's a Ferrocell image that is etherically displaced with its origin at the singularity. He says these words and they don't mean a goddamn thing. It's no different. It's no different than fucking what's his name? Jeranism. It's no different than Jeranism actually full-blown admitting that he doesn't have a model that works. It's no different than just coming out and saying it. Basically, if you produce verbal diarrhea, if you produce verbal garbage, and it is void of substance, then you're just admitting that you don't have anything for your side. And not only does he not have anything for his side, but he'll also go on to say some stupid shit like, oh, Newtonian physics is debunked. No, we still use Newton's equations, my guy. Okay, it has very, very valid applications. Like, holy
Yes.
shit, to
Like,
say that with a straight face.
yeah, I honestly didn't understand. And the funny part is that later on, like less than a month later, he did a debate with someone. I want to say it was against what was his name? Is it like Globey McGlobeface or whatever? I think it was like TikTok or something. Um, where he completely backpedaled on that whole thing, and he was like, "Oh, well, of course you could still use Newtonian mechanics for like like engineering and this and that. Like, it's just that it doesn't. It's he said like it's just like an approximation or whatever." So that was his out for saying something that was very stupid, to be completely
I
honest.
mean, if it is an approximation, it's a pretty damn good one, because
Yeah,
when Astronomy Live and I measured the distance to the sun, we got like 94 million miles. That's a pretty damn good approximation, if I do say so my fucking self.
yeah, I
Like,
would have to agree with that. And also, like, I'll land my plane here, but I just wanted to say, Reds, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's word salad.
yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Although when you understand it as word salad, because it is word salad, then essentially we run into this little word. It's called tautology, and it always will be the case with Witsit. But Flurfherder, let me turn the attention back over to you and your um, participation in Flat Earth Fridays. So, being that you're now on their shit list, and being that you've made a number of memes pointing out that they are essentially, a big giant circle jerk at this point, has it been the case that you have been kicked out of Flat Earth Fridays?
Yeah, the most recent one, or the one before the most recent one, I should say. I joined in Saturday after it started so many hours and started posting the usual globe evidence and anti-flat Earth memes, and it wasn't even 20 minutes to kick me out.
So these are from the same exact people that always go around and say, pull up a mic, pull up a mic, pull up a mic, basically on repeat.
Yep.
It's like a record that skips. So you put, or I'm sorry, a skipping CD. You're trying to listen to some NSYNC from the 90s. You're on your bike, you're pedaling down your trail, and because it's the 90s and things are a lot better. And all of a sudden you get to that one part of the song. Was it NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? I don't know. But anyway, it just keeps skipping over and over and over again. And it's stuck on the part where it says, pull up a mic, pull up a mic, pull up a mic. And then you do, and then you get kicked out within 20 minutes. Seems like they don't actually want to have a conversation. So out of curiosity, Mr. Flurfherder, how many times have you actually been kicked out of Flat Earth Fridays?
At least 3 that I remember.
3. All right. Do you know the reason for each one? Or because I know one of them was because you were posting memes that they couldn't exactly answer. So kicking their ass at their own game. Kudos for that, by the way. So,
Like fire with fire.
yeah, exactly. No, I respect that. I really do respect that. We go around and we say that memes aren't evidence. But if they're going to consider memes evidence, okay, let's go ahead and let's use your standards. I'm going to post my own memes. Oh, look, you kicked me. What's wrong?
Right.
What's wrong? Why are you kicking out me for my fucking memes? I thought memes were great. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's total hypocrisy. But what was the reason that they kicked you out each of those times, if you can even remember?
One of them probably just from talking shit to Sacred, telling them that he can't prove or disprove the 24-hour sun, or he's just afraid to talk about it in general.
What did he did he deny that? Because I know that the Duffy's trip to Antarctica that he's been offering to people has caused a bit of a shit show with the Flurf crowd. Sacred is fucking terrified of that, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I was listening to the last Flat Earth Fridays, yesterday. He was trying to convince another flat earther that was like legitimately interested in the results into not believing them just because Duffy was supposedly deceitful somehow.
Yeah, but he's going to be inviting Flurfs. I mean, if I remember correctly, Witsit was actually one of the individuals that was going to go on this with Jeranism. So if Witsit went on this trip and saw the 24-hour sun and reported it as such, are they going to say that he was part of the Freemason, Illuminati, lizard people's conspiracy to debunk flat Earth?
They might. He seems like he's been kind of removing himself lately. I don't know.
Well, I know that Jeranism has been getting a lot of shit. By the way, guys, if you want to see some funny shit, just I cannot believe I'm actually telling you guys to watch Jeranism's most recent live streams, but the dude is getting crucified by flat Earth because the dude has admitted, truthfully, that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that it is a problem for flat Earth. And he got absolutely crucified for that. And he didn't just get crucified by his audience. He got crucified by Eric Dubé. You know, this is flat Earth Jesus.
Impossible, and there's no mechanism for it to be possible on flat Earth. The exact same thing all flat earthers have been saying this entire time. But now it's the wrong thing to say.
Now it's the wrong thing to say. Yeah, well, the reason why they were saying it before, because they didn't think anyone would be, you know, willing to put up over $100,000 to this effort. And to be fair, I was like, dude, there are better things to spend $100,000 on. But if you want to spend $100,000 on it, dude, I'm going to ride this fucking thing as far as it will go. But it's like I can see that it's causing a bit of concern, would you say? So every single time you bring it up in Flatter Fridays, are you pretty much guaranteed to get kicked out?
I wouldn't say guaranteed, but guaranteed it's going to be ignored.
Now, in your opinion, whenever you have brought it up, who's usually the first person to speak out against it? Is it Sacred himself or any of his fucking lackeys that he always hands co-hosting to?
No, the one time I grabbed the mic, it was Sacred and Witsit were both just denying all the 24-hour sun in Antarctica videos.
Well, then, you know, it sounds like Witsit should be able to back that shit up, considering he was one of the people that was invited to go. So, have you asked him if he was going, and if so, did he give you an answer?
No, Witsit's blocked me a long time ago.
Yep.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
That sounds great. That sounds great. Joey blocked you too?
Yeah, he blocked me too because I sent him some edit of like his face on the fruit salad song from the Wiggles.
That was good.
Oh god, yeah. Did you see the aetherically displaced hillbilly music that fucking MC Toon made?
I fucking love it.
It was
good.
It was great. It was great, and we were having a field day with the memes of on that one. You know what? Fuck it. I'll bring it up for you guys because I don't know if I showed this last time. I probably didn't, just because it was that long ago. But we were having an absolute field day at a Witsit's expense because the dude has said some incredibly dumb shit over the years. Don't get me wrong, but it was something when Duffy asked him, "What is a new moon in your model?" That was the question. What is a new moon in your model? And he said something like, I believe it's like a Ferrocell image that's etherically displaced and it's just pure inertia and charge. All this shit that makes no sense whatsoever. And we were just having a field day with it. So I think as a result, I'm also on Witsit's shit list, but that's to be expected. I think I was always on his shit list, to be completely frank with you. But what we did was we went over a whole bunch of memes and a whole bunch of jokes with ranch dressing. So guys, if you ever want to absolutely troll the ever-living shit out of Witsit, just bring up ranch dressing. That's all you have to do is just bring up ranch dressing, and that will be more than enough. So let me bring this up real quick. You're gonna love this shit. All right, so I'm going to screen share something here. All right, so tell me if you can see this. Boom, 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 and boom. All right, we should be screen sharing right now. So I'll go ahead and read this up. Let me full screen it for the peeps watching at home. So here we have, this is another example of flurf fail and shit like that. So it was, it's a static plane of inertia, you know, making fun of Witsit. I hear it's the coaxial projection of the diamagnetic field modalities, aetherically displaced, of course. My response, that's the old 3.1 update. Version 3.1b now powers the etherically displaced projection with ferrocell monopole transducers logarithmically connected at the singularity. God, I'm fucking good at this shit. So, yeah.
That sounds really convincing.
That was really convincing, wasn't it? He goes through, he goes...
I have no idea what you said, but I totally believe it.
But are they both anisotropic and anhomogeneous? And I go... Of course, such properties are required for maximum ranch dressing attraction. Ooh la la! And of course, this is, by the way, what's in Witsit's nightmares. This right here, you know, we're talking full cuddles. And by the way, what you're seeing right here, this bottle of ranch dressing would be the big spoon.
Oh, 100%.
100%. Just let that sink. And he goes, Witsit GPT. That's step one. We're already working on Witsit GAI, and the results look promising. Bong.
Oh no.
Oh god, this is great. It's so good. And let's see if I can find more. He goes, dude, I'm having so much fun with this. And here you can see Witless being arrested at Mount Rushmore because dude is outstanding in this field. A lot like our great JM Truth. May he rest in ether.
Yeah.
So if we keep going down, we had more Witsit transcriptions. I'm not going to read this shit. It's way too much. But this was my reply.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? That's the kind of shit with Witsit. He goes, the egocentric universe. Yeah, I'm gonna heart that. I'll save that shit for later. But what was interesting is that along with this, I also had a picture of my order, which I will go down to here. So here you can see a totally real, totally not made up image of my order here. Let me go ahead and bring this up. There it is. So this is what I ordered. As this is totally real, by the way. I did not.
My reply is there too.
Is that going to be enough?
I hope. Some guy was actually able to beat me to it, and so yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's me.
I mean, so we thought I thought I ordered enough ranch. Now apparently I was wrong. See, first you had MC Toon order this. This is the amount of ranch that he had for Witsit's bullshit. So I decided to counter with this. Now, as I said, this is a real image. This was an actual delivery, totally not photoshopped. I did not get this image from Google Images and draw on it on my phone. This is real, okay?
It clearly says ranch right on the truck.
It clearly says ranch on it. Well, apparently I was wrong, guys. This is obviously not enough. This apparently was what was actually required. And now I come to find out that we're ordering a few more tanker ships. So that's how much ranch. That's how much ranch we have here. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, if you wish to absolutely infuriate the ever-living shit out of Witsit, just bring up ranch dressing. You will immediately get blocked. Ask me how I know.
How do you know?
Oh God! But anyway, that was a good segue. But Flurf Herder, if I heard you correct, which I think I did because I have functioning ears, which is more than what can be said by every single flat earther I've ever interacted with, they view Witsit as a messiah. Is that fair to say?
I'd say so.
So
Don't contradict
Witsit
about
gets,
anything.
so for Witsit, let me ask you this: are they cupping and stroking? Is it just stroking with unbroken eye contact? What are we talking here?
Whole 9 yards.
The whole
Gargling,
cup
swallowing.
stroke with unbroken eye contact.
Mm-hmm.
That's
gargle and swallow at the end.
Gargle and swallow at the end. You heard it here first, folks. That is some flavor. Joe, would you agree?
Yep.
Now listen, guys. All I'm saying is, you all chose to click onto this live stream. Or you knew what you were getting into when you decided to click onto this. You could have left. There are cat videos on YouTube that you could be watching right now, but instead you're watching this and we're talking about Witsit jizz. So, but with that being said, Flurf Herder, one final question I have for you in regards to Flat Earth Fridays. Are you planning on continuously going back there? And if so, what do you hope to accomplish? Do you think you can accomplish anything? And what topics are you going to bring up that you know for a fact are going to fucking run away from? Let's be honest here. What's your game plan going forward?
Pretty much just take it as it goes. If it's a Friday and the space is open and I feel like going in there, I'll just go in there and do the usual.
Now, are you going to start any of your own spaces?
Maybe not. Probably not. I don't really like public speaking in general, so.
Yeah, but you love public displays of whoop ass.
Oh yeah, that's tons of fun.
I mean, it would be good. It would be good. I think what you should do, since you're officially on their shit list and you constantly getting kicked, is that you could do one of two things. You can either continuously go in there with memes ready to rock and roll and, bringing up ranch dressing and whether or not they're going to actually go on this fucking trip. Or you can start your own space where you would still ask those questions, of course, have it recorded, and then watch Witsit completely run away from it. But you can have your followers literally spam the living shit out of them with this one question. It's like, hey, Witsit, got a niggle in the back of my mind. I would like for you to solve it for me. Are you going to go on this trip to Antarctica? We have one guy that's willing to put forth thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars to get your sorry ranch dressing loving ass all the way to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun. Are you going to do it?
I really hope he does. I want to see Jeranism go.
Oh man, I would love to see him. I would love to see him go. Joe B, if you could choose a particular flurf to go onto this trip, who would it be and why?
Ooh, one particular. I'm trying to think.
Just one.
One. Just one.
Here's the thing. I know that Jeranism needs his emotional support body pillow by name of Witsit to go with them. I understand this, but let's say that wasn't the case. All right, you can only pick one flat earther to go. Who would that be and why?
Oh man, that's tough. Honestly, I'd probably still go with Witsit, and for one very, very specific reason. I want to see what excuses he comes up with after he sees the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I can respect that. And Flurf Herder, what say you?
Sorry, what was the question?
What name one flat earther, just one flat earther that you would want to see go to Antarctica and why?
That's a tough one.
Yeah, you can only pick one though.
Just one.
Just one.
Probably Sacred.
Why is
just
that?
When he sees it and fucking cries internally inside, he'll know that I know that he knows that we both know.
You just want to do it for the mindfuck portion of it.
Yeah, I'm just really petty. I don't care.
C3 Pothole for $2. Thank you very much. Let's take a moment and admire this modern piece of internet art.
That is beautiful.
It is
Amazing.
beautiful. Joe, do you agree?
Yeah, it's great. It's amazing.
The proportions are just right? Do you see how it just captures the light? I mean, it has soul. It has emotion behind it. There's a story there. I think what the artist is trying to convey to us is that anything is possible when you put your mind to it. There's some doubters out there. They don't want you to succeed. But if you work really hard and you study hard in school, you don't let anyone slow you down, you too can be known as the Ranchman.
It's incredible artwork.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is. I'm pretty sure they're going to make a movie about it. So and unfortunately, for some reason, they only got a contract with Pornhub. Not sure why that is. Very weird place for it. But we'll post a link in the description when and if it comes out. But with that being said, let me tell you who I would want to go on this trip. It would be Jeranism. Now, Joe and Flurf, do you two remember that documentary or mockumentary or whatever the fuck it was, where Jeranism cut holes in boards, couldn't see a light? He told his friend to hold up the light and he saw it, which confirmed the curvature according to their experiment. And his brain literally short-circuited. And the only thing he could say was interesting. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was the first time, that documentary was the first time that I actually saw people who were like flat earthers.
Yep.
Like, it's the first time I ever heard about it.
So imagine this. Jeranism goes to Antarctica. All expenses paid. He goes there and it's recorded the entire time he's there. And all you see is him saying interesting on repeat for 24 hours straight, because his brain is like in a continuous boot loop scenario, like an old Windows Vista machine. And the dude just can't function anymore. And then when he comes back, after he's able to get out of that boot loop scenario, he immediately gets excommunicated by the Flat Earth cult. Now, keep in mind, he has built his entire persona, his entire popularity, he is only relevant because he was pushing Flat Earth. To see all that literally implode in his face, to see his brain short circuit before the implosion state of things, that would be amazing. Now, I would pay actual money. I would literally get off my lazy ass, go to a movie theater, sit down, have the lights dim. I would order the largest popcorn, the biggest drink, with all the butter and the snacks and the candies and shit like that. I would make myself at home to watch that on the big screen. That's how much I want to see this shit. Okay, so you gotta understand, Jeranism wasn't Jeranism until I spoke to him. I'm technically responsible for creating the piece of shit. My apologies. But this would be like the ultimate climax. It would be, my seat would be kind of moist when I'm done, if you catch my drift. It would be very, very moist. So in as much as I agree that Witsit and Sacred would be both really good, I think Jeranism would be my choice. And also, I don't think Sacred is brave enough to go. I don't think he's brave enough to go. Even if given the opportunity, I don't think he's brave enough to go.
Nah, which is funny because he should be convinced it's not there and have total confidence that he won't see it. So he should want to go and prove that it's not there. But
I mean, I gave him a similar opportunity, not going to Antarctica or anything like that, but to prove something to himself. I'll tell you that story in a bit. First, let me read this. When my nephew was 8 years old, never having heard of the flat earth debate, he asked, people believe it's flat? Then proceeded to state observable facts that it's not. I will never forget that. Your nephew is awesome. Your nephew is fucking awesome. I love that shit so much. That you can have fucking 8-year-olds go over and be like, "Did you smoke crack?
Yeah.
Are you okay? Do you need help? Do you need to talk to somebody?" I love it. I love it. And here's the thing: we should have more like what are the kids playing these days? God, I sound like an old fuck, an old decrepit fuck at that. What was it? Fortnite? Is that what the kids are into these days? Fortnite. We should have the zip faced Fortnite playing fucking 12-year-old or 8-year-old out there just roasting, just fucking roasting flat Earth. Make it an ultimate meme that kids are literally making fun of their fucking stupid ass ideas. I think that would be amazing. Make that a thing. Make that a thing. Make that a meme. Make that like the fucking Tide Pod challenge. Only you don't eat Tide Pods. You make fun of people who are eating the Tide Pods.
Yeah, 8-year-olds on Fortnite are savage.
Oh man. So with that being said, let me go ahead and get to the story, because Fleur Herder, you're going to love this, and Joe B, you would love to weigh on this, because I may actually give you this opportunity instead, Joe. And don't worry, even though the original idea had a bit of cupping involved, you won't have to go that far. Just point that out there. So, I mean, unless you want. Okay, so how about this, Joe? We won't rule anything out. How's that?
All right, let's see what you got.
I love it. Okay, cool. So, once upon a time, when it was slightly less of a circle jerk than it is today, I posted a 2-hour-long video from Astronomy Live. Astronomy Live went to Cape Canaveral, Florida, and used this giant-ass telescope to stare at the Falcon 9 with the Dragon crew capsule up top. The reason why we recorded this for 2 hours straight is because we were watching and waiting for astronauts to go down the crew axis arm and onto the rocket. Now, for those of you who don't know, the launch tower is not solid. Let me explain what that means. It's full of scaffolding, but it's not like blocked off by a solid sheet of metal or anything like that. You can see through it. It's like a wire mesh type of deal. There's obviously a structure there that prevents you from falling off the damn thing, but you can still see through it. So we actually watched on camera how the astronauts went up the elevator towards the top. They exited the elevator and walked down the crew axis arm. Now, the crew axis arm has windows in it, so you can see them walking down, fully suited up and everything, onto the SpaceX Dragon crew capsule. We watched them board the damn thing on top of a fucking rocket. Now, one person could say, well, maybe they just crawled out because they just went under the windows. No, because the very moment you get to the actual structure, the actual tower portion, you can see all the way to their feet. They can't crawl out and be sneaky like that. It's just not something that's possible. So unless those suits have the capability of making them go fucking invisible, like the cloak from fucking Harry Potter, we'll be able to see their every single move. So I showed this to Sacred because he was wondering, how do you know that astronauts are actually on that thing? You cannot show, you do not have any evidence of your own to prove such a thing. My response was, hold my fucking beer, challenge accepted. So I sent him the 15-minute video, and he's like, well, where's the unbroken shot? Challenge accept again. Here's the 2-hour version that you didn't know that we uploaded. And instead of watching it and understanding it and everything like that, he immediately started coming up with excuses. Now, I don't know if it was this this space or if it was a space after this. But at one point, I then made Sacred an offer. I would pay to have his ass picked up from wherever the fuck he is in the country, whether it's East Coast or West Coast or in the Midwest or whatever, wherever the fuck he is. I would pick up his sorry ass, drive him on my dime to Cape Canaveral, and we would repeat that observation. We would wait for a night launch because they're easier to see at night because of all the fucking spotlights and everything. You're not getting washed out by the sun. And he would be able to look through that telescope with his own eyes. And it would just be mirrors and glass. No electronics whatsoever. The only thing that the electronics would do would be to aim the damn thing. That's the only thing they would do, is aim the damn thing. But after you have target acquired, once you're locked on, you don't have to move it. You just need to look through the eyepiece. Now, would you two like to take a guess if he took me up on this offer?
I'll guess he did.
That's a really tough one, but I'm going to have to say he didn't.
He didn't. Now, I'm still wondering why. I haven't gotten an answer to that question, but you would think, and this is why I say flat Earth is just one big giant fucking fail. The reason, because they will sing this song that they care about the truth, that they care about evidence. They're doing the hard investigative work. But you have people like Duffy that are willing to spend $100,000 on them to take them where they say they can't go. You have jackasses like me that are willing to spend their own money to transport one of their sorry asses to Cape Canaveral so they can see astronauts literally board a rocket before it takes off. And also you have people like Astronomy Live that, without having them to leave the comfort of their own home, they can control his telescope from their desktop and say, okay, you think that what I'm capturing with the International Space Station is fake. Here's your chance to control the telescope, and you can take the fucking shots. They're not even doing that much. So this narrative that they have, that they're doing the hard-hitting investigating, that they only care about the truth and whatnot, they want to know, they want to get to the bottom of it, no matter what. Well, it seems like they're just full of shit. And Flurfherder, you have a lot of the answers to the questions that they have, and it seems like what they're doing is that they're kicking you out. Now, I'm sure it's because you're being a little bit of a shit, which I totally understand, but I'm pretty sure you didn't go in there with the intention of becoming a little shit. You just turned into one because that's how they were treating you.
And others, but yeah. Before I ever grabbed the mic, I was congratulating them on hosting a great space and being open-minded and all this and that. And then I grabbed the mic, and that changed.
Do you think that they were faking it the entire time? Because I also made those compliments, and maybe they were just setting the stage to eventually ruin it for everybody. You give them a taste of it's the Uber Eats scenario. You undercut the competition so much, even though it's going to cost you money. And the very moment you run everyone else into the ground and bankrupt all your competition, you then jack up the prices. So in the same way, they give off the impression early on that this is a great space. People can say what they got to say. You're not going to get steamrolled. This isn't a echo chamber for circle jerking. They give off that impression only to later on completely fuck it up. I mean, it sounds like that's what they're doing.
To do the exact opposite of everything they just said.
Yeah, exactly. They do the exact opposite of what they were initially setting out to do, supposedly. So I too made those types of compliments. So Flurfherder, let me ask you, do you think they were just biting their tongue the entire time? That was never the plan to stay that way?
I think they wanted to appear that way, but it's just too obvious every time you go into the space and they're not that way. So they probably just gave up the shtick.
Do you think you'll ever go back to that, or do you think they're too far gone at this point?
They'll keep claiming it, but they don't do it. So I don't know. It's just too see-through. There's nothing nobody can ever rely on when it comes to their word.
Yeah, basically they're so transparent with this fucking shit that they can't hide it anymore. Joe B, what say you? Do you think they'll ever go back to their so-called kind of maybe sort of roots?
I always like to give people the benefit of the doubt and say like they could, but in my opinion, I don't think so. I think they kind of went from genuinely being people who just wanted to have some conversations and stuff. Like the first couple times I joined and stuff, talk, and it was nice. And I mean, like the first time I was like, making fun of them or whatever, and then after the fact, I was like, you know what, that was actually kind of a nice conversation. I'm sorry I was rude. Like, I look forward to next week, right?
Yep.
And after, I don't know, a couple months, I was like, wow, I'm never coming back here again. That was pointless. So, like I said, I want to give them benefit of the doubt that maybe they will go back to that one day. But as of right now, they have given me no reason to assume that they will.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a damn shame. Damn shame. For 10 euros, DJ, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Globe deniers deny real-life observations. Yes, they fucking do. Holy shit, do they? That's the understatement of the fucking century. Using my DIY weather station, badass, I got lucky and recorded long and short wave pulse the Hunga Tonga eruption few years ago. And guess what they say about it? I'm guessing they deny the evidence that you present to them, just like they deny my measurement when I figured out the distance to the sun, or measured the altitude, size, and speed of the International Space Station when they said it was a plane. My favorite excuse for that is they think it's a hologram. But DJ, my request to you would be, if you can send me a shout on Twitter, tell me about this. Tell me about this observation. I want to learn about your DIY weather stations. I want to see what you got there, because this sounds really, really interesting. I like shit like this. So if you can do that for me, I would greatly appreciate it. And who knows, I might even feature it on this channel, because I like shit like this. Because the more people that we have doing observations like this, the more it hurts Flat Earth. The more people that we have going into their spaces and completely shitting on them and getting kicked out, the more we demonstrate that they don't actually care about the truth. I don't think at this point, I was fooled at the beginning. I thought Sacred was the type of individual that actually at one point in time gave a flying fuck about the truth of the matter. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I think it's an ego thing at this point. I think that no matter what you show him, he's not going to like it. I mean, I had an actual live stream with the guy where we filmed the International Space Station live with him in the room. Yes, it actually happened. That actually fucking happened. And let me bring up something real quick. I'm going to share something with you guys. Filming the pass of the ISS live. This was streamed 1 year ago. This didn't get the viewership that I would have liked, but if you go to about 1 hour and 30 minutes into the live stream, guys, 1 hour, 30 minutes into the live stream, you will see Sacred in the space, in the room, as we're capturing the space station live. So there's the link that you guys can see. Let me go ahead and do a bit of a screen share real quick. I want to show you guys this, Joe and Flurfurter. I want to show you this. This is some shit right here. All right, so there we go. Here's this. So, oh look, they're Sacred. And let me just mute this real quick. And you can see this was our telescope view of the International Space Station with Sacred in the room. This was fucking live. And the reason why you see it fading in and out like this is because it's going through the fucking clouds. And so you can kind of, so let me go back a bit and freeze frame it on a really good frame right here. There we go. Hang on. Get the focus right. Get the focus. Boom, right there. You can see the solar panels. You can even see, I believe this was the SpaceX Dragon docked to the front of it. And this was live with Sacred in the room.
Did he say anything about it?
Yeah, you want to know what he said? He said something similar to interesting, Jeranism's thing. But he says it in his way like, I don't know that, but it is pretty cool. I will say that, but I don't know. I don't know. Everything is always, I don't know.
That could be real, but I don't know.
It could be real. I mean, it's pretty cool. I really appreciate all the effort that you guys are doing with this big ass telescope and piping it through literally the fucking live stream. But I don't know. I don't know. It's
one of the craziest things I had happen to me was one of the first spaces I joined was Caleb. You know Caleb, I'm sure.
Yep.
And when I talked to him, he just flat out admitted that the International Space Station was up there in the sky.
Wow.
Like he just straight up admitted it. And he was like, well, I don't believe there are people on it or whatever. He said, I'm trying to remember what his explanation was, that it was something about like how it was like, levitating in the Earth's torus field or something stupid. But I was like, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take that over flat out denying it exists. And actually, while we're on the topic of him, this is a little unrelated. I just wanted you to know, Reds, if you didn't know this, he obviously believes gravity is electrostatics, but he doesn't believe in electrons. So yeah, there you go.
Yes. The only thing I know about Caleb is that he got excommunicated, not for being a Nazi. Let me be making that very fucking clear. He did not get excommunicated from sacred spaces for being a fucking Nazi. That's not what happened. That's not what made him cross the line here. The reason is because he spoke over sacred.
I believe that.
Yeah, that was the first time I made a meme about flat earthers. It was that I can excuse being a Nazi, but I draw the line at interrupting.
Yeah, the fucking being a Nazi, we'll totally be okay with that. But the very moment you interrupt sacred, oh, you piece of shit. We are going to ban you for that now. It shows that their fucking priorities are fucked up. And also, isn't Brian Sweet still going into their spaces all the time?
Yeah, level heads are just rallying for his love and support to get his followers back after he got banned for the 4th, 5th, 6th time. I don't even know.
Yeah, what number account is this? This is like number 5, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at least 4 that I know of. But I've only been here since January, so.
So let me ask you guys something here. Let's go ahead and just and this is not just for you guys in this call right now, but to the people at home, I would like to ask you to decipher something for me, because I don't know. Help me decipher something. What does HH and 88 mean? And also that he was right. That's pretty pretty sus right there.
I think maybe he's like a fan of Hulk Hogan. That's my best best guess.
Let's see. So HH and 88. That sounds like a dog whistle of some kind. Doesn't it sound like a dog whistle of some kind?
I don't think they're random.
Interesting. Yeah, it's like you go ahead and post that shit. There must be some meaning behind it. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, let me ask: Do you know what HH and 88 means? Oh god.
Also, I mean, come on, his page banner, if that doesn't give it away, I don't know what will. I mean, really?
Like,
it's like, and so I see this motherfucker going into his spaces all the time, and I'm like, okay, so yeah, there you go, Geo, you got it. Yes, both stand for that. Yep. And yep, there you go. Ash Scott got it too. H is the 8th letter of the alphabet, so I assume A8 is also that. Yeah, pretty much. That's what this is. So basically, he said it twice using 2 different dog whistles.
Mm-hmm.
It's this shit's fucking obvious. And so again, they have no problem with literal fucking Nazis but they have a problem if you interrupt sacred.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, he actually blocked me recently because I said, like, oh, nice to see you back, but it's weird that you put your IQ in your @ and he didn't appreciate that at all. He blocked me. I also, by the way, before we get too far from the topic, I just got a message from one of my friends who I guess is listening and said, you can't interrupt the Flurf priest during his sermon.
This is true. This is true.
in relation to the Caleb situation.
You know, you have to go through all the motions and stuff like that. You know, there is a bit of a there's a process when you go in. You go, okay, so welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. Everyone gather around. We're going to talk about some Flat Earth proofs. Amen. They'll start singing in hymns and shit. And just wait till you have to get up and eat the crackers. They taste like shit. Be like, so what do you think of the crackers? It tastes like fucking concrete. Like, what? And this is laced with lead? I think there's lead in here. So, again, from the same individuals that ate paste as a kid. So, Flurf Herder, going back to you for a second real quick. What is your opinion in regards to their view of the Nazis infiltrating their domain? Do they actually care, is I guess my question?
No, they don't care.
They don't give a flying fuck. As long as you toe the flat earth line, they don't give a flying fuck.
Anything is acceptable as long as you're a flat earther. It doesn't matter how terrible, despicable of a person you are. If you believe the earth is flat, you belong in flat earth. And
I'm assuming that there's going to be memes made by you in the future that illustrate that point.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, because I don't know. I forget what when you posted this, but there was one meme you posted with Sacred. It's like, do you remember the business executive meme where it's like, all right, guys, we need to come up with a plan. And then two people come up with some stupid ideas, and the third guy comes up with like the obvious choice and gets thrown out the window.
Yeah.
So you made that meme with Sacred Space, and I gotta tell you, that was the funniest shit ever.
That was a pretty good one.
That was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one. And it's like, I can see why you immediately got onto their shit list, because holy fuck, dude, that was great. Because, you know, they pass off like, oh, we are here to talk about anything, nothing's off the table. And I think what really clinched it for me is that they wouldn't answer one question I had. And it was actually about Antarctica, believe it or not. It was about Antarctica, but it was before Duffy made his offer. I think this was a few months before this was truly an idea, a little twinkle in Duffy's eye. They were asking about going to Antarctica and, you know, stuff like that, and what it would take, what would be required in order for them to actually go there. And I told them, well, first you need to understand that Antarctica is a place that will fucking kill you. It is unforgiving there. It's cold as fuck. It's barren as shit. You can't just go into a goddamn Wendy's when you want to get something to eat there. No, you have to bring everything with you. Not only that, you have to take everything back with you. So there's a lot of logistics that are involved with this. So that's the one thing I said. But before I went any further with that explanation, I asked them a very simple question. Let's say that I was able to make this happen. Let's say that I paid for it. I wouldn't, but let's say that I did. Would they accept the results? Let's say I was able to get them to the South Pole and they could see stars rotating perfectly right above their head. Would they accept that they were actually at the South Pole? Or would they make up some bullshit saying that I brought them somewhere else and that I simply aetherically displaced the holographic stars to make it look like they were at the South Pole? Would they accept it? And I did not get an answer to that question.
Weird, isn't it?
Gee, I wonder why. It seems to me that they were underneath the impression that this might happen eventually. This might happen eventually. And that they need to already start coming up with excuses to explain it away. So when you bring up, Duffy's offer to these flat earthers and they're literally shitting bricks as a result, yeah, that tracks. That tracks pretty hard. So Flurfherder, my request to you is very simple. Continue to bash them over the head with that shit.
Oh, I plan to.
Continue to be a thorn in their ass and never let up and be like, so, and basically just keep doing this until we actually get to December, because I don't remember the exact dates anymore, but I know it's sometime at the ass end of December that they're supposed to be going. So we got plenty of months to continue to bash these motherfuckers for an actual answer to this question. And it's a legitimate question. Yeah, we control them at the same time, but we're trolling them with an actual question that we should be able to easily get an answer to. And the answer is simple. Like, what will you make if you send a flat earther to Antarctica and they see the 24-hour sun? Will you now accept that the flat earth model has a detrimental flaw with it, or will you just explain that shit away with some mediocre bullshit? That's what we should be doing. So, Flurfur, does that sound like a mission that you're willing to take up?
Oh, 1,000%.
Joe, what say you? Flurfur said 1,000%. Are you also 1,000% on this?
Yeah, I would say so.
Flurfurter, I think you would be perfect for this because you've already pissed them off so much.
I do what I can.
So humble. I do what I can. I've only gotten kicked out of their spaces 3 times. Made them cry like little bitches. I do what I can.
But they don't kick anybody out ever.
They don't kick anybody out ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why that meme was so fucking hilarious. Hey, we gotta find some way to make Flat Earth Fridays more awesome. How about just providing evidence for the flat Earth? Smashed out the window. You've been removed from the space.
Details unavailable.
Details unavailable. Oh, gee, I wonder why. That was great. I love that shit so much. But yes, they're the best at right here. Flatties are the best at dodging, moving goalposts, and inventing the stupidest shit ever. Yes. Yes, absolutely. See, this is the type of comment that gives me a semi, because it is so fucking true. It's short, sweet, simple, to the point. I love this. Chef's kiss. But yes, they do dodge and move goalposts and stuff like that, which is why when I was asking them, hey, would you want to see the International Space Station live? And then they do. And then when I do that, when I show that to them, they're like, I don't know. It could be real. I don't know. Every fucking time. It's like, okay.
Full well, you lying sack of shit.
Like, you know damn well this is real. I don't have real-time CGI capabilities from a fucking laptop in the yard. I heard a statistic. I don't know if it's still true because processing power has advanced so much, but I heard that Pixar, literally the leaders in their industry, when they're rendering 4K frames for their movies, that it takes something like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, something like that, to render each frame of that movie to get it to the quality that they're looking for. And we're talking a production company that has access to what I assume are render farms. Literally computers whose only job is to render these frames in massive numbers so they can get the movie out on time. What was the statistic that it took the original creators of Toy Story 200 human years to create that movie or something like that? Meanwhile, yeah, it was a big undertaking. Toy Story was like, it was amazing because of how much effort it took to make that movie. So you look at Pixar, literally the leaders in their industry. And that's how long it takes to make each frame of their movie. Whereas you look at me, a guy with a fucking laptop in the yard with dew-soaked grass on it. It's like you're asking me to render this type of shit at a frame rate of over 30 frames per second with a fucking laptop that's running on Windows 10.
Well, if you can't do that, that means the Earth is flat.
It's like, oh, is this real? For Wall-E, it was like 10,000 years. So it's like 10,000 years worth of CPU cycles. Is that what's being said here? Is that true? Because Wall-E has my favorite character, like ever. In any animation ever created, Wall-E has my favorite character in it. Guys, let's do a check. Let's do a check. The first person to type out my favorite character in Wall-E gets a thanks from me and my acknowledgement. Go. Joe, you saw Wall-E, didn't you? Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Who's my favorite character?
Oh man, it's been a while since I've seen this.
Who's my favorite character, Joe?
I don't know, probably like the plant. You know, the plant that he finds.
Okay, Flurfherder is my favorite character.
It's got to be the robot himself.
No, it's not.
No?
Nope. And I'm gonna have to give it to Storm Rebel. It's Mo.
I don't even remember Mo.
Mo. Wall-E. But it's Mo.
I don't remember Mo.
You don't remember Mo?
Oh yes, I do. Okay, sorry, I looked it up. Yeah.
It's
Understandable.
He's the guy that does foreign contaminant, especially when he goes like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's see. Let's try this.
Yeah, there he is.
Foreign contaminant.
Disrespectful.
Mo is great. I love Mo. Mo is so fucking awesome. Probably going to get a copyright strike for that, but that's okay. Worth it. And for those of you who don't know, my cat has been fed. His meows are a fucking lie.
That might be my cat.
Oh yeah. Wait.
He wants to go outside. He's been.
Well, it's not
meowing.
mine. I don't have a cat, so.
Oh, okay. All right. That's good. Yeah. If you hear my cat meowing in the background, that's because he's fucking lying to me, because I apparently haven't fed this cat in decades and millennia and centuries and whatever the fuck. And his meows are fucking lies. Just keep that, you know, and you know, just keep that forefront right there. Whenever he starts meowing, his meows are fucking lies. I do not starve my cat anyway. So with that being said, I do have one final question before we conclude this live stream. This was fun. This was great. I like this shit. I really do like shit like this. We'll have more of these in the future, ladies and gentlemen. But wait a minute, Eric, the cat. Have you tried confusing your cat? We'll come back to that later. I'm now curious. But with that being said, Flurfherder, where do you see Flat Earther going?
Straight to the garbage out of nowhere.
Oh, look who decided to show up. When are you guys going to get super duper exclusive globe measurements of the sky? Well, Shane, if we do get it, we're not going to give it to you because you'll just plagiarize it.
Oh man, you beat me to it. I was going to ask him if he was going to plagiarize any other models. But,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. You having fun plagiarizing the globe there, buddy? You know, have you given the proper credits for all of your plagiarism? Or hey, a better question for you, since you blocked Astronomy Live after he asked you this question. Could you please do us a favor and use your model to predict a solar eclipse past the year 3000? Because you couldn't be limited by a a spreadsheet that you plagiarized that stops at the year 3000. So if you could demonstrate you didn't plagiarize that shit by going to the year 3001, that would be great. Go to the year 3001 and beyond to prove that you didn't plagiarize, your little spreadsheet there. That would be great. Go ahead and get on. In fact, actually, Shane, if you want, I can send you a DM to this stream right now. And you can screen share and show us all of your non-plagiarized work. I think that would be great for everyone here. Do you think that would be fun? Do you think that would be fun? I think that would be fun. Let's go down the list, guys. Let's see. Joe B, do you think that would be fun?
I think that would be very fun. I have a question too, but I'll let Flurfurter answer the question first.
Sounds good. Flurfurter, do you think that would be fun? Do you think that would be fun? I think that would be fun. But what do you say? Do you think it would be fun?
I think it'd be loads of fun.
Okay, let's go ahead and have a poll. So, guys, if you look at the live stream chat right now, I just put fun, yes. So we have a yes or no here. Let's go ahead and see what the people of this lovely live chat has to say. So we have 100% so far on yes, that this would be fun. Okay, we're still at 100%. Yes, this is great. This is awesome. This is real. 26 votes so far, all of them at 100%. Shane, you're popular, man. Let's do this shit. Come on. Let's have a conversation and let's go over your unplagiarized work. I would love to see it. And we're up to 35 votes, 38 votes, all at 100%. Holy shit. Stop the count. Stop the count.
So just real quick, I wanted to jump in and ask a question because, when I joined the space that time, I was asked if I had any exclusive evidence for heliocentrism, and my answer was that it didn't matter. So I actually have a question for Shane. I'm sure he'll answer this. He blocked me on Twitter, so I figure this is the best place for me to ask him. Do you have any exclusive evidence for the flat Earth? Because there's stuff like you could go back and forth on like heliocentrism versus geocentrism, but I've never actually seen anyone present that before from your side. So I'm just curious, maybe we could have that presented at some point.
I would love to see it. Oh, look at that, we have 2% for no.
That was Shane.
I wonder who I wonder who's voting no on the we're up to 52 votes. 4% say no.
I'm guessing
I would love to see your unplagiarized work, Shane. This would be awesome. Let's have a conversation here. Let's see. You said Alan and I could show you how your wonderful measurements of Polaris confirm the circumference of the limit of our view? ? We love your video. Joe, translate this shit for me. What was actually being said here?
I couldn't tell you.
All right. You said Alan and I could show you how your wonderful measurements of Polaris confirm the circumference of the limit of our view.
Man, even when he's trying to talk about one of your videos, he can't make sense. That's crazy.
Yeah, hang on. Let me find something real quick. Hang on. Hold on. Let's see. Hang on. All right, let's see. So we have let me make sure I have everything. We have our dishes. We have our ranch. All right, let's make sure we have everything, and we have our Excedrin extra strength. We're gonna need that when we're done. Okay, we're ready for this. So Shane, you wanna come up? I mean, I got the ranch dressing. I got the Excedrin extra strength. We're ready to fucking rock and roll. I would love to see one, what the fuck it is you're actually talking about, and two, if you have something that's unplagiarized. And it's really funny how you say that the Earth is flat, but yet in order to make any model that even remotely matches reality, you have to plagiarize the globe. Oh, look at that. We're up to 95%, 66 votes, 5% no. Come on, Shane. It's going to look...
Whoa, how many votes, Reds?
We're up
what
to...
Are you, like 66 votes? That's like one of those scary numbers that they don't like.
Oh, don't worry. It's about to get scarier once we get to 69, because that number isn't just scary. It's also nice. Come on, guys. Let's get to the nice vote. I want to see what we're at. We're up to 66, so we just need a little more to get to 69. All right, we're up to 67. We're up to 67 votes. Just two more. Just two more, guys. We got this. Get me to the nice vote. So Shane, what say you? You got some unplagiarized shit that you would like? Yeah, we're at 69. Oh, we flew past it. That's 71. Well, that was a great half a second. Only half a second of 69. Damn. But at least we got there. Thank you, guys. 96% say yes. Come on, Shane. We all want to see your unplagiarized shit. I would love to see it. And also for you to decipher what the fuck you were even saying with that last comment. Like, seriously, what? He's probably talking about, like, my distance to the sun video that he completely misunderstood. Well, I think the main reason he misunderstood it was because it was work that wasn't plagiarized.
Couldn't recognize it.
He can't recognize unplagiarized work. So basically, in order for him to actually understand it, he has to plagiarize the ever-living shit out of it. Go. Where is the link? Oh, guys, I think we might have... I think we might be in the market to have some fun here.
Oh, Reds, I thought it was almost over. I was supposed to go at like 3, but if he's coming, I kind of want to stay.
Now you kind of want to stay, don't you? Yeah, I see you. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Shane is a blue tick moron, right?
Yes, we probably have him blocked.
Yeah, he's probably a blue tick moron, and god damn it. All right, fine. I'll have to temporarily unblock him because of his fucking blue tick to send him something on DMs. All right, Shane, if you're actually serious about this shit, I would love to. So the way I'm going to find you is I'm going to go to Astronomy Live's page because he was responding to you and you blocked him. So there we go. So I was able to find you through Astronomy Live's page because you blocked him. All right, and Control C and Control V. Shane now has the link to this. This is going to be fun. Oh, boy. And to think, we were just about to end this stream until you showed up. That was great timing. You know, I like that shit. I really do like that shit. I guess we don't need this poll anymore. 84 votes, 95% yes. I thank you guys for voting. You guys are great. I love you all. But let's see. Joe, do you have the ranch dressing available?
You know, unfortunately, it's a little bit delayed. So, I my shipment, like that tanker ship. So, I don't have any with me right now. But I can grab, I don't know, maybe like a bottle of extra strength Tylenol or something before this starts.
Yeah, you're gonna need your Tylenol or your Excedrin extra strength. Flurf herder. I think you in particular may want some lube, unless you like to go in dry. I don't know your kink.
Oh man,
Sorry, I was having a background conversation.
You know, I'm really
we have fun here. We have fun here.
I'm really disappointed because I definitely do have to leave soon, but I at least want to hang around to ask my one question.
Joe, do you really have to leave? Don't.
I really do.
We're having so much fun, though.
I know. If you're still going when I get back, though.
When will you get back, though?
I'm not sure. That's the problem.
You gotta get, dude. It's like it's like you're in the process of seeing awesomeness unfold. It's like, oh, I got the fucking shopping. It's like shopping can wait, my guy.
Hey,
the Walmart ain't going anywhere.
I told you why I had to go. All right, I messaged you.
I know. I'm just saying that, you know, this was rather unexpected, but sometimes you just got to go with the flow.
Oh yeah.
Man. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give him 5 minutes. So I'm gonna go to my handy dandy phone, hold down the power button for a few seconds, and say this. Set a timer for 5 minutes. All right, we have a timer going for 5 minutes. So Joe B, can you give me at least 5 more minutes of your time?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. So we'll go ahead and give Shane 5 minutes to show up. If he doesn't show up in... Thank you. So we'll give him 5 minutes to show up. And we'll see what happens.
I kept asking him to debate me on, instead of debating flat Earth, right? I asked him to set up a debate like neutral, moderator, everything, right? I'm not asking him to just join a space on the moon landings, right? Because I said, no flat Earth, no whatever. Let's do moon landings, because if those are real, then you have literally nothing. And he said no. Because he said anyone who believes that is too stupid to debate, and he blocked me. So that's fun. Because I kept asking him to debate it, because every time I made a post about the moon landing, completely unrelated to conspiracy theories, he would inevitably appear in the replies, making fun of it somehow. And so I just kept asking him until he blocked me.
But you're right. If we have the capability of going to the moon, that completely debunks whatever narrative he's trying to push.
Because, 100%.
Because the moon landings being a thing, and the fact that we can actually get there, it shows a few things. One, that space is real, that rocket launches actually result in rockets doing rocket things in a vacuum, and all this. I mean, even if we look to modern day moon missions, like the most recent one was Artemis 1. So Astronomy Live was actually able to track Artemis 1 from launch to the moon and back again using his own measurements. Look at that. We can finally stop the timer. Hang on one second.
Oh, there we go.
Do that real quick so it doesn't interrupt. Stop timer.
I still can't keep it too long, but I'll hang around for a little bit.
I appreciate you, Joe. Shane, let's get a mic check.
What's up, Red?
Mic check, please. Mic check.
Oh, it don't work? You can't hear me? All right, let's do...
No, hang on. No, I can hear you. You just have a lot of background noise.
Oh, fan. All right.
That wasn't just me, right?
No, it's a sacrifice. You guys good? We good?
Much better. What? I don't know what that was.
That was a fan. What's up, Red? Good to finally meet you. I'm glad we can be friends and have a nice, cordial conversation,
That might be a little bit of a stretch there, but okay. So, anyway, do you by any chance have any response to what Joe was saying about the whole, moon landing thing and stuff like that?
Joe, moon landing. I wasn't listening, to be honest, but it's probably about how he wants to debate against the moon landing.
Joe, what say you here? He apparently doesn't remember the conversation that you had.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So basically, my presentation was a debate where basically I had the burden of proof. I would acknowledge this at the beginning of the debate when it started. And basically, it would just be showing that there's quite literally no evidence that it was faked, and that it completely destroys the entire concept of a flat Earth. And the reason I wanted to debate that instead of flat Earth is because it's basically impossible to word salad your way around the moon landings.
Okay. Well, I don't have any interest in that, but if you want me to do it, I will, with the condition that you also do a reciprocal debate where we argue ether wind and the speed with interferometry. Does that sound fair?
No, because the ether's not real.
Then it should be easy. What's the problem?
So you want me to argue a negative? You want me to disprove the ether in the debate? No, even though there's no evidence for it.
We do the reciprocal, right? You have burden of proof on this one, and then we'll just go through all the ether wind experiments, Dayton Miller. You'd have to dismiss a mountain of 5,200,000 measurements, whole bunch of reciprocation from all over the world. Galev, Russians, all from confirming these same measurements. But I would do the moon landing for you if you would do the ether wind debate for me. And I think that's fair.
So the ether wind, to be clear, you're saying is the methodology, or they're using that medium to measure speed? Is that what's being offered here?
Well, no. Our proof would be, how GPS and satellites work and how the framework specifically synchronizes sidereal time with solar time, so that the differential speed of light on an east to west axis is not only overlooked but can be concisely ignored, right? Because once they sync those two, there is no differential east to west speed, and that's why the ECI reference frame exists. But things like that and other things would directly prove the existence of the background medium by which all the technology exists. And sure, I just think it's a fair exchange for me to do something I don't like and you to do something you don't like, right? Because I hate I don't give a shit. Joe.
completely fair if the ECI frame didn't use a spherical Earth.
Well then, dude, that'd be an easy debate, right? You'd smoke me. Let's do it.
What else is there to talk about besides the fact that your big piece of evidence that you just presented uses a spherical Earth?
My God, dude, we need to go through coordinate systems, datums, projections. I really want to talk to Red though about his wonderful evidence with his Polaris distance. First of all, dude, what a rig you got here, right? Like, I mean, this is impressive. I love looking at it. I love watching you wield it, you know. But when you look at the sky to get in Polaris measurements, and then you say travel to a different position laterally southward to get a different Polaris measurement, what do you think you're measuring again?
Altitude angle.
Correct. But then, like, how does that prove the shape of the ground? Is where I'm losing it.
Oh, okay. Well, apparently you mentioned a whole bunch of things in regarding to like coordinate system planes and stuff like that. So you seem like a very, very intelligent individual. So I imagine a smart individual such as yourself would be able to understand basic trigonometry. Would that be a fair assessment to make?
Well, I don't know. How are you going to apply it? Is there going to be a retardation application, or are we going to use like logic and reason and apply it in real world?
Well, see, right now what you're doing, sir, is answering a question with a question. So let's see if we can have a productive back and forth. So when I ask you a question, I would prefer that you answer directly, not with another question. So to repeat myself, just in case you tuned out, you know basic trigonometry, SOHCAHTOA, correct?
But I just asked you a question and you responded
again, you
with
are
that
asking,
question,
you are answering,
right? And then jumped on me.
Let's ask this again, just to make sure we're on the same page. You know basic trigonometry, SOHCAHTOA, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Perfect. I'm so happy to hear that. See, we're finally having a productive conversation. Now, I'm going to show you something real quick. Let's go ahead and bring this up. Would you agree that this diagram right here is basic trigonometry, SOHCAHTOA level?
Yep.
Cool. Now, would you agree that via basic trigonometry, using these points, Boston, Miami, Panama City, so Boston, Massachusetts, Miami, Florida, Panama City, and stuff like that, that we can find angles to Polaris if we were to assume an altitude of 5,000 kilometers. Is that correct?
You could find an angle if you were to assume a height. Sure.
All right. You can find an angle if you can assume a height. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Polaris is a certain altitude above and we were able to find that altitude or find the angle given the altitude, then by having an angle, we can then work backwards to find an altitude, right? This is basic algebra. Would you agree?
Red, I agree.
Okay, perfect. So the question is, if we were to work backwards on a flat Earth, and we got contradictory answers, what would that tell you about your model?
Well, it would tell you that due to perspective, things appear to be at a different altitude, right? Because if a person observes a plane in the same situation and then moves laterally to observe the same plane, it's at a different elevation angle based on the same trig to get a ground position for it. And then due to the height, you're going to get different heights for that plane. The plane hasn't moved, the people are. What's up with that?
Interesting, because if I remember correctly, perspective is alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r, where alpha is the angular size of the object, g is the actual size of the object, and r is the distance to that object. I don't think the law of perspective states that the apparent position will appear to shift. What it says is that the available resolution of your eye will eventually become insufficient to make out the object, but point light sources are a little bit more visible in that it doesn't entirely rely on angular size. So since it has nothing to do with position, can you please tell me why you brought up that incredibly irrelevant statement?
Angular size derivation for the angular resolution limit for point source doesn't really apply when you're looking at, say, an elevation angle above the horizon to compute a height. You started with basic trig, and then you unloaded what had to be some nice globular. I mean, that was a wonderful speech on perspective, the derivation thereof, point source of light, and how that would apply. But it is specifically, right, because you said if we have these angles and we assume a height, we can make a calculation, and I agreed. And we can do the same thing with a plane and the results are the same, except now the plane is at different heights. So what's
Actually, no, you're wrong there. And that's the thing that you apparently missed, because what I said, because apparently you tuned out, so I'll repeat that if we were to apply our measurements to a flat Earth, we find that we get contradictory statements. So for example, in Boston, Massachusetts, we have an altitude angle, right? That altitude angle, we then apply to the flat Earth. Great, we have a asserted altitude for Polaris as seen from Boston. We then go to Miami and get another measurement. And then we find that when we measure the altitude angle in Miami, we get an entirely different altitude for Polaris. But then we go to Panama City and the problem gets even worse. Now, all of a sudden, we have 3 separate altitudes for Polaris, apparently all at the exact same time. So let me ask you something. Does flat Earth work with magic?
Red, this is our first conversation, man. Like, I didn't know anything about you, but you seem to have a lot of this built up, like, hostility. Right? I thought we're having a conversation about basic trig and its applications to flat Earth.
I'm sorry, I think that's exactly what I was saying. And I think we're having a lovely conversation here. I think everyone agrees we're having a lovely conversation here.
What happened?
I haven't told you to go fuck yourself with a rake or anything like that. I'm just saying, you are bringing up a whole bunch of things like perspective, which is absolutely irrelevant. And I explained to you in vivid detail how the mathematical equations that explain perspective is ultimately irrelevant to this particular problem that I'm now presenting to you. Now, I know, Shane, let me just make you aware of something. You're probably very good at the word salad. It's not going to work here. I know I know how you operate. And I know the answer to the questions about what is perspective, the mathematical equations behind it, and I know what is and is not relevant to this question I'm now presenting to you. So please stay on topic. Let's try and get through this together. I'm trying to help you here. I understand this is kind of scary because this information is not plagiarized, but I need you to work with me here. So to repeat, we get a measurement from Boston, altitude angle measurement. We get an altitude angle measurement from Miami, and we do the exact same thing in Panama City. We do all of this. We plot our results on a flat Earth. When we do, we find that we get contradictory answers for the altitude of Polaris. We get contradictory answers. Would that not lead one to obviously conclude that the model itself has inherent contradictions within it?
Are you good? Can I speak?
If you can answer that question, that would be fantastic.
Sure. So no, of course that wouldn't signify to me there are inherent contradictions with the model. What it signifies is there are inherent contradictions with the assumptions you're building in there, right? For number one, perspective affects everything on this earth: mountains, tall people, buildings, scenery that you recede into the perspective, you recede into the horizon due to perspective, according to distance proportionally at the same rate. And the stars do it actually at the same rate, at the same puzzle, for something totally different called curvature. So the causal mechanism of perspective actually is applied to the sky the same as it is to anything on the ground. And that's why Polaris appears at a different altitude due to perspective when it's actually at the same height, right, moving around, because the 69 statute miles per degree relationship, 69.07 statute miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree. When you travel laterally across a horizontal surface, the stars appear to precess, depending on your direction, 1 degree. That's definitely an observable phenomenon. Your model is built upon the presupposition that that is an effect of curvature of the ground, and our model is built upon the presupposition that that isn't retarded, and it's built upon the basic principle of perspective that applies to everything else. So when you're saying Polaris angles change with latitude, it's like, duh, that's the basis of the globe model. That's how latitude was determined. It's actually the definition of latitude, and to not observe that phenomenon from the opposing side is confusing to me.
Okay, cool. You mentioned that there was a lot of assumptions. Let me explain to you how you're wrong there. Actual measurements that can be done in reality are not assumptions by definition. Also, the fact that trigonometry works is also not an assumption. So 2 strikes there. Let's see if we can get a third. Also, being able to plot our findings, these solved equations, basic trigonometry, mind you, on a spreadsheet, and showing that they result in different altitudes for Polaris according to the flat Earth model is also not an assumption. So I think we're at 3 strikes and you're out on that one. Next, you said again that law of perspective has something to do with this. It actually doesn't. Again, the law of perspective is alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r. Alpha is the angular size, g is the actual size or the diameter, if you would like, and r is the distance. We're not using the law of perspective because we don't actually give a flying fuck about the angular size of the object. We only care about its altitude angle over the horizon, over the tangent plane that we're using at that particular time for that particular location. Plotting this out on a spreadsheet indicates contradictory results. So you're saying that because we're getting contradictory results, that it doesn't immediately equal a contradiction. But your only explanation as to why it doesn't equal some sort of contradiction is a misstep of somehow importing or brute forcing, I should say, perspective into something that's ultimately irrelevant to its equation. So it seems to me like what you're trying to do, sir, is word salad your way around this very obvious problem. And I'm wondering why that is.
Well, I love trig, basic trig, spreadsheets and calculations. I'm trying to share my spreadsheet with you now. Can you mind putting it up?
Sure. Let me go ahead and just, somebody's asking me, so I'll do this real quick. This is the actual problem. Okay, here's the problem. Assuming Polaris is 5,000 kilometers above the North Pole, these altitude angles do not match reality. Your task, which is impossible, is to find an altitude for Polaris where all the angles match reality. Here's the reality. Boston, 42.3 degrees. Miami, 25.7 degrees. Panama, 8.9 degrees. This is the accompanying spreadsheet where you can see. And if we were to look at the altitude angle, given a assumed height of 5,000 kilometers, we see Boston is at 43.27. Now, 43.27, that's close. That's not exact, but it's good enough. You know, I will accept good enough. So 42.3 degrees for Boston. But then we move on to Miami. Miami is 34.97 according to the flat Earth model. Oh dear. In reality, it's 25.7. That's a little much. But it gets even worse when you go to Panama City and we get 29.03. And in reality, it's 8.9. So the angles don't match. We're getting contradictory altitude measurements, but yet the only model that appears to not have any contradictions whatsoever is the globe. I find that interesting. Don't you? Almost as interesting as that time we looked at your code and it said that the sun was 93 million miles, but we won't go over that. Anyway,
are you ready to let me show my spreadsheet?
There's two screen shares. Which one is it? Stop screen sharing and start screen sharing again. Just turn it off and back on again. Because I still see one here and that's not cool. No. You got, all right, stop presenting. Wait like 2 seconds and then present.
All right, am I presenting now?
No, you're not.
Okay.
Stop presenting.
Wait, I already stopped, right?
Yeah, now leave it off. Now present. Sorry, guys, technical difficulties. Bear with me for a quick moment. Okay, leave it. There we go.
Cool. So here's the actual math spreadsheet. So we're matched out for angles to Polaris on a flat plane with no ridiculous assumptions except that you only see in a visible radius of 3959. So when you have a unit circle and you're using sine, cosine to estimate height and distances in the form of ground positions, say in apparent heights, you can simply use a unit circle to set the hypotenuse right here, this column at 3959 miles, convert it to radians over here when we're doing degrees, an angle from 90 all the way down. And then you have basic trig, right? Cosine of the angle times 3959 to get the apparent height and the apparent length all the way through, all the way to Polaris. And of course, you start at the maximum, right, 6218, which is the spherical geodesic difference distance on when you see in the spherical hemisphere of 3959. That would be the geodesic distance on the farthest point along the horizon. And then we're using the same sine and cosine with a forced hypotenuse length along the way to linearly traverse from the North Pole down to the equator. You get all of these varying degrees and lengths. They are only apparent heights, right? Because there's no actual height when you're looking optically where it appears to be, and then calculating using the cosine for a ground position for how long that distance is, then calculating the sine for how high you think that is. That's a calculation built on the optics, right? So it's no apparent, there's no actual height involved. We have only apparent heights. And again, NASA agrees with this. All of the correction tables are based, in the almanac, are based on sight, optics, and apparent positions. If you're going to use it for any practical sense, it's only the apparent position. The actual, we'll call it actual physical position, is used for 0 things, just so you know. And then once we get these angles, which of course comport specifically with what you guessed for a linear presentation, right? It's not linear, however, because, well, actually, let's go over co-altitude, right? Co-angles here. If you restrict your angles from these measurements at this distance that you're doing over here, if you restrict it to just the corrected sight angle tables, which is like between above 25 degrees and 70 degrees, right? Between that where it's linear, then you can safely use the co-altitude, and you can get a nice offset to get the same elevation angle without any varying altitude. So that's fixed right there. Boom, super easy. If we're going to keep in reality, then we're going to have to use what we actually think is happening, right? So when you're using correction tables and you have, say, corrections based on a range for when you're going to be applying these corrections, and then you have data based on this right here, right? So when we have, say, it's a linear relationship, they say, in 69 miles per degree. Well, is it? Is it linear if it's based on optics? And if you do actual trigonometry with real world parameters and then you estimate ground positions, well, no. There's a certain point beyond the ability to resolve it that it becomes indistinguishable. And then you actually can't see it. To put this in terms people should understand, 1 degree or 2 degrees south of the equator, you can no longer see Polaris, right? Because it's no longer resolvable. This is the limit, right? It's the limit of what you're able to see. And if you say it's linear, then why do all the corrections apply only over here and only over here? If you were to use this a logarithmic-like function as optics, right, a function of optics, which is apparent angle to apparent height, it would not be linear. It would appear to be linear in this specific segment. And wouldn't you know, the offsets for this segment, if you are allowed to use this between the points where it's not, you have to apply correction tables. And the correction tables are always in the inverse logarithmic point. So it's like an inverse geometric expression, right? If you're going to correct to a logarithmic-like function, you would say have an extinction of atmospheric or atmospheric extinction, right? Which has this wonderful curve of atmospheric optical interference with the deck of opacity proportionate to altitude. So you have these wonderful geometric conjugate expressions. And when you're looking at the graph of the apparent height to that, of course, the correction table fits neatly in that curve, right? So we have a non-linear function being used linearly, but restricted to the point where if it is appearing to be non-linear, you have correction angles. Anyway, back to how that doesn't disprove anything about flat Earth, right? The whole basis for this is height above Polaris, or height above the plane for Polaris. Base is latitude, man. Everyone knows that when you travel, it decreases in height. To contrive that is like a clutch defeat of flat Earth when it's the basis of all travel prior to the Board of Longitude in 1714 seems crazy. What do you think, Red?
Well, I think that you just illustrated something that absolutely debunks you, and you didn't even note it. But hang on, let me break out the ranch. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, anyway, so now that I have my ranch already, I have one simple question for you. You mentioned that there's corrections being made. What is the most, how do I say, what is the largest correction made? The one single value. Let's say I want to, what would that one correction mean in terms of degree shift? How many degrees of correction is like the most that you have in your spreadsheets?
12.
12. Okay. All right. So we have 12 degrees of difference. 12 degrees. Hey, I got a question for you. Let's try this. So 2903. Let's minus that with 12. Let's use a calculator just to make sure we have our shit together. And you should do this yourself. Can you please do me a favor and type in 29.03 minus 12? Tell me what you get.
Well, were you going to address any of the things that I said? Remember how
Oh,
we
I
start
am.
with a question and then you answer with a new question and then yell
So,
at me
so
for doing it?
let's do this. 29.03 minus 12. If you don't know the answer, that's fine. I'll just ask the live chat.
So you weren't going to address any of the things I said?
Well, this is an address. You just need to. We gotta make sure we're on the same page here. So 29.03 minus 12. Can you please tell us the answer to that question, please? 29.03, 29.03 minus 12. You can even use a calculator if it's too complicated.
Was that it? Was
that's fair. That's fair. No, it's fine. Let me go ahead and ask the live chat. It's too complicated.
Was that the whole rebuttal? Or
that's fine. So 29.03 minus 12. Let's ask the live chat. They can help you out here. 33. I love that shit. That's great. I love you guys. Okay, so we have here Charles. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. 29.03. So 17.03. Sorry, my apologies there. I misread. So let me go ahead and screen share something of my own here. This is the OG thing right here. This is the table that I made. Let me bring this up. Boom, boom, boom. All right, there we go. Share for tab media posts. Boom. Okay, just want to get that back up there. You see this 29.03? The actual thing was 8.9. We're 17 degrees off, and you said that the most extreme correction would be 12. So even if I were to accept
12
that
minutes.
jumbled up mess that you just spewed on this live stream, you are still off by a fair amount. So even if I were to accept that, which by the way, it's a stretch, but let's say that we accept it, I would need to know what other correction values, which of course you can't justify, that you will apply that would allow for a displacement of a few more degrees. So let's do some fast math here. So we're at 17.03. All right, we're at 17.03. All right, so you said that was with the difference of 12. So I'm going to give you that 12-degree worst case scenario correction. That means we're at 1703. Well, in order to get to 8.9, let's go to 8.9. That means you need an additional 8.13 degrees. And since you didn't justify that 8.13 degrees, justify it now. Since you already used the atmosphere, you already mentioned the law of perspective and misdefined it to suit your needs. You don't have the atmosphere anymore. You don't have the law of perspective anymore. So what else can you appeal to? Please say magic.
Bro, you didn't address anything that I said. The goal is not to merge these things into a geographical position, right? That is a misinterpretation of the argument and the position.
To this question.
It's not going to be degrees, right? Minutes, 12 minutes off. And I'm not trying to justify that, I need to get back to that absolute correction to make. I'm not saying that the correction
who
angles
needs
for
our
optics.
values to match reality?
I'm not saying that that's going to be
reality
the point.
Reality is so overrated.
Of
we
the
don't
correction.
care about reality and flat Earth. I totally agree with you, man.
Red, are you losing your momentum here, or you want to let me speak? It would hate to be that you would appear afraid to hear the answer, right?
The answer that no, we heard the answer that.
Well, you're not letting me give the answer, right?
That you cannot justify. That's off by 8.13 on a good day, and you.
Well, it's not off by anything, right? That's your presupposition because you're comparing it.
Mathematics that apparently you were unable to do, and I had to ask the live chat to help you out. You're off by 8.13. Now, you already appealed to the atmosphere. You appealed to law of perspective, even though you don't actually understand it.
No, I didn't.
I'm asking what else can you possibly appeal to that will give you that 8.13 correction that is needed in order for your shit to match reality. Because remember, reality is the arbiter of truth, not you.
Is it uncomfortable to know that your position is so weak that you actually have to straw man mine to attack it?
Well, then by all means, correct the straw man.
Because
right now you're not doing a really good job. What you did was you appealed to a lot of things that even if we accepted everything that you just said, you're off by 8.13 degrees, my guy. Fix the problem. No, nothing.
Yeah, like you're actually appearing.
That was a long pause.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck just happened. Did your internet like fuck up or something?
No, I was talking to my mute button.
Okay.
So
I didn't mute you.
No, I muted myself. Yeah.
Okay.
My bad. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, you're not actually arguing my position. You've taken measurements, right, and you've compared them to your starting sphere, and then you've said, okay, now you're off from the starting sphere by this degrees.
That's a wrong.
Go match it, flat earther. And it's like, well, no, the supposition is that the angles are wrong and that they have to be unified, and that is incorrect based on perspective. And the original example we started with the planes, right? If you have an elevation angle and you calculate a height, if you take the sine of that angle in degrees, right, then you're like, oh, the plane is this high. If you move laterally, and if say the plane wasn't to move and you were able to just do a different position, and another person were to take an angle of that plane and then do sine on that angle to see the height, that would be at different heights. And the situation is the plane hasn't changed altitudes between the observers. It's just at a different apparent altitude. So it's not actually correlating to actual altitude. Now, the position to unify degrees, to unify angles doesn't actually mean anything, because if you use the co-altitude of those angles and restrict it to above 25 degrees, it always equals the same anyway. You know, co-altitude, right? If you're taking the angle, you can do the inverse. And then, of course, like this diagram right here gives you the same fixed position, right?
It seems to me like what you're saying is that you have a lot of justifications for believing this, but yet if you're not basing it on actual measurements, because I think you and I can agree, if your measurements or if your conclusions at the very end of your equal signs, as illustrated by all the math that you just showed, it does not comport with reality, then it's pretty fucking useless. Unlike you, my shit actually matches reality. And to make this very clear correction that apparently you've made multiple times, but I'll repeat it, we don't start with the globe. Let me just repeat that in case you tuned out. We don't start with the globe. In fact, if you remember from earlier in this conversation, I started with the flat earth. What we did was we applied measurements that anyone can get in reality. That was our starting point. And we simply applied it to two models that are up for discussion, up for debate, up for scrutiny, if you will. And then we go ahead and we ask ourselves the obvious question. Which of these two models best comports with reality? Which one of these two models doesn't result in contradictory situations? You presented me supposed corrections that would correct for these contradictions. Your corrections, even if accepted, are still off by over 8 degrees. So the question at that point becomes obvious. Since you already appealed to the atmosphere and you already appealed to law of perspective or your distorted definition of it, what else can you appeal to that will make your shit match observations? If the answer is none, because observations don't matter, then I'm just going to reject everything that you just said, because it does not comport with reality, and it seems that you don't give a flying fuck what does. So tell me if I'm wrong here. Do you give a fuck about what we can independently measure in reality? And if the answer is yes, then correct that 8-degree variance that you have. Without appealing the atmosphere or law of perspective, you already appealed to both of them.
Are you ready? Can I speak or what? You ready?
It depends if you actually were listening, because if not, I'll just repeat everything I just said. I'm hoping that you did, so let's see if you did. Go ahead. Impress me.
The basis for the corrections is not your presupposition to make, right? If I'm presenting corrections, you don't get to tell me what you think I'm correcting for. That's absurd, right? The corrections are optics based and the height is optics based. It's an apparent height function, right? The graph I showed in the beginning was apparent height to apparent, to apparent angle to apparent height. That's what you're computing, right? The corrections are just to show you that the optics function is not linear. It's logarithmic alike and approaches a limit that doesn't reach. And the corrections to said function are the inverse, right? The atmospheric extinction graph I showed is the inverse. And that's what I said, the conjugate geometric expression. It is not to the correction angles to get back to the 8.2 degrees that you said I need. I never agreed that's what I was trying to show. I wanted to show you the spreadsheet that shows you all the math working out perfectly, flawlessly with all of my presuppositions presuppositions and congruous with all of my other explanations, elements, and phenomenon, right? That's what the point is, not to get back to some 8.2 degree measurement that you made with your incorrect presupposition of a flat earth when you did in fact use sphericity. Now, what we wanted to talk about was specifically how we're going to use, say, the measurements that you took of Polaris and some, say, kinematics and some algebra to remove the mass of the equations, so Newton's law of gravitation. And then we can say that we can pretend to put them back in if you want in the graduate level to put, like, you know, an increase in Jupiter's planetary mass would be what, 0.01% if you want to add masses back for M1 and M2. But then if you just use the same calculation, actually it's all observations, periodicity and constants means nothing. The distance that you get from these periodicities and observations and constants of the metric of 93 million kilometers, which is in the model, applies only as a scaling vector, meaning that it has a magnitude and is proportionately scaling the personal azimuthal grid to where the, let's see, the geodesic grid has it on the celestial sphere. All the conversion process that's happening is geodesic to personal, alt as to geographic, whatever you want to call it, functions the very same in stellarium. Those vectors scales are being projected as the sun and moon on the personal grid compared to the celestial grid. That's what the distance is used, scaling vector. Of course, it's not shooting 93 million kilometers across a scale model on the screen. That's absurd. To say that using those scaling factors is in any way heliocentric is also a misinterpretation, because that goes back to the scaling factor of the sun, right? The optical disk, 0.53 degrees, works as a covariant scaling factor for a multitude of distances and masses, right? 800,000 kilometers and 93 million only happens to be one tuple of the scale covariance factors that would make that observation valid. So when we're saying that, oh, it's using the distance to the sun, it's using observations in real observations. And that ties us back to the observations of Polaris being real world apparent angles and apparent heights. Of course, when you move on the Earth, the sky shifts. Everyone in ancient Meritus has known that forever. Of course, we wouldn't assume that isn't the case to build our presupposition. Are you with me, Red?
Totally. Dude, I'm already like on gallon number 3 of all the ranch that you just made me break out here. That was awesome. Dude, I'm serious, Shane. That was so good. Do you know how many people are going to be making spoofs of everything you just said? They're literally going to type out everything that you said word for word, and they're going to illustrate in brutal fashion how everything that you just said didn't make even the slightest bit of sense, but also had absolutely fuck all to do with what I was just talking about. How you didn't even attempt to correct your 8-degree variance. Because let me also tune you in on something, Shane. It's not me that's telling you you have an error rate of 8 degrees. It's reality. Again, I don't make the rules. I just tell you what the rules are. Your job is to come up with a model that allows us to make accurate and reliable predictions. In order to make accurate and reliable predictions, it needs to be accurate and reliable when referencing reality itself. Because remember, Shane, I don't think you understand this. Reality is not dictated by the Bible. Reality is not dictated by the most popular flat earther on Twitter. Reality is not dictated by what you can plagiarize and spin into your own flavor of flat earth bullshit. Reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth. It's the measurements that we do in reality that tell you what your model needs to comport with. Your model, even if we accepted everything you just said, your misdefinition of the law of perspective, your inability to quantify the shifting that the atmosphere could possibly do, your biggest variant, you said, was 12 degrees. Even if I were to give that to you
12
on a
minutes.
silver fucking platter,
12 minutes, substantially
you would be off.
Right.
So if I were to look at this again and go over this one more time, you said, well, I just don't need to do it because I don't agree with that statement. But my statement is directly influenced by the measurements that we've gotten in reality. So I guess I should ask you just a very basic question before we continue on, because again, reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth, not you. not your plagiarized models, not the most popular flurf on Twitter. Reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth. So I ask you this. Do you care about measurements that are done in reality? And do you care about making those measurements match your model?
Can you hear me, Red?
I'm not hearing an answer.
Can you hear me, dude? You can
hear but I'm not hearing an answer.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. So, like, the difference between degrees and minutes is huge. When we're looking at observed error actually in minutes, 1,800 arc minutes, equivalent to what, 30 degrees, 1,800 divided by 60, is quite significant in terms of total correction margin to apply to celestial navigation and optical measurements, right? Cumulatively, it would impact the accuracy of any model based on this a huge amount, right? Just to say that, like, in the context of a celestial body that is observable at different co-altitudes, right, doesn't mean that that's actually the height. You're only using an apparent function to calculate where it is apparently based upon a sine of an angle that changes with latitude. So of course it doesn't mean that I have to correct to make that to the globe's presupposition of reality.
Shane, you're absolutely right.
The co-angle,
Shane, I owe you
perfect.
No, Shane, you're actually correct on this.
So you have to go for a long time. Are you sure you're not scared of the answer of correction?
You're absolutely right, Shane. You're absolutely right. I actually owe you an apology. Turns out that if you actually meant 12 minutes of arc and not 12 degrees, then I was wrong. I actually gave you too much credit because 12 minutes of arc, for those of you who don't know, is 0.2 degrees. Which means, let's go ahead and redo this math to see how much you fucked up, because you fucked up by more than 8 degrees.
I didn't fuck up anything. You actually fucked up with your presupposition.
Let's go ahead.
That you're going to try to do. And this whole thing is just your presupposition.
Hang on. No, it's fine. It's fine.
That isn't my argument.
I am
you're going to
so
spend
sorry.
all this time on an
I'm
argument.
so sorry. I misunderstood you. Let's correct ourselves to see how badly you fucked up, because I want to make sure that if I'm dogging on you, that I'm doing so accurately. So let's do some basic math together and we'll make sure that we're okay. So remember where we started out at. So if we remember, let me go ahead and screen share this one more time just so that we're all on the same page. We have Panama. Let's use Panama. Panama is at 8.9 degrees. We have Panama City at 29.03 degrees, which means if we pull up our handy.
Oh my God, the presupposition strawman again. Let's spend 10 minutes on it. Ready to go.
And we go to let's go ahead and just do, what was it? You said 12 minutes, so that was 0.2 degrees. That means that means you have a correction that would leave you at 28.83 degrees. So if we minus what it actually is at, and what was it? Oh yeah, 8.9. So if we do that at 8.9, that means you're actually off by 19.93, not 8. So I apologize, Shane. So since you already referenced the atmosphere, since you already misdefined the law of perspective, what other thing can you appeal to correct for that 19.93 so that it matches observations done in reality?
Oh, is that the unmute button? Now I'm allowed to speak, dude? Are you sure?
Can answer that question. I know you're not going to, because I don't think you actually have an answer, but I'd love for you to prove me wrong.
What you do is you don't allow me to speak, and then you argue against not my position and the biggest straw man you can muster, and then you mute me to let your fucking straw man get built up and then beat.
So you're saying there's not an error compared to actual observations made in reality?
No, there's no error margin, right? The observed angle is the observed angle.
The observed angle. Okay, so since it's the observed angle and you have corrections being made, that means you should be able to calculate, run it backwards to find an actual altitude for Polaris. If you don't, then you don't have shit.
We have apparent altitude fluctuating as a function of height directly.
Oh, it's
of course, right? Hey, buddy, right? 70 degrees. 70 degrees. What's the height at 70 degrees? Well, we don't know. What's the apparent height at 70 degrees? Well, if you do say, come on, you did SOHCAHTOA, right? Come on, what is it? Is it sine? Cosine. Come on, right? Oh, no, of course, it's sine. So you do sine of that angle, right, times your hypotenuse. So there we go. Look at that distance, 30, 36, 96 at 69 degrees. We get 62, 18 right at 90 degrees. We get, right, let's go to zenith. How about at 1 degree, right? It's not a linear relationship, homie. 69, 69 1 degree would
Yeah,
give
we
you
know
a
it's
distance
not a
of
linear relationship. That's why it
69.09
doesn't work with
miles.
the flat Earth, because the flat
Oh,
Earth
no,
requires
it has
a relationship.
no. The globe requires a linear relationship.
No, it doesn't, dumbass. This shows that you don't understand the models that you yourself are plagiarizing. That's why you're such a lulz cow. It's
Guys.
nice when you demonstrate this, because you actually thought saying 12 minutes instead of 12 degrees actually improved your position. When it fucking didn't. It made the situation worse.
No. I didn't. I was
Listen,
trying
I
to correct
understand
you
you're
because you
able-
wouldn't listen to my correction as I spoke
credit your
for you
ability
continuously.
to bullshit
Keep beating up the straw man over and over again.
engaged in this subject for damn near a decade. But you can't fool me with this shit, bro. I thought you were going to provide me with a fucking challenge. Why is it so fucking easy, my guy? Please, I'm begging you, give me a challenge, something that I actually have to work to debunk. This is so fucking easy because you appealed to the atmosphere. You misdefined the law of perspective. I mean, what else do you have is my question. Please, man. We were having such a good conversation. Such high hopes.
Bro, keeping me muted while you fucking charade is the biggest pussy move I've ever seen. Enjoy.
I think you will see that you weren't ever muted, but okay. It's all right. Take your time. No? Nothing? Didn't think so. All right, guys. He left. Flurf Herder, I'm really sorry that I steamrolled over you. I should have given you at least an opportunity there. I was just having too much fun. I hope you can forgive me. Oh, man. That was...
No, that was great. That was fun to listen to.
That was absolutely great. Oh, I am disappointed in Shane. I thought he would at least come to me with a fucking challenge, but man, that was horrible.
Yeah, I really love that last quote. Keeping me muted while you tirade is the biggest pussy move. I can't wait to clip that up later with Sacred.
That was
and tirading.
That was awesome. That was fucking awesome. I love this shit so much. I was asking, Shane, some very, very simple questions. Very, very simple questions. And the dude couldn't even come up with like an actual correction for his error rate. And then he thought he could correct it by saying, well, actually, Red, I said 12 minutes, not 12 degrees. As if that fixed it for him. So I simply, he's right. I don't work in minutes. I work in degrees because I'm not a psychopath. But I decided to go on the Googles and I said 12 minutes, 2 degrees. And I ask everyone, in the live chat to do this for me real quick. Go on Google and type out 12 minutes, 2 degrees and hit enter. Tell me what it says. 12 minutes, 2 degrees. 12 minutes, 2 degrees. 0.2. Dora, you are wonderful. Thank you so much, Dora. I appreciate you and everything that you do. So 0.2 degrees. So I said, what is the most potent correction that you can apply to this that would make your shit match reality? And he said it was 12 degrees originally. I think I heard him say 12 degrees because then I asked for degrees. Maybe he said minutes. Maybe I misheard him. Who knows? But either way, he should have kept that benefit. He should have kept that benefit right there. He should have been able to run with that and say, okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and take the correction of 8. But he didn't. He didn't stick with it. So, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway,
go to when you prove them wrong the first time, they have to change their story a little bit.
It sucks, and I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to dogpile on him because I'm pretty sure he's about to get dogpiled because I just let him talk. And let me go ahead and just make this very, very clear. Let me make this very, very clear. I think what people are going to do is that they are going to take that clip of him just going on by himself. I think what they're going to do is that they're going to take that clip and they're going to type it out word for word. And then they're going to break down exactly what he said. They're going to try and figure out if what he said makes any sense. Kind of like what they did to Witsit. Because remember, when Witsit said that thing about aetherically displaced, whatever the fuck it was, I'm not even going to try and remember the exact verbiage he used, but it was aetherically displaced something, 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 Ferrocell image, quantum bullshit. So they took that clip, they typed it out, and even after typing it out, even after reading over it over and over and over, nothing he said made sense. And it was so awful that there was literally like a parody song made of it. There was actually a fucking parody song made out of it. That's something. So let me go ahead. I'm getting this real quick. Boo, boo, boo. I'm not going to, since he decided to rage quit, I'm going to reblock his blue ticked ass. Sorry, I can't stay on blue tick accounts. Really, really can't. By the way, guys, please download Blue Blocker and use it. It won't fix your Twitter experience, but it will make it like much better. Just FYI on that. But let me go ahead and send through. I'm also going to make a brief phone call real quick because somebody apparently wants in. I just want to confirm. Bear with me for a quick moment, Mr. Herder. Boom, boom, boom. This should be fun. Because it's going to be good. I mean, he said call me, so I'm assuming that's true. Well, he's got 5 seconds to pick up. Otherwise, I'm just going to move on without him. And he had his opportunity. Oh, well. I don't know. Sucks to suck. Can't really do anything about it. I'm going to go ahead and invite everybody now. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, if you would like a link to this stream, I am now sending it out. I will send it to Mikey. I will send it to AT2 Productions. Let's do this. Blah, blah, blah. Because why the fuck not? Although it does suck that Joe had to leave for that. That's bullshit.
He did say he had stuff to do.
Yeah, he did say that. I know it sucks, but anyway. So, in your opinion, what would you rate that conversation? Complete and total fucking dumpster fire?
I was trying to stay awake through half of it.
Dude.
Sorry, I'm not a math guy. It puts me right to sleep.
Nah, that's fair. It's fair. All right, let me go ahead and send the links out to the peeps. And also get this. Let me send through. All right. Smelling mistakes. Exactly. Absolutely. Exactly. I was thinking about, like, if we were to go through and, take his words apart step by step, just holy shit, I don't think it would make any sense whatsoever.
Probably not. Yeah, if you're looking for that, that's around the 2-hour mark.
Oh, nice. I'm going to go ahead and keep that up. So let's see real quick. All right, sending. Boom. Boom. A lot of people beg, they plead, they whine, they cry. It's whatever the fuck else. I don't really care. It's just if you have something that you claim answers the question, then what I expect it to do is actually answer the question. I don't think, and he doesn't act like he even has one. He just wants to word salad the ever living shit out of everybody.
Twist it up, sound intelligent.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll go ahead and get someone else on, and then I'll go ahead and have you get on in this real quick. Oh, Sacred, how you doing? Sacred? Let's see.
How's it going?
How's it going, Sacred? Oh, Flurfherder, you might actually want to stick around for this. You might have someone to talk to you finally. Hey, Sacred, tip from the top, my guy. I was on Twitter, not looking at the live chat. But if you wanted to get my attention, you could have just at me. It highlights the name. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and get you on. Maybe next time be a little bit more patient. Anyway, let me go ahead and give him the link. God, how far down do I need to scroll down? May 1st of 2023. See how long it's been. May 1st of 2023. Yippee. Anyway, I'm going to get a drink real quick. Hey, Flurfherder, do me a favor. Sing a song for the next 30 seconds to fill out the void.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Oh,
This is terrible. I'm sorry.
you got to come up with something, my guy.
I'm curious what Sacred has to say. Is he not coming up to grab a mic?
Boom. What song did you sing? Something from Beyonce, I hope?
Yeah, you know the one.
Look, I'm not saying that I want Beyonce to have sex with me. All I'm saying is that I want her to shatter my pelvis. But anyway, let me go ahead and send the link to the others. Let me also get this guy on, because why the fuck not? Huh. We got some good shit coming up. Give me a second here. Fixing audio. Fixing audio, making calls, that kind of thing.
No, you're good.
Is that up? Okay, so that might work out. About time. Sacred, mic check.
Shout out to the chat. What up, man? Long time no see. What's good? What's good? What's good? Y'all can hear me?
You have a bit of an. Are you using your phone by any chance?
Yeah, I'm on a mobile device.
Okay, that's why it sounds like that. It's just staticky, but we can hear you.
I'm trying to fix
Are
this
you
on
like? Are you like in a small room or something? Can you go to a bigger space? Maybe that fixes it.
Hold on one second.
I mean, it's not just me, right? I'm also hearing that. I don't know if they own PCs. I don't. I prefer PC. And here's the thing. If you guys don't want to get absolutely screwed later on when it comes to like repairs and being able to upgrade your shit, then go with a Windows machine. I don't like Apple products, especially Apple laptops. I heard what they're doing is that they're serializing their parts. And if you don't know what that means you can't replace any parts in them. They just will not work because the software prevents them from actually working. So if you want to actually get shit done, use an Apple machine, or not an Apple, use a Windows machine, and you'll actually be able to do some shit with it that's actually worth a damn. Whereas if you use an Apple product, you're kind of locked into the ecosystem. Did he just fucking drop?
I don't see him.
Tim Apple sucks. I can't believe it was actually called that, Tim Apple. You want in on this shit?
Technical difficulties.
A lot. Get your ass in here. Thank you. Peace out. Okay, cool. We are going to have a Wild 82 production show up. Yeah, Tim Apple sucks. If okay, true story, guys. Let me just go on a brief tangent real quick. There's a YouTuber out there that buys phones to either repair or to test out. So what happens is that this guy bought 2 brand new iPhones, literally 2 brand new out of the box. They are clearly genuine Apple products. And what he did was he took them apart and decided to swap pieces. So he took the camera modules out of one and put it in the other. He took the screen off of one and put it on the other. He essentially mixed all the parts up, and he wanted to see what would happen with these brand new iPhones. Well, after putting genuine Apple parts, keep on, he bought this from the Apple store, and putting them all together, the iPhones refused to function properly. So, for example, with Apple screens, they have this thing called True Tone. So True Tone wouldn't work. The camera wouldn't work. Face Unlock wouldn't work. And I think even some apps wouldn't even work, even though all the parts were Apple products and genuine. So what happened was that he took these same phones and he wanted to say, okay, well, maybe I broke something. So he put all the original pieces back together as they were originally. And when he turned on the phones that he then put all the way back together, and there was, it's exactly as it was out of the box, they worked perfectly, which means none of the parts were broken. So the only reason that they wouldn't work is because with the fucking iPhone, they serialize the parts to each other. Meaning, even if you had a genuine piece, you could not replace that broken piece in your phone with a genuine piece because it's serialized. That's bullshit. And that's why I say you should stay away from Apple products.
Yeah, that's pretty shitty.
It is pretty shitty. That's anti-consumer bullshit right there. And I fucking hate that. When I saw that, I was so pissed off. Anyway, Sacred's back. Sacred, mic check, please. Let's try this again. Dude, I'm still not hearing you.
Testing. Better or not?
Okay, it's sound. I can hear you. Let's just stick with it because I don't want to deal with the trial and error thing. It's as good as it's going to get. Let's go for it. You're on a phone, right?
Yeah, I got one more device I could use, but I ain't really go get it. So if it's good, then I just want to make sure y'all can hear me.
It's fine. Let's go. Yes, it's Louis Rossman. Louis Rossman. Look up Louis Rossman on YouTube. He goes over this in vivid detail. This is why you cannot fix iPhones. You cannot fix them. If they're fucked, you're fucked. You have to go to Apple in order to get that shit fixed because only they have the software to unlock it. Now, that is anti-consumer bullshit, but whatever. Sorry, I'm so pissed off about that because that's so anti-consumer. And that should be illegal, but this is why we can't have nice things. Sacred, we can hear you though. Go ahead.
So, Flat Earth Fails. Interesting title. Shout out to the chat. Didn't know that you was holding this live stream. Some people was sending it to me saying that y'all was like, talking y'all normal shit without me being around. So just here to kind of address some of those things.
I posted this like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I don't really be on Twitter all week. I just pop in on Fridays and Saturdays. But anyway, glad that you let me up. I appreciate that. Didn't really hear all the back and forth between you and Shane. The little bit that I did catch, I'm a little bit. I mean, this is your live, right? And everybody knows why they subscribe to Rhetoric, because you have this satire with bringing information and being somewhat of an asshole. It's entertaining. We understand that. But this is the exact thing that you criticize flat earthers for, right? Is this type of behavior. Now, every time you came into Flat Earth Fridays, Rez, and well, first of all, before we get into all of that, will I be able to continue to talk without being interrupted? And when I share some content, will you play it in full? Because if not, I'm just not going to end it.
You'll be treated the way that you treat me in this space. See, the reason why Shane is treated the way he was, and go back and watch it, and ladies and gentlemen in live chat, tell me if I'm wrong here, but Shane came in with this holier than thou attitude, as if his shit didn't stink. Now, Sacred, let's get something straight between the two of us before we even begin. Do we both agree that no one's shit smells like roses?
Depends on what you eat, guy. Depends on what you eat.
Let's. Okay. What could you eat that would make your shit smell like? You should get that checked out by a doctor. But seriously, can we all agree that everyone's shit doesn't smell like roses?
Well, mine doesn't. I don't really focus on anybody else's shit, bro. What does it have to do with what I asked?
You don't know what I'm asking?
I just want to know if I can continue to have a conversation without being interrupted the way that you did, Shane.
Okay, let me try and just say this again. You will be treated the way you treat me. The reason why Shane got treated in the way that he did was because he came in with a holier than thou attitude, as if he knew everything. As long as you don't come off as a smartass, I won't come off as a smartass back over to you. If you're here to have a genuine conversation, we shall have the conversation genuinely. I think that's fair. Can we both agree right here and right now that that is fair?
Yeah, you actually sound like me in Flat Earth Fridays when I'm sitting over here inviting all the Globe Earthers. Hey, if you want to come have a genuine conversation, you can come grab a mic uninterrupted, which is why you gave me compliments time and time and time again. And then we get trolls in my mentions that act crazy, and then they come on the mic and then act even more crazy, and then it ends up being a clusterfuck. Now, you know, Reds, every time you came in, you never got your mic taken, you never got interrupted. Anytime things did get out of hand, you know, I always make sure that I moderate everything. So you shouldn't even have to establish that with me, because you know how I operate.
Well, the reason why I'm establishing it with you, Sacred, is because apparently either I was getting special treatment or you've changed the way you operate since I stopped coming on. Flurf Herder, for example, has made many such funny memes illustrating such, where his mic was not only taken away, but he was kicked out of the space.
Really?
He has screenshots to prove this.
He's got screenshots that his mic was. We're going to get to all of that, Rez, because this is what's so interesting. You should know me better than that, right? Now, you one of the, first of all, for everybody that don't know, before I even started engaging into like the Flat Earth, Globe Earth conversation, I was already subscribed to Rhetoric. The algorithm pushed them to my YouTube channel years ago. So when he first popped in the Flat Earth Fridays, I was like, yo, is this like the real Red's Rhetoric? So like, I already know Red's Rhetoric. I already know everything that he was doing. I already know that. Somebody like Flurf Herder, like he's not even on your level. This was so shocking when you joined that debate on Twitter Spaces after saying that you wasn't going to engage in no more Twitter Spaces debate, and arguably took definitively your first L in a Flat Earth debate. It's like, why are you aligning yourselves with these guys? Why, if I never took your mic, why would I take Flurf Herder's mic?
Well, then that remains that's a very good question. Why would you take Flurf Herder's mic?
Yeah,
what's your answer to that?
Well, first, can you answer my question that we good, that I'm not going to be interrupted, and I'm not going to be, you're going to play all the content that I share so I can substantiate my claims?
You can substantiate your claims, it's fine. Yes, I'll play your content, but we also have to acknowledge a few things. That I never said that you were unfair to me. What I said was either I was getting special treatment or you changed the way that you operate since then. Now there's multiple possibilities here, because I'm looking at people like Flurf Herder, and he obviously is not getting the treatment that you gave me. And my question is why? So
how do you know that?
Is it the case? Well, screenshots, you know, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I mean, after all, this is why we have diagrams. Flurf Herder is, as you say, not on my level. Which, by the way, Flurf Herder, I think you're amazing. Don't worry about it.
No, you should be having Tactical French Cat up here. He's the guy that you be taking under your wing, not somebody that misrepresents people, because you hate that, Rez. We're going to get into that, but go ahead, continue.
Flurfurter misrepresented you?
Oh, you didn't know? This is what I'm saying, Rez. This lie about to get a little crazy, bro, because you hate that. As a matter of fact, I believe this wholeheartedly. You hate being misrepresented more than people that believe in the flat earth. So we're going to get into why you standing next to these guys who do the very thing that you hate. And we're going to see you address these things and see if you're being gaslit in your own life.
Let's see.
I'm going to give you some nuggets, Red. We're going to get to it. We're going to see if you actually did your research on the guys that you're standing next to. But continue.
Flurfurter, let me ask you, what do you think about these so-called nuggets? Do they make you scared and confused and the need to call 1-800-ASK-GARY?
No, because I got the same clips he's got that prove him wrong.
Ooh,
including the one where he swore that he didn't talk over me, didn't mute me, didn't take the mic away.
Okay, so basically what I'm seeing here is a case where Sacred will get to play his clips in full, but then Flurfurter is going to get the same exact opportunity in the same way that we're going to be watching your clips and apparently having to answer for it. You will be having to answer for whoever Flurfurter. I think that's only fair. So let's go ahead with the initial question. Let me break the ice. Let's set the pace, if we will. Get this show on the road. By the way, hi, 82 Productions. Mic check, please.
What up?
Thank you. All right, so Flurfurter, Sacred, let me ask both of you this exact same question. Has Flurfurter ever been kicked from a Twitter space managed by Sacred? Sacred, you can go first.
If he doesn't want to go first, I'll go ahead and say yes.
I guess we have no choice. So Flurfurter, you go first. Has Sacred?
Aww.
What the fuck?
So I will say, let's give a little patience to see if it was a connection issue, since he does prefer to use a phone.
Why don't they have laptops? Why don't they have laptops?
Because they claim to be afraid of Big Brother.
Cell phones are worse for that. It actually follows you.
This is why I said they claim to be afraid of Big Brother, but don't actually look into it enough to actually properly vet all the devices that they use.
All right, Sacred, let's try this again. What happened, bro?
So I don't even know. The whole shit just shut down when you started asking Flurfurter something, whatever the case. But y'all can hear me, right? You good?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Either your connection is going to, I guess, if you are on mobile, if you can switch over to Wi-Fi, I think that would be better. Or if your Wi-Fi is complete shit for some reason, I don't know your connection situation, but I would say patch over to whatever connection you believe is going to be the strongest. That way we don't have these dropouts because it's really annoying.
Yeah, we don't have this much problems on Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, considering that none of us have had these problems and only you are having this problem, so. Okay, anyway, so I am going to restart by asking the same question. This was a question for both of you. The question was, and Sacred, you can go first on this. Has Flurfurter ever been kicked from your spaces?
Yeah, he's been removed.
All right, Flurfurter, what say you? You agree with him? You've been kicked from his spaces.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to switch around. So Flurfurter, this is for you first, and then Sacred response. Flurfurter, in your own words, what was the reason that you were kicked?
It depends on the time. Probably just for being an asshole.
Probably just for being an asshole. Okay. Now, were you justifying your assholiness, or was it completely unjustified? You were just being an asshole just to be an asshole.
No, I felt justified.
You felt justified. Okay, cool. Hold that thought. We will get back to the justification later. Sacred, do you agree with his statement? And if not, why not?
No, it wasn't because he's being an asshole, because that was our first interaction between each other, was him being an asshole. That's why I didn't understand it. And then a couple weeks later of him still being in the mentions, not grabbing a mic, he started saying nice things about Flat Earth Fridays, because he knew that we actually talked about the sciences and we treated everybody with respect.
Flip
So
Herder, do
it
you agree with that
wasn't.
statement?
Hold on, I'm not finished. So it wasn't about him being an asshole, because most anti-flatters are an asshole. I mean, your whole satire of you being Res Rhetoric is you being an asshole. If we couldn't handle that, then we wouldn't be holding Flat Earth Fridays for 107 weeks in a row. So it wasn't about that. What it was about was he was trying to make it seem like no one could speak in Flat Earth Fridays. And everyone was just, it's just a circle jerk this, and we're talking over people this, that, and the third. So I said, okay, Flurf Dirter, if that's your reason why you won't come talk to us after you started talking shit and then start saying stuff nice and then doing all this extra weird stuff, how about this? I'll send you co-host, so that way you don't have anything to complain about. And I want to be able to address all of your claims with specificity. And as co-host, which is something that I never even offer Res Rhetoric, you won't be muted. You'll have complete control over the space, just like I would. And the only thing that I will be able to do, which would be cowardly, is to take your co-host away if I couldn't refute your position. Did he let you know that I sent him co-host Res Rhetoric?
Hey, Flurf, were you
Hold on,
offered-
did answer my question, please? Did he let you know that I sent him co-hosts on numerous occasions to take away his obfuscation from coming to talk about the things he's spamming my mentions about? Did he tell you about that? Yes or no?
No. So let's ask Flurf. Did he ever
Interesting.
give you co-hosting abilities?
Yeah, he offered it many times. I publicly posted that on my Twitter and mocked him for it.
Oh, okay, cool. So since he is being honest about it, and he seems to have this exact same position, let me ask Flurf Herder, if he was giving you co-hosting abilities, what arguments do you have that Sacred is either not running a good space, or does it just not matter given the fact that he kicked you, as you assert?
No, I'm past the point of wanting to help entertain his space. That's
Okay.
the whole point of why I don't grab a mic anymore.
Understood. And what is the main reason that you have? Have you seen it become like this giant circle jerk? Has he never offered you that benefit again? Like what was going on?
It's just become a giant circle jerk. Anytime
Okay.
a Glover comes in there with
So
evidence,
answer this question. He asked you how if I offered
What
it to
was
you
that
again.
about interrupting?
I offered. I didn't interrupt him.
Yes,
No,
you did.
I'm literally
actually,
in the middle
you
of a sentence.
You
I
actually
said-
did, Sacred. Let's keep the
Okay,
rules.
let me. All right, I'm mute up. I'm mute up. Even though it was I was actually asking the question if I can get my stuff off. But this is your live, so I'm gonna let you control the conversation. But I would like a chance to speak as I came up here to get a chance.
I appreciate you giving me the permission to control my own space. So Flurf Herder, same question as last time. So given the fact that he was giving you all of this, I guess, benefits, let's call them benefits. You were given these benefits, but still you believe his space to either not be the most productive. Now, do you believe that you getting, co-host abilities wouldn't have made it any more productive? Do you believe that it was kind of bullshit? Because if I remember correctly, you can have more than one co-host. So was it just not special? What say you, Flurf Herder? Explain this to me.
I don't know. It could have been special, I guess. He mentioned something about muting all his other co-hosts or muting everybody else that was a speaker just so we could have a private one-on-one. But I don't think any of that would have ever mattered because he refuses to address the points of my argument.
I see.
Flagged two different topics.
Okay, understood. So it seems to me, Sacred, that Flurf Herder is not entirely saying that what you're doing is not giving him benefits, like, for example, co-hosting abilities. What he's saying is that whenever he tries to have an actual conversation with you, you seem to sway away from the actual subject matter. And to be fair, Sacred, I too have experience with that.
I don't know what you're talking about. But the
I can
only
give you an
conversation
example if you like, but
you want? Okay, you can interrupt. Go ahead.
no, I can give you an example if you would like, but that's only.
No,
if you would like.
I want to be able to a chance to speak without being interrupted. That's what
Go ahead, go for it.
Well, first thing I want to do, Flurf Herder, can you send me the tweet of you posting that I sent you co-host? Because that was a claim that you made. I've never seen that before. Can you send that to me?
That I publicly said that?
No, you told Res Rhetoric that you have posted that I sent you co-host. So I'm saying, can you show me where you posted that I sent you co-host? Because that's the claim that you just made.
Yeah,
We want to make sure that you're not dishonest, but we're going to get to the actual dishonesty. So can you show me that?
I posted that on my timeline. Let me find you the link.
I appreciate that.
Once he has the link, what would that show, Sacred?
Oh, we're just establishing a baseline of honesty, right? Because it's like I was trying to establish here. It's about misrepresenting and being dishonest. And there's a lot of things that I kind of came across when I was listening to you guys go back and forth, and a lot of things just wasn't true, right? So if someone's sitting there say, "Hey, we don't enjoy sacred spaces," that's fine. You don't have to enjoy the space if you don't want to engage. But if you're going to engage, we want to address your claims with specificity. Now, the one time that Fleur did go ahead and grab the mic, he wanted to talk about Antarctica. And as he was posting and spamming links about Antarctica, he ended up posting about the North Pole. So as I began to ask him about why he was presenting the North Pole when talking about Antarctica, he did not want to address the point. So I wanted to focus on why you're not acknowledging what is about North Pole that has to do with Antarctica. In the middle of me trying to get to that point, which I think matter of fact, let me see if I got the tweet. He was interrupting me when I was trying to question in his own tweet. In his own tweet of him trying to highlight me interrupting him, you can actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna send it to you right now, Reds. You can actually hear him interrupting me trying to establish a reason why someone would share a link to the North Pole when you're trying to discuss Antarctica. And he didn't seem to like that. And I wasn't willing to move away from it until I got an answer. So I'll relinquish the mic for you to address that point.
Quick question. How do you interrupt a tweet?
What do you mean interrupt the tweet?
That's what you said. You said that he interrupted you during his own tweet. And I'm like, what's the context there? Because I'm legitimately confused. How do you interrupt a tweet?
I don't know. If I said that, I didn't mean to say that, but I don't think I said that. But he was interrupting me as I was asking him a question about his tweet, about the North Pole. Yeah, about his tweet.
Okay, so it was about his tweet. Okay, Flurfherder, does that sound correct?
What? Say it again.
Is what Sacred just said, does that sound correct? That you were the one to post about the North Pole, and they were questioning why you were posting about the North Pole, but you didn't want to talk about why you posted the North Pole, and I guess that led to a cataclysmic dumpster fire as a result.
No, I wanted to talk about the midnight sun and the fact that it happens in both the North Pole and the South Pole. So I posted examples of both. I posted examples of the North Pole first, just because logically this seems like top, bottom, you know. Then I posted examples of the South Pole and specifically tagged Witsit in them.
Okay, so there was a connection between the two.
No, that actually is factually incorrect. When he was posting, he posted the North Pole in between posting the South Pole. If I remember correctly, and I could be wrong because it was a while ago, didn't even really care about this too much. Apparently that like scarred him for life. But I was going through the links because I wanted to see what he was actually talking about, because most of these South Pole links or Antarctic suns that I've seen have all had like weird manipulation in like the video footage. So I wanted to see if he had I just wanted to see if he had anything else for me to look at. And he posted, I believe, like 3 or 4 links. And I think like in the middle of him posting the South Pole, he posted the North Pole as I was looking through these different links. And every other link that he had shared at the time, I had saw about the South Pole already. So before I got to that, I just wanted to see what was the point of him posting about the North Pole. And he would not answer.
So, Flurfherder, what do you say to that?
The point of posting the North Pole was to point out that it happens in both poles. My main point was to focus on the South Pole that debunks flat Earth that you refuse to address.
Sacred, did you refuse to address it?
No, I didn't refuse to address it. I wanted him to acknowledge what was the point of talking about the North Pole, and he didn't address it. He didn't say it. And in my estimation, it was just a mistake. I don't see why you would sit there and try to prove something in the South by showing something in the North, because literally not even no globe earther or no flat earther denies that there's a midnight sun in the North Pole. So there was no point in posting that. So I was just trying to figure out what was the point of that. And he was like, well, we're trying to talk about the South Pole. I'm like, well, we're going to get to that in a second. But what does the North Pole got to do with this? To me, it was just an honest mistake. He wanted to make it seem like it wasn't, and that's what happens. You get in front of a few hundred people and you make a little mistake, your ego might get hurt. And it's like, bro, you don't gotta feel any type of way if you make a mistake, bro. But if you popping shit on the timeline, then you really can't make a mistake, being that you're the herder, which I call the dirter. But you can't make no mistakes if you're having a lot of ruckus, talking crazy, being an asshole, when I was never an asshole to you at all, right?
It seems that what we're having a disagreement on is the timeline of events, not exactly the evidence that was shared. Because what I'm hearing from Flurfherder is that he accepts that he posted about the North Pole in addition to posting about the South Pole. And his explanation for that was, I wanted to show, this is what he said, paraphrasing, of course, I wanted to show that it happens in both places, which is something that is predicted on the round Earth model. Now, it seems like whether both was placed in order or out of order, I think that's the ultimate disagreement, is when was this evidence actually presented? Where does it fit on the timeline? Now, this is just me asking this question, but I really don't see this as a really big deal. At the end of the day, he is acknowledging that this evidence was presented. He does have an explanation as to why he presented it in the first place. I would say we just agree to disagree on the timeline and just focus on the evidence on its own, because the evidence can stand on its own merits regardless when it was posted.
Yeah, I mean, this is nothing that I really cared about. This is something where he's hinging all of his behavior and all of his actions, and I guess validating why he gets to misrepresent the things that I'm saying because of that one interaction. Now, I will say, when I was trying to engage with him, people were coming off mic, and you really can't predict that, Rez. You know how that is. Like, I can't stop anybody from coming off mic. I can't mute individual people indefinitely. All I can do is moderate if it becomes too much. So I will say other people were trying to like jump in because he wasn't answering my question. Why were you posting about the North Pole? He was just strictly wanted to talk about the South. And I was like, yeah, I thought that's what we were talking about. Why are you posting it? So we can get past that, but this is why it's important, because this is the reason why he said he doesn't want to come talk to in Flat Earth Fridays anymore. And he's spamming all these different things, misrepresenting the things that I'm saying, which is something that you don't appreciate either, Rhetoric.
Yeah, but what I'm seeing here is what could amount to an absolute cataclysmic top of the food chain nothing burger. The thing that's being illustrated here is a timeline of events, not necessarily talking about whether the events happen, because it seems like both you and Flurfherder agree that these particular events did happen in totality. But as far as where they fit on the timeline, that's where the disagreement is. Now, you said that Flurfherder brought this up and that it was either a mistake or he didn't mean to bring it up and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Flurfherder, on the other hand, is saying that the reason that he actually did have a reason for bringing it up, that it wasn't a mistake, and the reason why he was bringing it up was to show a accurate and reliable prediction from the round Earth model, from the round Earth model side. So I fail to see why we're even having this conversation, why this is
because
a big hang up right now.
Because the reason why he said he was coming to debunk the flat Earth with his links. So I said, what about this debunks the flat Earth? And he kept interrupting and not answering and deflecting away. All he had to say was, well, the North Pole isn't supposed to debunk the flat Earth. Then I would have been like, oh, okay, cool. Let's talk about whatever else you want to talk about. So I'm going to send you the link so you can see exactly. I mean, he got the clip. I don't even know if it's really the full version, because he's got a history of misrepresenting the things that I say and posting it on Twitter, which is something you don't like, Rhetoric, right? You don't like when people misrepresent the things that you say. So I don't even know if this is the full conversation, because at this point, he's just trolling and doing things that's actually making you anti-flat earthers look real crazy. Like, it's just unnecessary. So let me go ahead and send that to you. And that way
what I see from Flurfherder is a lot of memes, and unfortunately, most of the time, what I get from flat earthers is memes. So it seems like either Flurfherder is doing a great job of this thing called mirroring, which can be a dick move at times. I accept that, but done tastefully, it can be relatively hilarious. I do want to ask 82 Productions something, get him involved in the conversation here. 82 Productions, do you agree with me on the following? It seems like the main problem here is the timeline of events and really not much else. Do you agree that that seems to be the situation here?
Until the claim of manipulating the screen captures has been substantiated, yeah, sounds just like a little bitch fest.
Okay, Flipper, did you manipulate any? That's actually a really good point, 82. I'm glad you brought that up. Flipper, did you or did you not manipulate any screenshots or recordings from Sacred spaces, anyone that Sacred is following, for example? Did you manipulate and make them say something or do something that they actually did not say and or do?
Yeah, I clipped up their clips that they sent me. But I have the original clips too. I posted those first.
Okay. So what you're saying is you did not take them out of context. These were clips that they originally produced, and then you took it from them.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they clipped their space showing the actual events and then used that clip to give to me, and I shared that same clip so everybody knew what actually happened. Then I took those clips and reclipped them and made them say things that they never said, like I'm the best flurf herder and subscribe to me and all that.
Oh, so you were doing it as a promo.
Oh, yeah. I'm just here to be a thorn in their side.
I see what you're doing. Okay, so
you
Sacred.
got it exactly right. It's totally mirroring. I'm doing the exact same thing that Flat Earth does constantly on a regular basis.
Okay, so Sacred, what Flurf Herder is saying is that he did take your clips, chop them up, and do a chop cut rebuild. You're absolutely right on that. But he said he's not doing it to make you appear as if you don't support Flat Earth or that your position isn't Flat Earth. He's making appear as a trolly move, saying that you wish to promote Flurf Herder by saying shit like, he's the best Flurf debunker, go ahead and subscribe kind of thing. It's a trolly move. I get what he's going for.
There's a better way to frame it because it's actually more directly comparable. He DJ'd that shit.
DJ'd that shit. I love that. See, you have a way with words. So, Sacred, is the situation that he DJ'd for a bit of self-promotion, or did he actively make you say something that changed your actual position? Like, for example, did he chop, cut, rebuild your clips to make it sound like you agree with the Globe when we all know for a fact that's not even remotely close to being the truth?
That is a great question. So what you're saying is that Flurfdirter over here is saying that he never made me say anything that I would never say against Flat Earth. Is that what you're asking me, Rhetoric?
Specifically against Flat Earth. Now, do you consider self-promotion against Flat Earth? I guess we're getting in the weeds.
No. How about this? I won't even say anything. Can you please go to your DM and share the last tweet that I sent you and play it for your audience? Now that Flurfdirter just told you exactly what he wanted you to believe. Play it for the audience and let's see what he clipped up and see if it aligns with what he just said in front of how many viewers are in here? Over 100? Let's see if he told y'all the truth. Go ahead, Rhetoric. Share that tweet.
We're at 150. Flurf Herder, also send me your clips if you have any to share. Let's see. Excuse me. Went down the wrong pipe. All right. Present, share screens, share, pipe audio through. I will play this again if the audio doesn't go through. Just FYI on that. Jared, can you see that?
I can see it.
All right, let's play this shit.
Flat Earthers typically are blatant liars. I'm going to be totally honest. We are going to make sure the entire timeline knows. I promise you, Flat Earthers typically are blatant liars. I'm going to be...
Okay, now it's on repeat.
Interesting. Now, why was Sacred that holds Flat Earth Fridays go and tell hundreds, if not thousands of people that come watch me every day, knowing that they're looking for any little thing for me to slip up or make a mistake so they could clip me up and make an example out of me? Why would I say flat earthers are blatant liars? And why would Flurfurter over here say he never made me say anything against the flat earth, knowing he put that clip together? Reds, why are you standing next to somebody that lied straight to your face 15 seconds ago?
Until it's been demonstrated as a lie, we cannot automatically default to that. You are claiming it's a lie. Let's see the original that he took it from then.
Ask him. He just told you he never did that. He just told you he never made me say anything against flat earth. And it seems like when I said anti-flat earthers are blatant liars, case in point, he cut off the point that I said anti and kept flat earthers, ran to Twitter, spammed everybody mentions to try to discredit me, then came on this live to talk about flat earth fails, and then lied to your face, Reds, lied to you, Wutender, and 150 people over here on YouTube. Why would he do that?
All right. So the Flurfurter, what do you got to say?
I did clip off that part where you said anti. I did say that I clipped you up and made you say things that you didn't say.
You said it was for promo. Rhetoric specifically asked you if you made me say anything against flat earth. You said you only clip things up for promo. Now, I have no problem if you want to take little things. Oh, you want to interrupt now? I thought that was the very thing that you said you didn't want to do. Now that I'm up here cooking, because it seems like you should have been more honest, Flurf Dirter. You should have been more honest about what you were doing, misrepresenting flat earthers. Even you, since you got 2,000 years of globe science, you feel like you got to misrepresent what I said after I sent you co-hosts so nobody can interrupt you, nobody can control your voice, nobody can censor you, and that I am forced to acknowledge every single one of your pieces of globe evidence. Yet you want to go and misrepresent me on the timeline and then lie to Red's Rhetoric's face, knowing I was going to come with the receipts? How incoherent can you be, Flurf Dirter? This don't help nothing that y'all are trying to accomplish in this live. I don't even understand why you would even put yourself in this situation. If anything, you're just discrediting all the work that Red's Rhetoric does, all the work that all other anti-flat earthers and globe earthers do. Everything that they try to hold us accountable for, you just demonstrated that y'all are capable of taking it even further, because you know that if you want to be uninterrupted in my space, all you got to do is request it. If you want to be co-host in my space, all you got to do is request it. The whole point of Flat Earth Fridays was to take all of y'all arguments away about flat earthers running, not addressing points specifically, not having no answers for easy questions. All that was the whole design of Flat Earth Friday. And you just discredited yourself standing next to Red's Rhetoric in a Flat Earth fail live, and you just demonstrated you failed.
Quick question. Why are you going with guilt from association?
Can you please have him acknowledge why he just lied to your face, Lieutenant, and why he just lied to Red's Rhetoric, and why he just lied to 150 people saying that he did not misrepresent what I said, denouncing flat Earth? And now that I bring the receipts, I want him to acknowledge that.
Settle down. Okay, we've been through this song and dance before. Ice Cube's Nips. Ice Cube's Nips. It's all settled down. 82 first, then Flurf Herder. 82, please go.
Oh, for all I care, Flurfurter can fuck off. I have no association or affiliation with him in any way, shape, or form. Good for you. So why are you going with guilt from association? Because he fucked up, everyone else by extension fucked up.
That's actually a pretty decent question. You know, if Flurf Herder misrepresented you, that doesn't mean I didn't measure the distance to the sun. That doesn't mean I didn't measure the altitude, size, and speed of the International Space Station. That means I didn't film not one, not two, not three, but 70 rocket launches. That doesn't mean we spent 2 hours watching astronauts board the Dragon spacecraft and launching to the International Space Station. So how does this in any way, shape, or form discredit my work because he said that you're calling flat earthers dipshits or liars or something?
I'm sorry, are you talking to me? Because you said it was going to be Flurf Dirter next, so he can acknowledge why he lied to all of y'all in real time.
No, I said it was
Are you
AT2
going back to asking me a question?
I said it was
didn't know you
AT2
twisted my
Productions first, and then I'm adding on to what AT2 Productions said. So the question remains. Can you answer that question?
Oh, so you're giving me the mic back? Okay, so yeah, I didn't say discredit. I didn't.
I'm doing, obviously.
I didn't say it discredited your work. I said it discredited anti-flat earthers because all y'all sit there and act like y'all all honest. All y'all sit there and act like it's flat earthers that lie and deceive and all these extra things. And now he just demonstrated in real time, y'all do it, and y'all will even do it to each other.
Let me make sure.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Which is worse. So I want you to acknowledge why you just lied in front of all these people and just wasn't honest to Rhetoric when he asked you a direct question as he's trying to come to your defense, Flurf Dirter. Answer that question. Why did you just lie to everybody in a flat earth fail live?
I didn't. You twisted my story and repainted the picture to suit your own narrative.
Really? Rhetoric, do you agree with that? Do you agree that I'm twisting the hold up. Don't interrupt me. You responded. Rhetoric, do you think that I'm twisting the narrative? Be honest, Reds.
It's possible. Let's hear what Flurf Herder has to say. That would make that
what?
Yeah, I know. It's shocking. It's almost as if Sacred, and this is something that could be seen as very controversial.
This is embarrassing.
But if the context is that he posted that, but said previously that, oh yeah, this is what I'm doing. I'm just chatting shit. I'm cutting up clips and stuff like that. Then quite honestly, Sacred, you don't have an argument.
Then you should debate Flatzoid, Rhetoric, because you won't debate Flatzoid because you said that Flatzoid misrepresented you. And I don't even know the history behind that. But if that don't matter, then you need to accept Flatzoid's debate. Now, if it do matter, then you need to make sure that he acknowledges that he lied to you and he misrepresented my words, attacking flat earthers, something that he said he didn't do. He said he only was promoting when I said the Flurf Herder, and he does have another clip where I said the Flurf Herder because I mean he's just a troll on the internet. Like I don't care if he takes my voice and says the Flurf Herder. What you asked him was if he used my voice and made me say something that I didn't say against Flat Earth. He said he didn't do that. I brought the clip and he did do that. And Rez, you can't even acknowledge that he lied. And now you want to say that I'm doing something weird? This is crazy. This is embarrassing.
Sacred.
This is embarrassing.
Sacred, do you want to see the definition of embarrassing? I'll give you 2 examples right now.
We already have an example right here. I don't need another example. Rez, make him acknowledge that he lied to your face after
Sacred,
you were trying to come to his defense. Don't obfuscate.
Sacred, 1, you don't tell me what to do on my space. 2nd,
this is a lie.
I will give you 2 examples, and they're an embarrassment on your side. Because what Flurf Herder said, and go ahead, rewind the tape. Hang on 1 second. Let me make sure that we get this.
Yeah, don't delete this.
Sure.
Don't delete this.
Hang on. I'm going to mute you. Proud Flurf. Attention, Proud Flurf. Be sure to clip this. I expect to see it on your timeline. What Flurf Herder said is that he did not make you say something against Flat Earth. What I saw a clip of is him making you say stuff against Flat Earthers. Dun, dun, dun!
Wow, this is embarrassing.
Do you hear that?
This is embarrassing.
Of the most epic touchdown, because if we're going to get pedantic, so can I.
This is embarrassing, Red.
Number 2 for you, Sacred.
This is embarrassing.
When I'm trying to get Flurf Herder to explain his side, let him explain his side. You interrupted him the last time. So, being that he did not say that what you said that he said, he was very clear that he said that he wasn't misrepresenting you about your position on Flat Earth, not Flat Earthers. you're still left with a nothing burger. So Flurf Herder, please explain what you were
This is
attempting to
crazy.
accomplish. Hang on, Sacred. Remember what we agreed? You weren't going to interrupt. Flurf Herder, please explain what you were attempting to accomplish with that clip.
To promote my brand, which is anti-flat Earth, by using a flat earther saying flat earthers are blatant liars.
All right.
Yes, it was flipped up.
And did you or did you not pass that off as a legitimate, unedited copy? Did you ever say explicitly that this is a real recording, Sacred actually said this, and this is Sacred's actual position on the matter? Did you ever say that explicitly?
Nope. I said it was clipped up and exposed.
Oh, interesting.
Exposed for what? What am I being exposed about? Because that is an admission that I am saying what I'm saying.
So exposed for what, Flurf Herder? Explain that answer.
There's a different clip of him claiming that he never muted me, talked over me, took my mic, yada yada, and then I clipped it with the clip of him taking my mic, talking over me, and everything.
I see. Okay, I'm starting to get the timeline here. Okay, so
I never took his mic. He's lying to you. I don't
Sacred.
take. I
When
didn't
I
take
say
his mic.
take my mic, and when you mute me, that's taking my mic away. I don't have.
I can't mute you indefinitely, bro. You have to mute the whole space whenever. See, this is why I'm saying this is ignorance right here. You don't even know how Twitter Spaces work because you don't host spaces. You can't mute people indefinitely, bro. When people are all talking over each other, we gotta mute and then get back on track, which is what Rhetoric says I do really a good job at. So I'm going to keep this thing focused so then we can get from one point to the next so all of my listeners can hear how things play out. So you can't distort the truth. And everybody who's in the comments right now, they see what's happening here. They see that you just got caught out. Rhetoric don't want to look crazy by standing next to you. So of course he's going to try to figure out a way to get around all of this stuff. But
now you're saying that I'm being dishonest here.
No, I'm not saying you're being dishonest. You're trying to figure out a way to not hold him accountable, bro. He misrepresented what I said. He said, oh my goodness.
You're claiming that he misrepresented what you said.
I didn't say that. He told you I didn't say that. He told you I didn't say that. He said he specifically took out anti.
If he told everyone, and he's telling people right now, as you said on a stream with fucking 150 people watching, he's saying in front of everyone, and apparently did so without any hesitation, that no, he didn't actually say these words in this exact order. I'm fucking with him. Obviously, he didn't say the words explicitly, I'm fucking with him. I'm just paraphrasing here. But
that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said he used me to promote his own brand, saying Flurf Herder. And then he said, oh, so wait, he didn't say that you were trying to go against flat earth for flat earthers. I'm like, oh, so is that what happened? Play the clip, and let's see if he actually made me say something that I didn't say. And he did make me say something that I didn't say.
So Sacred,
that's misrepresentation.
Sacred, quick question. Is flat earth and flat earthers synonymous and the same thing?
No, a flat earther isn't the flat earth.
Yep.
No.
So, so when you first phrased the question, which I was in here listening for to Flurf Herder about that clip, you asked if he made you say anything against flat earth, which he didn't. He made you say something against flat earthers.
This is so crazy, bro.
Why is it that you only want to be pedantic when it's on your side?
Bro, he misrepresented my words regardless of how y'all trying to twist it. This is so ridiculous. There's no reason why he should be trying to misrepresent the things that I'm saying and didn't tell y'all, hey, I was making him say things he didn't say. Not just promoting my own brand, speaking my name, the Flurf Herder, because that is what he originally said.
Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, Flurf Herder.
And let me for an 8th time now,
Mr. Flurf Herder.
Fuck him.
Please come herd something.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. I want to bring this down. I'm going to give it back to you, 82. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Flurf Herder is trying to share something. So Flurf Herder, if you can do me a favor, back it up to the very beginning. Play it again.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As we bring Pride up here. Hey, Flurf Herder. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, Flurf Herder.
Yeah, get him in here.
Mr. Flurf Herder. please come herd something. So Herder has been in my mentions since the last time. I think he grabbed the mic once before. Prior to him grabbing the mic once before, he was actually praising Flat Earth Fridays. He said, just try to mute up, guys. There's a little bit of background. He said there was actually a couple episodes that he truly enjoyed, and he was learning something as a globe earther. And I love when globe earthers come to Flat Earth Fridays and can pick up a thing or two from the Flat Earthers, right? Because, you know, we share a lot of great information. All my guys do a lot of research and in-depth studying of the sciences, and they bring it to the platform and share with everybody. And then we just encourage you guys to just do your own research or whatever we share. But yeah, ever since then, seemed like Flurf Herder been having a lot of smoke. Now, we didn't think it was a problem when we make mistakes, right? You know, like if you make a mistake, Flurf Herder, in an argument, it's all good. It's cool. You see, we ain't really try to play you or anything. But then when you in the replies, you talking crazy and you strong manning our arguments, then it becomes, okay, well, what happened to that energy the last time you was here? Because when we were discussing Antarctica, you started posting about the North Pole. And that was hilarious. And then you never been back since. Now, you've been posting about Canigou Mountains. I would love to address that. You've been posting a bunch of straw man arguments, and I would love to address that. As a matter of fact, your main reason why you haven't grabbed the mic is because you said that you're going to get muted and talked over, even though you know the last time you were in here, you never got muted, you never got your mic taken from you, and you never got spoken over. So I'm a little bit taken aback by why you are blatantly lying on the timeline. I mean, you are a Flurf Herder, so, you know, anti-flat earthers typically are blatant liars. But it's just strange that you feel the need to misrepresent how we operate over here, right? So this is what I'm going to do to neutralize your lies. I'm going to offer you co-host. I'm going to offer you co-host, Flurf Herder. And then I'm going to have everybody that is on mic stay muted. And if you do come off of mute, I'm probably going to remove some of the homies just so you don't cry. So now, Flurf Herder, you have the opportunity to present any globe earth evidence, any argument that you would like to stand on that you've been spamming in my mentions. And you get to have that back and forth directly with me right now. Now, this is live on YouTube. I think, are we recording this, Proud? Yes, I think we are recording this. So here's the thing, Flurf Herder. I've now neutralized all your excuses. You branded yourself on the timeline as the herder of Flurfs. And I haven't seen you heard not one thing yet. So for the audience, what are we to make of what's going to happen next? If I invite Flurf Herder and make him as comfy as possible so he don't go crying on the timeline about Big Bad Sacred, and he becomes co-host, which means he has control of the entire space, and he declines to come challenge me and us directly, what does that mean? Does that mean that we're scared of him? Or if he's scared of us, does that mean I'm not confident? Or is Flurf Herder not confident? Because if I can't mute you, can't cry about that. If you have the same power over the space as me as my co-host, can't cry about that anymore. If I'm offering you a chance to come speak, you can't cry about being censored. So Flurf Herder, what's it gonna be, my guy? Let's see how this is gonna turn out. Because if you do not grab this mic right now and come co-host Flat Earth Fridays as an anti-flat earther, I promise you, we are going to make sure the entire timeline knows that you ran away and was not confident in your own argument. I promise you that, my boy. So I'm going to send you co-host Flurf Herder, and you will be the first offered co-host as an anti-flat earther in Flat Earth Fridays for season 2. This is history, my boy. Don't run. Don't go nowhere. All you got to do is come grab the mic. I'm going to send it to you right now. And if you don't show up, we are going to have a nice conversation about your confidence in your 2,500 years of globe Earth, Mr. Herder. Please come herd something. I don't see you yet. I'm going to give you some time. Oh, finally, Proud, you here.
Bro, you gonna play the whole space? This is beautiful, by the way. Thank you for doing this, but you don't gotta play all of it.
Want me to play the next part?
Yes. Let me. Before you do, let me just ask. I understand I may be jumping ahead here, but I believe the point that you're trying to make by playing this is to show that I'm assuming this was posted somewhere public by you, and therefore you didn't take them out of context because you literally have the entire thing.
Yeah, these were posted by other flat earthers to me, and these are all the clips that I got my clips from to clip him up from.
I see. Okay.
To misrepresent me, yes.
No, you said that you never talked over me. You never muted me. Blah blah blah. You ready for that?
Yeah,
Let's
I
do
didn't
it.
mute you. You can't mute one person. You only can mute the whole space. You agree with that, right, Rez? You hosted spaces before.
You didn't mute the whole space. You muted me.
Rez, can you just mute one person indefinitely?
What I'm saying is nobody
Yes,
else was
you can.
talking when you muted the entire space.
Hang on. The answer is yes. Yes, you can, because I've done it before.
You can't mute every one person indefinitely. You
Yes,
cannot. You
can.
can only.
By
You
taking away
literally.
their mic, by taking away
literally-
their mic, you can mute them indefinitely. You can mute them indefinitely by taking away their mic and not giving them their mic back.
I never took his mic. I was trying to ask him, why would I be trying to have a conversation with him, pressing him about the North Pole when talking about the Antarctica, just to take his mic? Think about the logic behind that, Reg. Just be honest, bro. You can't mute anybody with the mute button indefinitely in spaces. Elon did not give us that option, unfortunately. All you can do is mute the entire space. If you do mute just one person, they can instantly unmute. So if he has a recording of him just being muted indefinitely and everybody else could just talk, please share that clip. Flurf Dirter.
It's right here. How do I get it to play?
You hit screen share and then make sure the audio selecting toggle is on. What you did last time worked. Just do a repeat of what you did last time. So stop all screen shares. Do me a favor. Just stop all screen shares. Now screen share just that window, and then it'll pop up.
I thought this was a flat earth fail live. This looked like anti-flat earth fail live. This is crazy. I can't believe this. Yo, Rez, you got to do more research on who you stand next to, bro.
All right, I see this.
All right, this clip was taken by Shane himself. So.
Oh, okay. So basically,
posted
this
that
if this is
24
from
hours.
Shane, then it can't be played or cut up. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is all him.
All right, make sure the audio is piped all the way, or all the way loud, max volume.
Here we go. Because
You
can see it
posted
for
that.
24 hours.
Explain.
Explain how that debunks the
Covers
flat
the
earth.
entire ice ring. Somehow leaves a pocket of darkness where it can't be seen from. But you can
He
see
just
it for
interrupted me.
24
You ain't hear that?
You said the same thing the same way again. I don't understand.
No, but how does a
Yeah, he has no
24-hour
idea.
sun in the North
know you don't
Pole?
understand.
Hey, buddy, how does a 24-hour sun in the North debunk a flat Earth?
Go. And I'm only asking because this is what you posted. You do agree that you posted the sun in Alaska, right?
South Pole.
See, he interrupted me again.
So you did post. So we're gonna address what
Answer
you
your
just posted
question.
in the North
Pa-
Pole.
pause
We're
real
gonna
quick.
address that.
Pause real
We're
quick.
asking,
The one that
what
I tagged
about
was-
that?
Y'all don't hear him interrupting me as I'm trying to gain clarity? So he trying to make it seem like I'm the one interrupting and he's the one interrupting as I'm trying to gain clarity. He just played it for y'all. This is crazy. I thought it was a flat or fail. Go ahead, my bad.
Right now, you're actually demonstrating a pretty significant flat Earth fail. Let me repeat, or not repeat word for word, paraphrasing, of course. Yo, Reds, will I be able to play a clip all the way through uninterrupted?
Oh no, you're right. You're right. My bad. I did say that. Go ahead. You got it. Play the clip. But we're gonna double back to the beginning of this. But go ahead. My bad.
We're gonna go back to the
Looks
beginning.
like the title does fit. Anyway, Flurf Herder, my apologies for that interruption. Please bring it back about maybe 5 seconds and then hit play.
No,
Please
I'm gonna
do.
start from the beginning because it's a short clip.
Nah, play that one. Don't play the short clip. Play the one where you interrupted me.
Jesus
This is
Christ,
the same
explain.
clip. You gonna let
quiet.
me play it?
Hang on. Sacred, stay in the space. You are not removed. You are simply perma-muted until further notice, until this clip. This is the type of respect that you wanted. Now I'm going to force you to give it. Please play. It will be uninterrupted.
Yeah, I'm playing it. Because
You
can see it
posted
for
that.
24 hours.
Explain.
Explain how that debunks the
Covers
flat
the
Earth.
entire ice ring. Somehow leaves a pocket of darkness where it can't be seen from, but you can see it for 24 hours.
You said the same thing the same way again. I don't understand.
No, but how does a
Yeah, yeah,
24-hour
yeah.
sun in the North
know you
Pole?
understand.
Hey, buddy, how does a 24-hour sun in the North debunk a flat Earth?
Go. And I'm only asking because this is what you posted. You do agree that you posted the sun in Alaska, right?
The South Pole and the North Pole showing.
So
the
you
exact
did
same
post. So
thing.
we're gonna address what you just posted in the North Pole. We're gonna address that. So we're asking you,
The one that I
what
tagged
about that
Witsit in,
debunks the
sun
flat
not
Earth?
setting in
If
Antarctica
it doesn't
24
look, bro,
hours.
we can move
There's
past
another
this.
one under
If
a
it
polar night,
listen, bro,
9 month
look.
time-lapse of the South fucking pole.
If it doesn't debunk the flat Earth, you could just say,
It
hey,
does.
this does.
You're
It
not
does. Okay, so
understanding.
we're asking you, how does it
The one that
debunk the
only
flat
hovers above
Earth
the center.
with
Because
the
it
sun
came
and the
along.
North
What
Pole?
also happens where you can see it all around the fucking South.
Okay, what day?
Because for some reason,
What day?
idiots don't think the South Pole exists.
What day?
How does that debunk a flat Earth, buddy?
You can see the sun.
Ugh.
This said that you could not see for 24 hours from the same place.
What day of the
Why
year?
wouldn't you be able to see this in the North Pole for 24 hours in the same place on a flat Earth?
On the South Ring, you cannot. But I just proved
We're
that you
not
can.
talking about the
But
South. I know you wanna. I know you wanna
You're trying
deflect
to
to the
change the
South.
subject
I know you.
because you're
Look.
trying to
Look,
deflect from the
bro.
fact
You
that
don't
you can
look.
see
You
it in the South Pole.
look. This is not how this works, bro. When I'm talking, you stop talking. That's how that works. So if you're posting something in the North Pole and you're saying, hey, you're tagging everybody, I'm getting a bunch of notifications, I want you to focus on the North Pole first before you deflect to something else. And if you made a mistake, you could say that too. But you have to address what about the North Pole in a 24-hour sun is going to debunk a flat Earth. You have no answer. Just say you don't have no answer.
The answer is the fact that 6 months later it happens in the South Pole.
Boy. This is what you edited this all for, bro? For real?
So you agree it works?
It's okay.
perfectly fine on a flat Earth in the North.
It's okay. I'm recording actually this commentary as I've been illustrating it perfectly for later, so that if he ever speaks, I'm just gonna refer to this video and see you come up with something else. Well, dude, I did everything. I got everything north,
So
south, back and
he
forth.
agrees the 24-hour sun works perfectly fine on the flat Earth in the North.
You agree, Herder?
He would have to, right?
The South that you keep deflecting.
Because it
in
works.
the North,
Because
yes,
it works on the
works.
globe and it's equal, so it doesn't fucking matter. He doesn't know it.
Funny as hell. And to me, I'm just gonna go out on a limb here. I don't think he was meaning to post the North Pole, guys. I'm gonna be totally honest. I think the Herder was just posting a bunch of 24-hour
Look up
suns
how
and
the
didn't
fucking
realize what he
midnight sun
posted.
works. You get it in the
So
North Pole
now,
and the
so
South
now that
Pole.
we're
Yeah, I think you're
asking
right.
him, this is his way to say, "Oh, I was just posting this to show how it still works, but it doesn't work if we go and on the opposite side of the Earth."
Yeah,
I
that's obviously what happened.
believe that.
Bro, you're not
Yo,
doing a lot of Herder right now.
Yo, Flurf.
All right. Thank you very much. Add back to the stage.
I will say this as just side commentary. It's absolutely hilarious how using a projection of the globe to try to disprove the globe is just supreme comedy at its finest.
It's even better if you look at the source code and it places the sun 93 million miles away, but that's a subject for a different time. So what I heard was a few observations about that clip of Flurf Herder, a few observations that I want to illustrate. One, you did explain why you brought up both the North Pole and the South Pole. You did explain that. Sacred made an assumption that you did so accidentally. So it was explained originally that you wished to combine the two. So this seems to jive pretty well with what you said originally. Now, if there's something else that you wish to add, Flurf Herder, please do. But that's one of my initial points, the first thing that jumped out at me. What else was that clip supposed to illustrate?
The point where he took away the mic from everybody. I was the only one talking, and he cut me off.
Yeah, I heard a bit of talking over there. So, Sacred, what say you?
Yo, I'm so glad that you played that entire clip. You can hear when I'm trying to get clarification. Dirter over here is literally interrupting me. We asked, does the North Pole sun debunk the flat Earth? You can hear him say yes, which is why we continue to engage, asking him how. Y'all literally heard it, and what? You could literally hear it, bro. We asked you, does the North Pole debunk the flat Earth? And you said yes. So then we continue to engage. Had you said no,
how does it debunk?
Yo, why are you interrupting, bro? Why are you interrupting? I know you don't want. See, this is what happened in Flat Earth Fridays. This is exactly what happened. I go to try to get clarification, and then you know you made a mistake, so you try to censor me. Had you just said no, it doesn't debunk the flat Earth. Guess what I would have said? Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to know. Now let's look at the southern Antarctica, whatever links that you got posted. And then we would have just continued with the conversation. You are completely misrepresenting the entire thing. I'm glad the whole live seen it.
Should I play it again?
That's no. It's honestly, it's way too long to play again. We've heard it, and if people want to watch again, they can watch this after the fact. I'm sorry. Your clip. I understand we're trying to have like context being preserved here, but Jesus fucking Christ, there's only so much that we can do. But I do want you to, or I just want the whole space to acknowledge my position on this whole thing. Sacred, you interrupted him when he did not give you the answer that you wanted. The answer that you wanted from him was that the North Pole did not debunk, or the North Pole sun or some observation made in the North Pole did not debunk flat Earth. That is the answer you wanted him to give. And unless he gave you that answer, it seemed like you were more than happy to interrupt him, which is exactly what Flurf Herder said. And if I were to look back on this, Flurf Herder also said that he wanted to not put the North Pole observation in isolation. He wanted to connect it to what happens in the South, because what happens in the North also happens in the South. That is something that is incompatible with the flat Earth. That's why we see so many people losing their fucking shit over the Duffy invite. So it seems to me that Flurf Herder has a lot of things to get with this clip, a lot of things to gain, I should say. And Flurf Herder, if I remember correctly, you didn't record this clip. This was from Shane showing his plagiarized model, right?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, this entire episode of Flat Earth Fridays wasn't recorded on YouTube for some reason.
Huh, interesting. So this wasn't even a clip from a Globie.
No, this is Shane's clip himself to show how wrong I am.
So I see, Sacred, that Flurf Herder is being able to quite easily justify. Now, you're saying, here's my other observation. You're saying that he interrupted you. There was talking over. I'll even agree with you. Let's say he did interrupt you. You gave him that same respect in return. So if we're to be completely honest here and unbiased and truthful about this whole entire exchange, it seems like the same old shit show that we've been seeing for the last, fucking decade? Reminds me of my old Jeranism debates. So I'm not seeing anything that's worth getting so upset about. I don't see why what he's doing would piss you off so much, especially if he never, said anything that would make you go, one, against flat Earth, but 2 would limit it to flat earthers. There is a distinction there, whether you want to accept that or not. And 3, never stated, and it seems like would be more than happy to even accept that that clip was either taken out of context or rearranged just to troll the living fuck out of you. And it seems like it worked, because if his goal, Sacred, was to trigger you, was to get underneath your skin,
Succeeded.
it seems like he accomplished that goal, because you were in my live chat typing up a storm asking me to let you in, but you didn't at my name, so it didn't highlight it. Immediately gets you in, and this is the thing we're talking about.
Well, no, because you stopped me when I wanted to go ahead and get my full thought out, and you wanted to control the conversation, so I couldn't lay out how I wanted to go about the conversation. Even when I was just speaking 5 minutes ago, you dropped me down in the middle of me speaking. So I'm glad. See, bro. All right, go ahead. You the host. Go ahead, interrupt.
You interrupted his clip. That's the reason why you were.
Can I continue?
Down. I didn't.
No, I was just talking. I was just talking like 3 minutes ago, and then you dropped me down, and then you started talking about Shane and his depiction. And thank you, Herder, because I didn't know that Shane had this clip. I'm gonna make sure that I go and highlight every single time that you interrupted while I was trying to talk. It really isn't about that. It's just a back and forth conversation in a space. That's just how it works. But nobody was censoring you to keep you from making a point. We was trying to, at least I was trying to gain clarity. You heard Witsit ask you for clarity, and all you kept doing was deflecting. And just before I get my mic taken again, what Red's Rhetoric asked me was, did Flurf Dirter use my voice to promote himself, or did he misrepresent my voice to make me change my position? That's what Red's Rhetoric asked me. So yes, Flurf Dirter did misrepresent my voice to change my position on flat earthers are blatant liars. That's not my position. I never said that. I said anti-flat earthers are blatant liars. You just demonstrated it, and you will even lie to your homies right on the mic with you, just so you could preserve this false sense of whatever the fuck you think this is. Bro, you just got caught in 4K, and you just played the whole thing for your whole audience. I thought this was a flat earth fail live. You just failed, Flurf Dirter. Everybody just seen it. And trust me, thank you for reminding me that Shane clipped this up, because I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to highlight every single time that you went to go interrupt when I was trying to gain clarity for your position. And I'm going to highlight when we asked you if the North Pole Sun debunked the flat earth, and you said yes, which is why we continued on that conversation. Drop mic.
So, Flurf Herder, let me ask you, does the North Pole Sun debunk flat earth? What was the whole thing that you were going to say in regards to that statement? Let's start there. Let's start at that baseline. Does the North Pole Sun debunk flat earth? Why or why not?
It does not debunk the North Pole, and I didn't say it debunks the North Pole. I said yes to the South Ring that he was refusing to address. Like I
debunks the North Pole?
No, the South Ring
debunks the North Pole.
I think he slipped up there. In all honesty, let's
this is what I'm saying, Rez. That's what he did in Flat Earth Friday. So we were just trying to clarify if he made a mistake, and we were just gonna move past it. It's not even that big of a deal.
Why is it cool for you to lose your shit and laugh like a hyena when he has a faux pas of language, but when we do the same to you, we're assholes for it?
Yeah,
I don't care if you laugh. I don't care if you laugh, bro. I don't care if you laugh. Go ahead and laugh. This is hilarious. I hope that y'all laughing with me, because this is crazy that Dirter's getting exposed on Red's Rhetoric's live. This is funny as hell.
Yes, your hypocrisy is hilarious.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry. They all see it, bro.
Yeah, another thing that we all saw, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, is you saying that you could interrupt a tweet. But then you're like, oh, I didn't mean it that way.
We'll see if I said that. Maybe I did. And if I didn't, I'll make sure that that's highlighted too, Reds.
My biggest issue is that you're making a something burger out of a nothing burger. I really don't see why we're all collectively losing our shit and splitting tears over the fact that Flurf Herder seems to be just one hell of an effective troll at this point, and making memes over it and using clips that weren't even recorded by him. And not only that, he clearly is meaning that, no, I'm not saying the North Pole by itself is an argument against flat earth. It doesn't seem to me like he was even trying or even attempting to make that claim. But you were hyper fixated on just the North Pole, completely ignoring that there was a second part to his argument, meaning that you weren't even allowing him to get the entire thought out. That, in my definition, is an interruption. So if your claim in this area, in front of all these people, all 150 people watching, is that you did not interrupt him, you allowed him to get his thoughts out, that is demonstrable, verifiable, seen here, as you said, in beautiful 4K resolution, bullshit. 110% bullshit. Verified here with a clip by one of your own flirfs. In fact, I too would like a copy of this, just like Sacred Word. And what I'm going to do is once Sacred is done clipping it out the way that he wishes it to be clipped, I will post my rebuttal and clip what he said in the space to what actually happened, give the definition of the word interruption, and show how you were guilty of the thing that you're getting pissed off at Flurf Herder for supposedly doing to you. This is fucking
that's
stupid,
a straw
Sacred.
man. That's a straw man, Rez. I don't care if he interrupts. I didn't say that. What I care about is him misrepresenting my words. And if you go back and listen to the actual clip, which clearly you didn't pay attention, I literally said, hey, hold on. I know you're trying to censor me. I said, hey, we can move past this. I literally said that. So when you sit there and tell in front of 150 people, you were trying to ignore everything, you literally heard me say, yo, Flurf, if you made a mistake here, we could just move past this and get to the South Pole. I literally said it in 4K quality. Why are you telling everybody that I didn't try to get to the actual point that he was making?
What was actually
That's
said?
a blatant lie, bro. I literally said we can move past this, verbatim, quote unquote.
Sacred. I want to know why you are fucking lying right now. Because
what?
Yes. What do you mean? What
Yo, don't delete this live, Rez. Don't delete this live.
Oh, don't worry, dude. It's gonna be plastered everywhere.
The first lie.
Because here's the question. Who the fuck are you to say we can move past this? Maybe he doesn't want to move past it. Maybe he actually wants to get his argument out. You, in that clip, interrupted him. You were hyper fixated on the North Pole when he wanted to connect the two. Then you said, well, we can move past the North Pole and go to the South Pole, but you don't pass it if they're part of the same fucking argument. How are you not understanding this? You essentially wanted him to change his argument to suit something that would be easier for you to argue against, because it's easier to argue against an incomplete argument than a complete one. That's the shit I'm seeing here in beautiful 4K, high quality resolution. Someone get on the phone to IMAX. We got a production here. What the fuck, dude? This is what you're pissed off in the live chat for? Why are you even entertaining this shit right now?
Bro, I literally wanted to get past the North Pole to talk about the South Pole. That's my whole argument. I'm like, bro, how does the North Pole debunk flat Earth? He didn't know how to explain that because it doesn't. And I said, yo, if that doesn't, then we can move past it and get to the South Pole, which is what you wanted to argue. Bro, I don't know why you trying to misrepresent what literally he just played for everybody to hear. Yo, this is so funny. I knew this was going to happen.
Why are you trying to misrepresent what he just played for everyone?
Okay, Red.
We all listened here, and keep in mind, the only reason that we got to hear it uncut in front of all of these people is because I had to mute you to let it play. My prediction on that, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but my prediction is that you knew you were full of shit and were about to get called out on it because Flurf Herder played it for everyone. He said that the two were linked. The North Pole and the South Pole were linked in his argument. You were hyper-fixated on the North. Then you said, well, we can just move past it to be hyper-fixated on the South, never once giving a flying fuck about the fact that Flurf Herder was making an argument that combined the two. You did not give him the opportunity to argue what he actually wanted to argue. How does this, in any way, shape, or form, make your side look good? Please educate me, and educate me as if I'm fucking 12, because I'm just not seeing it right now.
Because we asked him directly, how did the North Pole sun debunk flat Earth? And then he said yes. So then we continue. So then we continue to engage in. So we continue to engage. So we continue to engage in that. So
That
why
was
you
not the
interrupting when
question.
Rez asked me a question, bro?
Hey,
Why are
said
you interrupting me? Yo,
Hey,
y'all
you
don't
just
like
said-
yo.
You just
You
said
this would
interrupting
this
was
would
part of
never happen to
conversation.
Red's Rhetoric and Flat Earth Fridays, y'all. Just so y'all know, it never
bullshit.
happened. This
Bullshit.
never happened to Reds and Flat Earth
Bullshit.
Fridays. This is funny as hell.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring order back. Everyone, do me a favor. Ice cubes, nips. Ice cubes, nips. Ice cubes on the nips. We're good? They're frosty? Good. Let's bring you two back. Okay, here's how we're gonna play this. I am actually gonna flip a coin. 82 Productions, do me a favor. Heads or tails?
Oh, gotta go with tails.
Gonna go with tails. Yeah, I like your style. Flip a coin.
Bro, he can have the mic. Go ahead, talk, Woo. If you want to talk, go ahead. I'll give it to you.
Okay, so I was going to give you the choice, but since you gave it to 82 Productions,
yeah, go ahead. You already get Perfect already got cooked. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, understood. Then that means Sacred. You stop talking. Let 82 Productions go. Go ahead, 82.
Well,
Uninterrupted.
I just find the absolute ever-changing double standard hilarious here, because in the entire time he has been on this show here, he has flipped back and forth between interrupting being a fucking problem and it just being a part of conversation naturally. And yet it switches whenever it's convenient for him. See, when someone interrupts him, it's the worst thing in the fucking world. How dare you do that? How dare you disrespect me? But when he does it, oh, it's just a part of natural conversation. Why you mad, bro?
Sacred, now you may go.
Yeah, I never had a problem with interruption. What I had a problem with being misrepresented and making me say things that I don't agree with, that changes my position in the public eye. That's what I was talking about. The reason why we're talking about interruption, because Flurf Dirty was crying about not grabbing a mic because he was going to get interrupted. And then I had to show all of y'all that he had the option to not get interrupted, and he turned it down and then decided to go misrepresent my words when we're trying to figure out his own position. That's it. That's literally what happened. So, and this is so funny that y'all crashing out over this.
Let me clear up a misrepresentation here. The direct question that you asked that he was replying to in that clip was not, does the North Pole sun debunk the flat Earth? Does the North Pole debunk the flat Earth? Since you want to be pedantic about what is actually said versus what is meant and what was a misspeak and what wasn't, why don't you give that courtesy to other people when you need it for yourself? Because what you were looking for an answer was not the question you actually verbalized. It may have been what you intended to verbalize, but it was not the words that actually came out of your mouth. So if you are going to hold people accountable for what's in your head and not what you actually say, you should give them the same courtesy back. And as I said before, I will say this now for a 10th time, the lies that Flurf Herder has said, fuck him for that. What do you got to say now, bitch?
I'll go ahead.
I say thank you. I say thank you for saying that he lied. Thank you, Woo. Appreciate that.
I'll go ahead and say.
So completely ignore the criticism about your hypocrisy and double standard and not giving people the courtesy that you wish them and demand that they give to you?
I offer him co-host so it wouldn't happen. What are you talking about?
Wait, hang on. Is the only
It
way
could still happen.
interrupted by you is for him to have co-hosting abilities? Because if I remember correctly, even if he were to be given co-hosting abilities, you would still be the one running the space, which means you would still have the opportunity to interrupt him. So it seems like you would only hold yourself to such a standard if he was co-host. Because in that clip, great. If it doesn't matter, in that clip, you still interrupted him, in which case you yourself are without excuse, whether he's co-host or not. Now, I acknowledge you can't control everybody else, which is why I'm only talking about how you behaved in that clip. You brute forced him to essentially argue a point that he wasn't arguing. He was trying to argue a particular thing, but you only wanted to look at bits and pieces of that thing and not the whole thing together.
No, if you go listen back to the clip, you'll hear me ask a question, and as I'm asking the question, he interrupted first. So that way we couldn't get no clarity. And because he didn't have any self-control, it disrupted the rest of the conversation. He literally played it for you. And when y'all go rewind it back, y'all will hear that I started to ask a question, and then Flurf jumped in and interrupted, and then everybody else ended up jumping in, and I had to mute everybody and say, hold on. Y'all not gonna do all of this. I'm asking a specific question about why he's saying the North Pole sun debunks flat Earth, because you heard him say yes.
Right there. You're asking a specific question on why the North Pole sun debunks flat Earth. That is not what he was attempting to argue, nor was that what he was saying. He said the North Pole in conjunction with the South. You keep missing the second part. This shows that what we've been saying this entire time is true. You're arguing that you're, how do I say this? You're comparing apples to oranges and complaining that your apple doesn't taste like an orange.
No, we asked him directly, does the North Pole sun debunk the flat Earth? Nope. And he said yes. And then we said how, and that's when it turned into a clusterfuck. You can go listen back to it. I just heard it. I didn't even remember this. Bro, I didn't even remember that. I didn't even know that Shane had this clip. That's why I said, oh shit, I didn't even know it happened like that. We just all heard it.
Shit in the beginning. You said this shit in the beginning because you didn't know that Shane had this clip, or that, for that matter, Flurfherder had this clip, since you didn't know of its existence before this stream.
So we didn't care.
We went ahead, and I didn't even see this beforehand. We all listened to it all the way through. God, that took fucking forever, but we got through it. I'm proud of us for doing that. Pat yourself on the back, grab a cookie. But we went through it. Flurfherder clearly, demonstrably, in fucking 4K IMAX 3D, whatever fucking ancient holographic technology that flat earthers are saying exists this week. We all heard it, that Flurfherder was making an argument that involved both. You said, how does the North Pole, and only sticking with the North Pole, debunk this? Well, I'm not saying it does. You're ignoring the second part of the argument. Okay, well, we can just move past that and then just focus on the South. No, I want to add the North to it. But we already moved past the North. We're not here to talk about that anymore. If you're not willing to listen to the argument as a whole, then you're not willing to have the conversation. That is an interruption by my definition. So if your claim is that you never interrupted him, I'm going to say you have failed to meet that burden of proof. Flurfherder has met that burden of proof. And so I believe him over you.
That's fine. You can believe whatever you want. It's in 4K quality of me literally trying to gain clarification. Like, right, if you say the South Pole sun debunks the flat Earth and you're trying to incorporate the North, what does the North change about the whole argument about the South? Now, you could say, oh, I'm trying to show both of them. But if it doesn't change the actual argument, there's no point on showing how the North Pole has anything to do with debunking the flat Earth. So I don't see how there's any correlation with adding the North Pole into the argument. To me, it was just a mistake. And when we asked him, hey, clarification, does the North Pole debunk the flat Earth? And you literally hear him say yes. So y'all could keep on repeating it over and over. But then when we go replay it back, y'all going to see that I'm not capping. Y'all going to see that I'm not lying. He literally said yes, which caused us to engage further.
If I ask you a question, Sacred, have you stopped beating your wife? If I only give you yes or no answers, you would see that as a trap, and rightfully so. So if I said no and you left it at that, oh, no, you haven't stopped beating your wife. That means that you're continuing to beat your wife to this day. Wow, you piece of shit. But if I have additional context on top of that answer, if I say no, because I've never fucking started, then that all of a sudden changes the answer. That changes the perception that people are going to get from that answer. So when you're asking Flurfherder, does the North Pole debunk flat Earth, and he says yes, and he continues to explain how, you immediately jumped in before he could even get that far and explain how by incorporating the South. It's a cumulative case that he's making, Sacred. If you ignore the cumulative case, then you're ignoring the entirety of the case that he's bringing forward. This is literally how court works. You can't just ignore shit that doesn't align with your preconceived notions. It's like,
I'm not ignoring it. I literally was acknowledging that was the whole point to it, right? And I keep on asking for y'all. Hold on, I'm just saying. I was literally trying to figure out the correlation, right? I was trying to figure out, okay, if you include the North Pole into your argument, how does that debunk the flat Earth, right? That was what the whole thing was, right? And that's not what he said. We asked him, does the North Pole debunk the flat Earth? And when you're using the analogy of beating a wife, that's non-analogous, because I would have had to bring that into the conversation of me beating my wife, just like Flurfdirter brought the North Pole into the conversation. It would make no sense for me to bring something up that doesn't happen in reality, Red's rhetoric. So I don't even know why you would make that example, because it's non-analogous. I would not bring in an example of me beating my wife if I never beat my wife.
I'm not.
It would have to be the opposition to bring that up, not me.
You completely. Are you serious right now? The reason why I brought up the example of being your wife is to illustrate how just simple yes or no responses may not be the complete answer.
But I would have to bring that. I would have to bring that into the conversation, though.
Sacred, if you agree with me that simply answering yes or no is a bullshit standard to put on somebody, then you agree that the example that I brought up was actually relevant to this conversation, because that's my point. If there was more to Flurfherder's answer and you were not willing to give him the time or day to get to the rest of his answer, then you were not hearing him out. If you were not hearing him out and we're talking over him in the process, that's called you interrupting him by definition. So if your claim here, keep in mind where we've been down this road multiple times already, we're arguing in circles here, you interrupted him. If your answer is no, you didn't, then you're simply wrong. You can say, all right, listen, you know what, Flurfherder, from me to you, I apologize. I interrupted you. I did not give you the time to adequately explain the argument that you were trying to make. I will do better next time. You keep going on and on and on, Sacred, how other people can make mistakes all the time. As long as they acknowledge it, then it's no big deal. Well, here's your opportunity, Sacred. I'm going to give you a golden opportunity. I'm rolling out the red carpet for you. Acknowledge that you yourself are not perfect, that you thought something and you were wrong. You fucked up. You messed up. This was on you, not him. Apologize to Flurfherder the same way that you would want others to take responsibility. You take responsibility. Flurfherder, that was wrong of me to do. I did interrupt you. I did not give you the opportunity to get the entire argument out or to argue things that you actually wanted to argue. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll be sure not to do that. Let's see what happens. Impress me.
Hell no, I'm not gonna fucking apologize for something that he started. Why would I apologize for interrupting somebody and going back and forth, engaging in a back and forth conversation when he set the standard of interrupting? He played the clip. You hear me start to ask him a question about the things he was saying, and he interrupted first. So then when we're trying to get clarification with his position, he continued to obfuscate. Oh my God. All right, I'm being censored. Go ahead, interrupt. You the host.
Yeah, I am the host. And if Sacred makes a mistake, he's not willing to put other people to the same standards that he wants to hold us to. This is amazing. When we titled
gaslighting
the space Sacred,
gaslighting
of Flat Earth Twitter, I didn't expect you to come into this space. Honestly, I didn't plan this. I didn't plan to have you here.
You did plan this. You actually planned it 2 days ago. You said
demonstrated it with beautiful colors. I was just here to shoot the shit with Flurfherder and just shoot the shit because I was bored. But you
got brought Sacred up.
Demonstrate my point with such clarity and beauty. Honestly, Sacred, I couldn't have done it without you. So for me to you, thank you for demonstrating not only Flurfherder to be correct, but to demonstrate that you're not willing to hold yourself to the same exact standards that you've been wanting to hold other people to. Maybe this is why you allow flat earthers to get away with spewing demonstrable bullshit, when in reality, you will go ahead and put the pseudoscientist hat to the side whenever you try to evaluate globe claims.
Man, stop gaslighting. Flurfherder just lied to your face, misrepresenting my position on flat earthers, and y'all didn't say nothing about that. You said, hey, Sacred, did Flurfherder promote himself as a DJ, or did he misrepresent you to change your position? He told y'all no. He said all he did was DJ, and that was a blatant lie. So I don't care what you want to try to clean up after the fact. Everything's all out in the open. You can't delete this live now, because now your audience gonna make you look. You're gonna have yourself looking crazy if you delete this. And now when it's gonna be up, people are gonna be able to replay it back and see that I never capped not one time. I don't care about interjections. What I care about is people misrepresenting me and then lying to you about it. That's what I care about, and it's funny as hell.
That is.
So I think we can move on from this now. I think because
I think we can. Because demonstrated Sacred is that you probably maybe sort of got him on one thing. And when I asked him to clarify that, what did you actually do there? Did you mean it? Was this something that you were trying to pass off? He said no, Sacred. And I will bet you my left nut and the right one as well, that if I were to go to him on Twitter before the space even happened, if I were to go to Twitter and say, hey, did Sacred actually say this? And is this actually something that he meant? I bet you he would say, no, this is just me being a prick to him. Now, Flurfherder, let me ask you this since you've been quiet. I'm sorry for stealing your thunder here, but Flurfherder, let me ask you.
You're protecting him. You're right. You need help.
The same way that you protect him in the globe. Shut the fuck up with it. So, Flurfherder, let me ask you something. If I were to come to you, and if I were to ask you a very simple question, this clip that you're showing where Sacred's saying that flat earthers are dishonest. Now we're talking about flat earthers, not your position, flat earth, making that very clear. If I came to you and I said, is this, actually what Sacred was saying, full context, there's no way to misconstrue it, would you or would you not say, nah, he still thinks flat earthers are the best thing to happen since sliced bread?
I absolutely told you that I took him out of context and purposely made him say that flat earthers are liars.
There you go. So it seems like he's perfectly happy to say it. And quite frankly, I see no evidence to show that
at first. He didn't say that at first. I had to literally expose him for him to acknowledge it. Because when you asked him about it, he just said, no, I just be DJing, Reds. And I said, oh, really? Well, I won't even refute that. Hey, Reds, just go check the last tweet. You play it, and then let's see if that's actually true. Then you played the tweet, and it showed that he didn't just DJ. He actually misrepresented my position. And then you had to go ahead and help him clean up while he'd been on mute for the past hour. Funny as hell. What is this, a 20v1? What's it, a 20v1? What's going on, Reds? This is the herder here. This is the dirter.
Here is the problem, Sacred, is you keep lying about what actually happened here in front of my face on this stream. The question that you put is, did he misrepresent your position about flat Earth? That was the question. Yes, that was the question. Yes, it was, motherfucker.
I could play it for you right now. You want me to play it? I'll play it right now. Look.
Play it. Hang on. Sacred. Hang on. Before you do, you and me, let's make a deal. Because I have this clip. I'm ready to play it too.
For a bit of self-promotion.
Go on.
You say something, have a way with words. So, Sacred, is the situation that he DJ'd for a bit of self-promotion, or did he actively make you say something that changed your actual position? Like, for example, did he chop, cut, rebuild your clips to make it sound like you agree with the globe, when we all know for a fact that's not even remotely close to being the truth?
Agreed with the globe.
That is a great...
Y'all heard it, right? Did he change my position?
On the globe.
No, you said, for example. That's what you said. You said, did he change my position? My position is not that flat earthers are liars. Hey, that's not my position. My position was that anti-flat earthers are blatant liars, and he lied about that.
Hey, Sacred, for everyone in the live chat right now, what was the example? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Come on. What was the example? Come on, say it.
Were you talking to me? You talking to the chat?
Come on. What was the example, Sacred? Say it for everyone. What was the example? What was the example that was actually
the example was if I believed in the globe, and that wasn't what happened. My position is not that flat earthers are dishonest. My position is that anti-flat earthers are dishonest.
For you, I thought, Sacred, that you would be able to give me a challenge.
So I did. That's why y'all helping them out so much.
So Sacred is forgetting that he called people like Jaren, Ranty, and another mix of old school flat earthers and former flat earthers as liars. Kind of convenient to forget that you did that one.
Hold on, say that again. My bad. I wasn't paying attention. That who's a liar?
People who claim to be former flat earthers and a certain segment of your old school longtime flat earth proponents on YouTube. You directly said that they were dishonest about 1.5 years ago.
Who are you talking about? I don't know who you're talking about.
Ranty for one, Rachy 5 zeros for another.
Who's Ranty? I don't know who that is. Who's
A
that?
former flat earther.
Bro, I don't know who that is, bro.
Oh, just like you didn't know Jaron, despite you were quoting him when we first spoke almost 2 years ago.
I never said I didn't know. I didn't know who
Yes,
Jaron
you
was.
did. Yes, you did. I asked you directly if you were familiar with Jaronism, and you said no, and then you quoted the motherfucker.
What are you talking about, bro?
All right,
That you're a lying piece of shit.
All right, hang on, everyone, hang on. We have other people here. I want to get involved in this.
Yo, this is
So
funny.
here's how we're gonna sing Kumbaya after this. Let's go ahead and do it this way. Sacred, you did interrupt him. You should fix that. Flurf Herder, even though you were trolling as fuck, not cool, man. Not cool. Here's an idea. Don't troll him in that way going forward. Keep it, I hate to say professional, I really do, but keep it professional. Keep it professional. You don't
just keep it honest. Just keep it honest. That's all I'm asking. Keep it honest.
Want to keep it honest?
Keep it honest.
Okay.
Tell you
Did
what,
you
I
claim
will
that you
hold-
never interrupted me?
I wish to say thank you for 2 euros. Honestly, it's not worth 2 euros, but Reds wins flawless victory. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You are amazing, a gift to the world, and you owe yourself a chocolate chip cookie. Getting back to it, here's how we're going to do. Here's how you two are going to kiss and make up. And if you want to add a little bit of tongue action, I would be okay with that as well.
Why y'all always got to bring gay shit into it? That's crazy.
Because I know
Because it makes
gets
people
under
feel
your skin,
uncomfortable.
Sacred.
Y'all
Because I
love
know
balls
for some
so
reason-
y'all love balls that much?
I mean,
No,
because
Sacred-
I know
Hey,
it's so-
Sacred, I have a question.
I
Sacred,
would rather have balls than discs.
why does that trigger you so much?
That's
Nah,
why.
hey, do what you do, bro. Do what you do. That's not
I'm
my
gonna do
thing.
what I do. So
Whatever
here's
y'all like to talk about, that's between
here's
y'all
what
ball
we're gonna do.
lurkers.
Here's what we're going to do. Flurf Herder, answer this question for me, if you will. Flurf Herder, let's go ahead and agree that going forward, such videos will not be made, even if you're trolling, even if you're just doing it to be a shit. Let's not do that type of video. So, for example, if they say something that is genuinely wrong and you wish to debunk that genuinely wrong thing, that's one thing. But the clips such as doing this for a little bit of DJing or trolling or stuff like
Misrepresenting.
that. Sacred, please shut the fuck up for half a second. So
Okay, my bad.
You do all of that stuff, Flurf. That's all fine and dandy. If you want to point out their hypocrisy or whatever, I don't fucking care. But just don't make those clips again. Is that fair? Is that a good compromise here?
That's
I
fair.
have a question.
Under one condition.
Oh, yes, absolutely. What is your condition?
Let's hear it.
Sacred has to admit that he interrupted me.
Ah, that's fair. So Flurf Herder will admit that was a bit of a low blow, a bit of a dick move. So Sacred, if you accept that you interrupted him, we can all sing Kumbaya together and move on. And then this hangout can stay up as a testament to our ability to work together. What say you?
Yeah. There were times where we interrupted each other. I wasn't satisfied with his answer, obfuscating away from my point. So yeah, my bad for interjecting, man.
Fucking ownership
My
of
bad
your own
for-
actions.
Bro, can I
dude.
please just get my own shit off without you interrupting? My bad,
Stop
Flurf Herder.
caveating it with
My
other
bad.
people's behavior.
Bro, let me get
Take
my shit
ownership
off
of
without you
your
trying to
shit.
censor me, bro. Damn, this shit is crazy. All y'all do is censor. My bad, Flurf Herder, for interjecting to get clarity. Next time, if you want to be uninterrupted, just request it, and you'll get uninterrupted, which is the whole point of the co-host.
You never interrupted me.
Sacred, just fucking say it. Even if you don't agree with it, just pretend for half a second. Will you promise not at least to try and attempt to not interrupt them again? Just
Of
say
course,
yes.
that was the whole point. Of course, that was the whole point of the co-host.
Perfect. Let's just leave it at that. Look at us singing Kumbaya together around the fireplace. We're great. It's awesome. It's whatever. So I'm going to give it to Sliceberg Kane and Big Mike since they were waiting patiently in backstage. Thank you so much. Sliceberg Kane, what say you about whatever the fuck you just probably heard right now?
Well, I would just like to know when I'm going to meet an honest flat earther. That's all.
That's probably a good question. Big Mike, what say you about whatever the fuck you just heard?
Definitely going to echo his comments. When are we going to finally meet one? But more importantly, all I'm going to say is, any sort of action that's done, to try and, if you're going to truly make a flat earther look dishonest and bad, you don't need to take their words out of context. You can just directly source them, keep it in context, because often
Amen.
that itself shows how dishonest they are. And you don't need to make yourself look like a dick. So that's what we say.
If we were to look, I'd say the best way that you can do so is exactly what was done last time. That's simply go to quote unquote Shane's model, pull up the source code, and see the number 93 million written in it. That's fucking awesome. That's all you have to really do, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And the million.
I'm still mad that you talked over him, Rez. I can't believe you censored Shane like that. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. I never expected you to do that, but I didn't see the beginning, so I'm gonna go back and watch to see if he came in here talking shit. But if he didn't come in here talking shit and you was trolling that whole time and you interrupted and censored him when he was trying to give you an answer while letting you speak, that was weak as hell, bro. You better than that.
Sacred, let's be completely honest here. You're gonna find something wrong with it because you always do.
Nah, I'm honest. Between me and you, Rez, whenever it's something that really that's not right, I will go ahead and admit that. You know that for a fact. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had me moderate your debates.
Dude,
hey, Sacred.
Hang on. Let's be very clear about something, Sacred. The only reason I let you moderate the debates is because flat earthers were scared shitless to not let a non-flat earther do that. Sacred, let me ask you an honest to God question. How many flat earthers have I challenged to debate? Probably a shitload, right? Now,
a lot, yeah, a lot,
yes. And the only time in recent memory was my debate with Ban Notice, and Ban Notice wanted that debate on two conditions: one, that it was on Twitter Spaces, and that was your Twitter Space. I couldn't force him to do a different moderator, otherwise I fucking would have. And so, Sacred, I would like for you to acknowledge this challenge that I'm making. Find me one flat earther. Find me one flat earther that is actually brave enough to step off of Twitter and into a space not moderated by one of their people. Like, for example, Slice Barcane has a beautiful game show that he made that is about the flat earth, round earth debate. Find me one flat earther that's brave enough to engage in such a thing. I guarantee you it will be hard as fucking hell. It'll probably be years before you find one that's actually willing to step up to the plate.
Yo, that's because y'all damage your own shit. And real quick before I expand on that, you making another deal, Rez, and you owe me curly fries still, bro. You still owe me curly fries. You can't propose another deal and you ain't follow up on the last deal, my brother. Where my curly fries? Anyway, it's because of the behavior, right? So when they watch Witsit debating somebody, and then you have McTone just incessantly interrupting or doing weird stuff, that take flat earthers like, yo, I don't want to step into an anti-flat earther platform. I'm feeling more comfortable dealing with somebody like Sacred, who he moderates flat earthers. As a matter of fact, that's the other reason why I came up here, Red's Rhetoric, because you told your whole live that the reason why we denounced Caleb was because he interrupted me. That was a blatant lie. Let me tell y'all what actually happened. When we were actually having a back and forth discussion with a PhD particle physicist that worked at CERN, Caleb, Mr. Big Flat Earth Mouth over here, wanted to interrupt, ad hom, yell, and scream at the globe Earth physicist, and I wasn't fucking having it. And to be totally honest, it wasn't even me. Proud Flurf stepped in. Proud Flurf had to mute the whole space because we wasn't going for somebody who coming in here with their credentials, talking to flat earthers, and have just somebody that got a personality on a platform interrupting the PhD physicist. So we muted the whole room. And he got mad because he got a wild ego or something like that. And we wasn't going for that. Now, I don't know nothing about this whole, like all that extra stuff he be tweeting about. I don't know nothing about that. I'm ignorant to all that stuff. What we didn't appreciate is him disrespecting the globe earther PhD physicist that was dedicating his time to come talk to the flat earthers. So we moderated his little ass so that way the PhD physicist could finish his point. So I would appreciate for you not to be saying things that are blatantly untrue if you don't have all the information. Red's Rhetoric.
All right, let's go ahead and expand on that a bit. So I don't know if you realize this or not, but that wasn't the main point. Whether he interrupted you or not, I actually don't give a fuck. The point was that someone was interrupted. Whether it was you or not, maybe I got that wrong. And you know what? I'll go ahead and accept that I did. He didn't interrupt you. He interrupted the space as a whole, as per what you just said. The actual point was that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and not the fact that he was a fucking Nazi. That's the point I was making, Sacred. And let me ask you something. When was the last time, what's his name? Brian Sweet, I think his name is. Brian Sweet. When was the last time he was in your space?
He actually just popped in yesterday.
He popped in yesterday. Okay, cool. So can you please tell me what his screen name represents?
Bro, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm gonna be totally honest. I'm completely oblivious to what their position is on how they interpret a Nazi, whether he is or any flat or anybody in general, right? When we're talking about the history of Hitler and all this different stuff, bro, I have no idea. My position on that is I don't give a fuck about what Hitler was doing. I don't care if he thought that he was saving the world and ridding the whole world of these bad. I don't care about none of that. If he took one innocent life, I'm not rocking with it. I'm not rocking with it at all. But we don't talk about that in Flat Earth Fridays. That isn't a topic that we talk about. That isn't something that I engage with. I engage with the sciences and the debate or the dialogue about globe Earth and Flat Earth. Anything else, if I see anything racist, we remove them. We remove plenty of racist flat earthers when it comes to our attention, like plenty of them. So I don't want anybody to get misrepresented. Like we just accept anybody who's a flat earther. If you got racist stuff and you're saying things against an entire people, we not dealing with that. We not going with that. I'm not going for none of that stuff. Now, so if I find out that any flat earther denounces an entire people based on their religion, based on their race, based on the color of their skin, just know me and Proud Flurf is not rocking with it. That's all we saying. So if y'all got evidence of that, we will handle that expeditiously. Other than that, so I don't know about anything else.
We have a few, Sacred. So let me make sure I understand this clearly. If we're able to come to you in good faith, of course, not trolling, not trying to stir the pot or whatever the case may be, if we come to you in good faith and we say, hey, that guy M88 is a Nazi sympathizer posting demonstrable Nazi shit. If we have Caleb demonstrably posting Nazi shit. If we have Brian Sweet putting Nazi dog whistles in his handle. If we have all of this and we bring this information to you, are you telling us that you would immediately excommunicate them from your group?
No, that's not what I'm saying, right? Because from what I see, right, and like I said, I haven't delved into the conversation. It seems like they feel that whatever history that we've been given by the victors is bastardized or it's manipulated and it's not the full truth. So I don't know if they're condemning all of a people because of their background, religion, or race or skin color. Because if that's true, you're right. I will remove them expeditiously. If they're saying I don't believe in the history and we need to look deeper into the details, being that we all know that history is manipulated, then I think that's a valid point. Now, I can't talk about it because I'm ignorant. They keep on saying, watch this documentary, Europe something. I didn't watch that shit yet, so I don't know nothing about that. That is not a topic that I discuss, and I won't engage in it. But if I go through somebody's timeline, whether they're a flat earther, globe earther, donut earther, and they're saying racist things about an entire people, I'm not cool with that, especially if they mean it like that. Right? It's different when, and just real quick, I'm gonna land right here, 5 seconds. It's different when we're like having back and forth conversation, and people's like, oh yeah, like, you know, the Jews is trying to fuck up the world. You know, that's just regular back and forth conversation. If they're saying, oh yeah, every single Jew is bad, the guy across the street, he's a Jew, he's a bad person, then sorry, I'm not trying to get y'all locked out of YouTube. So let me mince my words a little bit. I forgot we was over here. If he's talking about all people, I'm not with that. If he's saying that there's a specific group of people within a demographic that are doing things that are evil and they're not aligning with that, I say that we should look into that. So that is my position. I hope that I'm clear.
Slice Burkane, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to put in on the M88 thing. He has a tweet there that specifically says that. I mean, we're all aware that the Nazi regime was responsible for the death of approximately 6 million Jews. He said that Hitler created 6 million jobs.
No, I don't know. Did he?
That's brutal. Wow.
There is something that I would love to hear an explanation from Sacred, and that's can you explain why you are so willing to do a guilt by association against all people who are against flat Earth when it suits you, but when behavior is brought to your attention about people that you associate with in a not guilt by association way, you find ways to ignore their behavior?
Amen.
I don't ignore it. I just told you there was been flat earthers that was in our space that we ended up going through their timeline after a globe earther was like, hey, y'all got this racist guy in y'all space. I could think of 2 of them off of the top of my head, but I don't really want to give them a platform. And me and Proud like, oh, hell nah, we not going for that. Y'all got to get the hell out of here. We don't stand by that. We don't rock with that. We not going for that. If you are like, you should be able to be proud of who you are. Like, you should be able to have white pride without diminishing another group of people. You should be able to have Hispanic pride without diminishing another group of people. That's our position. So if you feel like you gotta diminish or hold down another group of people in order to lift yourself up, we are not rocking with that.
So
that's what I'm saying. I hope I'm clear.
Here is a prime example of why this question came up. Sly read off something that one of the people that has questionable shit on their timeline gave it to you verbatim. Everyone else on the panel understood the context. You fucking ignored it.
What do you mean I ignored it? I didn't even get a chance to address anything. Y'all started asking me all different other things. But like I said, if I go talk to them and he really believed that every single Jewish person is bad, man, I'm not going for that prejudice. That I'm not rocking with that. I want to bring people together. That was really the whole purpose of the space, to show that people can have conversation with a polarizing topic. I don't know how many times I got to acknowledge there have been many flat earthers that came into space, many globe earthers too that came into space that were racist, and we removed them and they are not allowed back in. And if they happen to grab a mic somehow, we totally block them from the space so they can't get back in. I don't know how to be even more clear than that. So if it comes to my attention that that's what his belief is, we will be handling that. But I haven't seen him say that. Anyway, I got like 5 more minutes. Like, if y'all want to go ahead and wrap this up, but I feel like we're getting away from the topic. I don't talk about this whole Jewish thing. Like, I don't do that.
Well, here's the thing, Sacred. Here's the thing, Sacred. The reason why I bring this up is because your spaces are full of people that hold these demonstrably evil beliefs. Now, you say that you've been ignorant to it, you haven't seen it. I am assuming that you follow them. I'm assuming that, you guys are somewhat connected on Twitter. I mean, that's how Twitter works. You have a timeline. You're the one, for the most part. I know algorithm has some fuckery involved in that too, but mostly the people you follow influences your timeline. I know you've seen some of the deplorable shit that they said, including the one where Slice Arcane said that Hitler just made 6 million new jobs, knowing exactly that is in reference to the 6 million Jews that were murdered. And keep in mind, of the 6 million Jews that were murdered, not all of them were mercenaries. Not all of them were trying to upend the German people. A lot of them were women and children. And one of the things that I believe that you would benefit from watching and reviewing is the silent films from the camps. Now, for just once, put off the conspiracy hat and watch it with the idea that this is real. Watch it with the idea that this is real. And even if after it, you don't believe that's real and that's probably made up by the deep state or whatever fucking the case may be, is it really something you would even want to touch with a 39.5-foot pole? If the answer is no, then I would recommend distancing yourself from the people that would touch that subject and speak about it with such disdain and disrespect. It's one thing where someone is ignorant about the geometry of our planet. I can take that. That's fine. But on top of being ignorant about the geometry of our planet, they decide to adopt Nazi propaganda and a Nazi viewpoint, that takes it a little bit too far. And so I would highly recommend that if you are trying to make the highest quality space possible with you and Proud Flurf, by all means, go for it. Impress me. But I would start there.
So I understand what you guys are saying, right? Just so I can acknowledge your point. First thing that I would say is I don't give a damn if Hitler thought that he was saving the world, because it's to my understanding that he was destroying other cultures in the process. Like I said, I'm not really sure. I haven't done my full research, but I'm not rocking with that. So if he came to epiphany about something and focus on a specific people, it don't negate all the other evil shit that he did, in my estimation. Okay, that's my position. So this is what I'll do. If y'all got anything that's concerning, this is not going to be open for life, but if y'all see anything, if y'all know anything that seems to be concerning, send it to me so that way I can address it with them. But stop associating that conversation with Flat Earth Fridays. Stop it, because that's not what we talk about. Anytime we do see anything that's prejudiced or abrasive like that in that manner, we remove it expeditiously, even though we try to keep free speech as open as possible. We not rocking with hate. And to be totally honest, it's the globe earthers that are in real time, that I see in real time, that are having pedophilic behavior. Y'all should go look at TikTok, assaulting women, doing all this extra weird stuff. And we still don't even really touch on that a whole lot. We just like to focus on the topic at hand. Stop associating that conversation with Flat Earth Fridays. We have nothing to do with that. Go bring that to their spaces when they hold their spaces. That is not sacred and Proud Flurf.
Then
may I ask you a question?
Hang on. I will allow you to speak, but then it's the same story in reverse. Stop associating, because I'll tell you exactly who is, ultimately guilty of this, but your boy, that guy M88. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, did you know that he went out of his way to try and connect us to people who we have never spoken to, who we don't know, from Adam or whoever else down the street, whether they're down the street or not, whether on the other side of the planet or not, that we were somehow associated with them when they get caught, with child porn or something like that with CP. And I know that there's a 99.9% chance that this live stream is going to get demonetized. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. People think I do this shit for the money. I don't make dick on YouTube. Let's make that point.
You grifter, Reg, you grifter. My bad.
What we have here is a situation where the respect needs to be two ways. The reason why a lot of people don't want to go into your space is because whether you want to acknowledge it or not, the respect isn't reciprocated. So if we want to go ahead and have an actual debate on the science, I'm willing to come back into your space, Sacred, but it needs to not be a cataclysmic dumpster fire every single time I go into it. It can't be one of these situations where if I try to talk about something, they're immediately misrepresenting my position by not allowing me to get a word in edgewise, or at the very least, listening to the argument as a whole and paying attention to it as a whole. And in regards to what you said about Shane, I understand.
But that never happens to you. Oh, my bad. I thought you finished. Go ahead.
Let me finish off with Shane. All right. With Shane, he came in with this holier than thou, born the fucktard asshead type of behavior, like he was superior to everybody, spitting off word salad like Witsit does, not understanding that when it comes to this conversation, if we were to enter the conversation as equals, then he needs to talk to me as this equal. He was talking down to me like I needed an education from him. Motherfucker, I am more read up on this subject than he could ever hope to be. I was able to school that motherfucker using his own numbers, and he didn't even know it. So if he wishes to come at me sideways, not only am I going to come at him and reciprocate that, but I'm going to show him that he doesn't actually know jack shit compared to me. He does not, say I have, a God complex, whatever. He cannot match my intellect, and I was more than happy to demonstrate that shit to him. But if he didn't want to be treated that way, all he had to do was come in, not talk as if he's trying to talk down to me, show a little bit of respect. It can be reciprocated that way. The reason why you and I got into a shouting conversation in this is because I was, again, reciprocating what we were getting into. We got into interruptions, then everyone interrupted each other. I think at the very end of it, I'm the one that's saying, let's say kumbaya and make an agreement going forward. Flurfurter agreed to it. You agreed to it. Everything's great. You're welcome for that, by the way. So
well, that's because I had to expose the truth. It wasn't like that before I got here. Once I exposed the truth, then y'all wanted to make kumbaya. So yeah, after the fact, y'all was forced to acknowledge it.
If you wish to think of it that way, I won't take that away from you. You tell yourself whatever you need to sleep at night. And everyone else can rewatch this damn near 4.5 hour long live stream on their own time and come to their own conclusions. I know what the live stream is saying, and I believe you know what the live stream is saying as well. There's someone else in this. I don't know who this is, so I'm going to give them a quick moment, because I don't know who they are, to introduce themselves. Let's go ahead and see what we have here. Big Mike, can you do me a favor and drop for half a second? I'm sorry I have to do this to you, Big Mike. Thank you. All right, let's get a mic check from you, Paizo?
Piezo, what up, squad?
How you doing? Good
to see you, brother.
All right, so I have no idea who you are, so introduce yourself.
Hey man, I'm just some guy. I'm just some guy who loves the pursuit of truth and is very interested in discovering more about the world that the Creator Yahweh made. And it's a very interesting pursuit. I love science and engineering, and yeah, just figured you might want to continue the conversation.
Okay, so Sacred, if you want to say, I think we're done beating this dead horse. And for after you leave, I'm going to invite Big Mike to come back in to take your spot. The space is limited to 6 people. In my opinion, that's how it should be. But if you wish to stay, Sacred, it's completely on you. Flurfurter, if you wish to stay, that's completely on you. But going forward, I think we're going to have a lot of upgrades in our Twitter experience. Flurfurter is not going to make some trolly shit in the future. Sacred is going to do his best to not interrupt him the next time he shows up. And if we do have any problems with any of the individuals that are frequent to Sacred Spaces, we are free. We are open to send him this information, and they will, of course, take care of it expeditiously, if I remember correctly. So now that we have all of that taken care of, I think this was a very productive dumpster fire. It was still a dumpster fire. There was a lot of gasoline burned. We did not help the environment with this stream. So Sacred, if you wish to stay, be my guest. You too, Flurfurter. Slice Barcane, I know you wanted something to say before I get to the topic of Flat Earth. So Slice Barcane, say what you got to say before we finally move on with the subject.
All I was going to ask Sacred is just going off previous words of his. I approached him one time, I'll speak directly to you. I approached you one time about somebody making deliberately dishonest claims about me, specifically having to do with one of your guests or routine guests, Libra, and who had specifically said that he has proof that I sent a letter to Bob Nodell saying that I faked or somehow said I confessed to doing the Cavendish experiment wrong, and he has proof of that. And I approached you and Proud Flurf, and all I got was basically rage tweets back. How do you feel about folks who associate themselves with you and with the Flat Earth cause doing deliberately lying about people? How do you approach that?
What do you mean rage tweets? What was actually said in response to that? Specifically?
Well, it was Proud Flurf just kind of went off on a tangent of demanding that I answer something else and asked 25 times in a row.
What was it specifically? So we know exactly what was said, because you're acting like that we didn't acknowledge it. So what was it specifically?
I wasn't worried about the rage tweets. I was worried about the lie that was told and your inability to acknowledge it.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because that's the point that you're making, that we didn't acknowledge. So I'm asking you what was actually said in reply for you to say that we didn't acknowledge it. Can you highlight that for the audience, please?
Sure. Give me 1 second here. I'll even bring it up because I actually put it together. Hold on a second here. Rage. Hold on a second here.
While you bring that up, I'm going to just make a brief call out. Proud Flurf, since you're on the subject of echo chambers, let me make a challenge to you. I haven't seen you actually take the initiative in any of these conversations, at least not to my memory. You probably have when I wasn't there, but every single time I was there, you didn't really speak up all that much, leading one to believe that you allow other people to do all the work for you, even though you claim to be a, quote, proud Flurf. I wish to know, I wish to see, I wish for you to demonstrate that you are brave enough to stand on your position, that you are brave enough to say with a straight face that the earth is indeed flat and that you can back that up. So here's my offer to you. I'm going to give you one of two options. Option one, you can choose the moderator, or option two, you can choose the venue. So if you choose the venue, I get to choose the moderator. But if you choose the moderator, then I get to choose the venue. You and me, a structured, moderated debate, the same as I had with Ban Notice. And please, for love of fuck, do not bring up Fauci. That was cringe. So here's the deal. Which model best comports with reality? You step up to the plate. You argue for your own position instead of having other people do it for you. That is my call out to you.
That's gaslighting. Proud Flurf, to speak on her behalf, she's not up here. You only do 6, and I'm probably gonna dip out in a second. Proud Flurf be on TikTok by herself talking to PhDs, engineers, pilots, and actually brought me over to TikTok in order to talk to those guys. She was there first, handling all of them by themselves. So that's not true. She be doing her own thing on her own volition by herself. And on top of that, Rez, you were the one that actually called out Witsit. So yeah, I mean, you could go ahead and go at Proud Flurf, but if you're gonna be tweeting at Witsit, why don't you show up to Flat Earth Fridays and then challenge Witsit yourself first, and then go off after somebody else? Like, why you wanna sit there and not why do you want to sit there and make it seem like Proud Flurf don't stand on her own and challenge her to a debate when she actually does stand on her own, but then you don't want to go ahead and challenge Witsit face to face when he's on Twitter now? That don't even make no sense.
I got a quick relevant question for the panel. Did anyone else hear Red's actually limit his question and proposal to Cloud Flurf as he had not seen her? Or was I just hearing shit?
No,
he acknowledged it. He said, I might not know. He acknowledged that. So I'm just giving him the information.
Why are you getting all up in his ass on it then?
He said he didn't know, so I was informing him that his premise was incorrect.
If I say I don't know, that means I'm not making a knowledge claim. Therefore, it wasn't a lie, dude. This is why we have these fucking disagreements and these shit fleeing contests with each other, because you're saying shit's a lie when I didn't make a lie objectively. You just demonstrated again just now. Proud Flurf may be the type of person to stand on her own 2 feet. I personally have never seen it, specifically in Flat Earth Fridays. And if she is the type of person to stand on her own 2 feet, then this shouldn't be a problem. Choose. Does she choose the moderator, or does she choose the venue? I look forward to her making that choice. And by the way, if you wish to give that same challenge to Witsit, I've been doing it for the last 3 fucking years. Moderator or venue? I'm still waiting for an answer, Witsit. How many? Let's actually do something else. Let's do something else real quick. I'm going to ask you to read something for me. Let's see what we have here, because you already said that I'm no stranger to calling people out. So, Sacred, can you please read what is being presented on the screen right now?
Hold on. When did I say that you were lying? Let me read this real quick, so that way I don't obfuscate away from what you're asking me to do. But I want you to tell me what I said what you lied about. This says Nathan Oakley has been refusing to debate Red's Rhetoric on a neutral platform for. Yeah, that's a long time, Mr. Oakley. But then again, like, I don't really know him like that, so I don't know what history y'all got.
Okay, cool. You said that I lied. Oh wait, hang on, that was the wrong button. You said that I lied about Proud Flurf and her ability to stand on her own 2 feet. I did not lie about that. What I said was I've never seen it. Now, if she has done that, I'm not on TikTok. I don't fucking care about TikTok. TikTok is a dog shit platform that might get shut down unless they sell it to an American buyer or something like that. Is that still going on? I don't even fucking know. Anyway, so I'm not on TikTok. I don't care about TikTok, which is why I limit it to just my knowledge. I'm not making a knowledge claim because I don't know her entire fucking existence. One, that would be creepy. Two, ain't no one got time for that. So I'm saying, if what you're saying is true, and she is the type of person that can stand on her 2 feet and argue her position, great. We have no problem here. So I look forward to her making the decision of whether she wishes to choose the moderator or the venue, because I will choose the other thing that she does not choose. So if she chooses the moderator, I will choose the venue, vice versa. We get how this is. So thank you very much, Sacred. If you wish to stay, please stay.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna dip out of here. But can you just clarify for me one thing? If I say that you said something that wasn't true, does that mean and equal me saying that you lied about something? Is that the same thing?
You used the word lied.
Really?
Yes, you did.
Oh, hold on.
Let me bring up the stream.
That's gaslighting. Proud Flirt to speak on her behalf. She's not up here. You only do 6.
Gaslighting is a form of lying.
Proud Flirt be on TikTok by herself talking to PhDs, engineers, pilots, and actually brought me over to TikTok in order to talk to those guys. She was there first, handling all of them by themselves. So that's not true. She be doing her own thing on her own position by herself. And on top of that, Rez, you were the one that actually called out Witsit. So yeah, I mean, you could go ahead and go at Proud Flirt, but if you're gonna be tweeting at Witsit, why don't you show up to Flat Earth Fridays and then challenge Witsit yourself first, and then go after somebody?
So that's not true. That's not true.
So never ever said that you lied, bro.
Gaslighting is a form of lying.
I never said that he lied. Ever.
You said he was gaslighting, which is a form of lying.
I never said that he lied.
So you really want to go down the pedantic route again?
This is why we don't get it.
Me saying something is not true and someone saying something that is not true, and not me saying that is
a form of lying. And you started.
I did not say that he lied.
He was gaslighting.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, thank you very much, Sacred. I appreciate you for stepping up. And by the way, if you wish to get my attention, go into the live chat and click at Red's Rhetoric. It will help me see it faster.
No, it's cool. I didn't even want to jump up here while Shane was up here cooking. I just wish that y'all could have finished that build. But hey, yo, Flat Earth Fridays every single Friday. Shout out to the level heads. Shout out to Piezo. Shout out to Proud Flirt. Yeah, we out, man. Good cook-up session.
All right, peace. So I'm going to go ahead and give the invite back to Big Mike if he wishes to come back in. So I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your name? Piezo?
Piezo, but it's all right, man. Yeah, a lot of people find it hard to pronounce.
All right, Piezo. Okay.
Piezo in Greek.
Okay, so I may be mispronouncing your name throughout this entire conversation. Okay, so I assume you have a subject that you wish to discuss with us. So I'm going to let you break the ice here because I actually don't know your position on anything because I don't know who you are.
Sure, man. Sure, yeah. So, well, I like to talk more along the physics side of things. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the conversation about optics and angles and maps and stuff like that, but I try to steer away from those conversations. I'm more interested in like physical science. And so, for example, I'm really interested in things like electricity, the origins of electricity and of light. Like everyone from Maxwell to Heaviside to Steinmetz to Lord Kelvin, Thomson, those people, even up to Schrodinger and his wave mechanics. Those people are all pretty interesting. And so I wonder if you know much about, the subject of electricity on those, levels, so to speak, and if you think it has any implications on the nature of the world in which we live.
I'm going to answer that question this way. There's two separate questions that we can ask ourselves. The first question is the Earth a sphere? The second question that we can ask ourselves is, why is Earth a sphere? Those are two totally different questions. One is involving physics. The other is involving geometry. Now, when it comes to the conversation of flat Earth versus round Earth, that is explicitly a question of geometry. And so if we wanted to discuss why the Earth is shaped that in the way that it is, that's one conversation. But if I were to be honest with you as to what my forte is, it is about the geometry of our planet. Now, I know basic physics, like, for example, Newtonian physics, like, for example, we can figure out and I can explain the mechanics of how orbits work, for example. I know enough to measure the distance to the sun. I know enough to calculate basic orbits and figure out how fast an orbital velocity is based on a nice circular orbit, for example. But if you're talking about like the origins of electricity, if you're talking about like the origins of light, I believe those are very profound questions, but they're profound questions that have absolutely nothing to do with the main subject, which is geometry.
Okay. So I see what I get the point that you're making, and I see what you're getting at. But I wonder, as far as electricity goes, because you believe it wouldn't have any implications potentially on geometry. And I wasn't even trying to get directly to a geometry conversation necessarily, because I think this point that I'm talking about is more important initially, at the very least, than geometry is. But I think that, electricity, light, I think it's a wave. Do you think light is a particle? Do you think electricity is a particle or a wave?
I've heard of something called a particle wave duality, so it has the characteristics of both. I actually don't know the answer to this question, but a brief correction on one thing. I didn't say that physics doesn't have an impact on the shape of the Earth. There is a why is the Earth shaped like this. There is an answer to that question, but we're not asking the why is Earth the shape that it is. We're trying to figure out the shape that it is in the first place. So if we are to have a conversation involving shape, then we should stick to the shape and not necessarily the physics that made it that shape.
May I answer?
Sure, Sly, go ahead.
I believe it's particles that move in a wave that is compressed together by some form of energy.
Cool.
Okay. So,
right. But do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do. I just think that I think that there's a disagreement on that point, and it's because the implications I believe that light and electricity have on motion and or geometry. And so if you don't know or understand what the implications are, you would logically conclude that they don't have implications on the geometry, but I think that they do. So that's why I brought this topic up. And to reply to Sly, yes, I know that the mainstream, right, declares this wave particle duality, like Red said, and you can think of it as a bunch of particles moving in the shape of a sine wave, like you said. However, I still don't
not necessarily, but yeah.
Okay, I don't think that is a satisfactory explanation, because I think it creates several logical contradictions that cannot be dealt with. You can't fix. For example, if I say that light is not a true wave, but is simply, a bunch of particles moving like a wave, so that it constitutes approximately a wave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it creates problems with things like energy measurements and even the measurement of points, because they declare the particle you're talking about to be a photon, which is a point particle. But if that is true, a point particle meaning that it has no actual size, it has no physical 3D measurement you can make, it's infinitely small, like a point on a graph, then you got to ask, first of all, the basic logical question is, how many points can I make or measure from 0 to 1?
I just wish to barge in here for a second. I'm sorry for derailing the conversation, but let me just ask a basic question here. In your opinion, what is the shape of the Earth, and why do you believe that?
Well, like I said, to start off with, I didn't want the conversation to go directly to shape, because I don't think it's the most important thing.
It is when we're talking about flat versus spherical.
I got it, but I think the motion is it's much more important to deal with first.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not
already there.
Not in this. Basically, that would be a conversation where you would be arguing against heliocentrism versus geocentrism, for example. That is a debate that can be had, but that's not a debate that's going to be had in this space. In this space, what we're talking about and what the entire point of this channel is not to do with motion. So let's take a cup. It is the shape of a cup. I put this cup on the table. Is this cup moving relative to the table? No. Has it stopped being a cup? No. So motion is irrelevant to what is the shape of this cup. Same story here with the Earth. We're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth, not necessarily the motion. Now, I understand flat earthers like to talk about the motion, and that's fine. But in order for us to talk about the motion, we would have to first get past literally the shape aspect to begin with, because they wish to assert that because the Earth is flat, assuming that what they're saying is true. I don't believe it is, but let's take that for what it is. They say the motion is all encapsulated within a dome, in which case I can't argue anything against it because it doesn't have any physics that make any sense. Whereas if we agree that the Earth is a sphere, then we can argue whether or not it's geocentric or heliocentric in terms of its motion. But we have to get past the shape thing first. So
Okay,
with that being said, if you're not comfortable talking about shape and whether or not the Earth is flat, that's fine. This is just the wrong hangout to be in, because we don't actually give a shit about the motion. We're more concerned about the shape. So if you're not,
if I could add something there to your point, Red, I think he's more going on to, if you have an orange, he's more worried about the photosynthesis and everything that happened to create that orange, instead of arguing the fact that it's a spherical orange.
Yeah. And I'll even say this. If we wish to, because another argument that we go into is the concept of origin. Now, it could be the case, and I'm willing to accept that it is possible, that God set that initial spark into motion. God set the initial spark in the motion. God made everything react in such a way that it would manifest a beautiful round Earth. I'm willing to accept that that is a possibility. But that is a totally different conversation of how can we independently figure out the shape of the Earth that we ourselves live on. So that's why I asked you the question, and I'll ask it one more time. Do you believe that the Earth is flat, or do you believe that the Earth is round, and why?
Okay. I think that there is definitely way more evidence lending credence as far as like observations an individual can make on the ground, like I said, on the ground, that point to it being flat. When you look to the heavens, to the sky, right, you can come out with two different viewpoints, and those viewpoints will be tied to your worldview position on whether you think that we occupy a central position in the universe or we occupy one that's random and space is ever expanding. And then when you join those two together, then you can find out, which do I ultimately believe in, the evidence like from my ground position or the evidence of one of my two sky positions, or how do they, or maybe a juncture between the two. For me, I think that the ground evidence points more towards flat, and for the sky evidence, I think that the Earth's central position is more compelling.
Okay. So if you believe, let's stick with the shape. What I always ask this, and if it sounds like I'm putting you on the spot, I kind of am, but I don't do it to be rude or disrespectful. But my question to you would be very simple. What is your best piece of evidence that you believe shows that the Earth is flat?
Well, if I could finish my my explanation about photons, it was going to lead to an answer probably to your question.
Okay, as long as it leads to that question, go ahead.
Yeah, so
or an answer.
How many points can you have between 0 and 1?
Infinite.
Infinitely many, correct. So
it all depends on your accuracy of measure, and this is where the observer effect for a lot of what you were starting with comes into play.
Are we wait? Are we going to be talking about like double slit experiment shit here?
That's fun.
I mean, I get it's fun and it's kooky and weird and physics is great and all that shit, but I don't believe the double slit experiment is going to be relevant to our question of geometry. You mentioned observations that you can do on the ground. I would like to do those observations.
It is. So you can make infinitely many points between 0 and 1.
Okay.
But we know this is a measurable fact that you can know for yourself as well as many other millions of people around the world all know, a light wave as well as an electrical current are both continuous waveforms. They're continuous functions. If they were made of points, they would have to be infinitely discontinuous because there would have to be infinitely many points between any 2 points. And so, by nature of this, if a photon truly is made of points and a light wave or an electrical current is a continuous function of photons or electrons, then that means if every photon has a non-zero energy, which it does based on the definition of a photon, then every single stream of light would have to have infinite energy. We know that that's not true in reality. That's why it can't be made of photons. Now, the other option is that light's a wave. If light is truly a wave and is truly continuous, that means that it needs a medium, like the ether. And if there is a medium, then that means that experiments in interferometry show that Earth is not moving. And if Earth is not moving, then when we look at its electric field distribution across its surface, talking about geometry, we would know that it is static. And since it's a static distribution that's not dynamically like moving like in a large way on average, what can we apply to it to analyze it to tell about the geometry of the world in which we live?
Can I ask you one thing?
Sure.
Well, there's one comment in there that you made was incorrect, and that is what do you call it? Interferometry does prove that the Earth moves.
How so?
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, no doubt. Ring laser gyroscopes. They use interferometry to show the change in direction when stationary on the Earth.
Are you talking about the average 15 degrees per hour at sea level rotation at the equator of the light drift in the interferometer?
I am talking about the 3 axes of motion that are detected by 3 different interferometers in a ring laser gyroscope, as tested by Bob Nodell and modeled by me.
Yeah, I know what an RLG is and know what an FOG is, but I'm asking, you said it proves that the Earth moves. I'm presuming since you said thanks, Bob, you're talking about rotation experiments, like setting the device still and letting it drift in a rotational movement that correlates to a number of degrees per hour.
Define drift in a rotational movement.
The interference fringe pattern makes its way around at a rate of about 15 degrees per hour when the device is stationary upon the Earth at the equator.
That's not what it read,
level.
though. That's not what it read, though.
I understand. Just before we get off into a rabbit trail.
No, hold on.
Bob
This
Nodell,
is this is pivotal to your chain of consequences.
Okay,
there.
sure, go ahead.
And what do you call it? What you're implying there is that the ring laser gyroscope actually or fiber optic gyro, excuse me, that's what they used. You're implying that there was some kind of natural drift on one axis. This was a combination of 3 different axes, and none of them were the same.
Okay, first of all, if you're going to invoke Bob Nodell's data to make your point, you're invoking the wrong person's data. People from, not your community have already analyzed it for its validity, so to speak, in terms of like controls. And he did not control that experiment well at all. We have plenty of official data sets from, studies done at universities and actual laboratories measuring the same effect. Okay. And we can use their numbers. We don't need Bob.
So you're implying that a ring laser gyroscope, each one of the 3 sorry, I'm a little tired. Each one of the sensors inside of it is naturally, without cause of movement or anything like that, making this happen, naturally drifting at 15 degrees per hour. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So just so we're clear,
is that a yes or no?
There is a 15-degree average per drift hour between the 3 axes along the ecliptic of the Earth. Okay, it matches the sky rotation frame. It's the sidereal rotation that they're measuring, and it correlates with that annually. It has a periodicity that varies with the time of day and time of year. That was measured. Okay, you can go to Michelson, Gill, Pearson. You can also go to Dayton Miller.
So then it's not the interferometer itself. Interferometer itself. It's the motion around it.
The interferometer is not rotating. The interferometer is picking up a drift in the light. Okay, there are two presumptions.
So there's a drift in the light that engineers know about.
And this actually gets worse if I were to join in for a second.
Yeah, one second, Jared. 1 second, Jared.
Oh, no,
so
that was Mike, not me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it sounded like Jared. Sorry.
Sorry.
So there's a drift. So there's a drift in the light in the interferometer that engineers know about.
Yes.
Okay, then why is it not compensated for?
Because the degree to which this drift is happening with respect to time
is significant.
Not significant enough in instantaneous measurements.
15 degrees per hour is a lot, dude.
Hold on a second. In instantaneous measurements to measure, when you're measuring with respect to time across periods of time, such as in things like inertial navigation systems, then it does matter, and they do apply a correction for that. It's something called the Kalman filter. You can find that in your good old boy INS manual for the U.S. Navy, I think 04 release.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the U.S. Navy's position that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
We're talking about the effect.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay.
We're talking about the effect of light drift, but he's trying to talk me down about something that I don't think he understands the implications of anyway. If you
I understand it actually quite well.
Yeah.
And the thing is let me just point out one last thing before I let Mike take over. Okay, because I know he knows this a lot better than I do. What do you call it? When you have three different axes in a ring laser in a fiber optic gyro, three different axes, okay, not all reading the same thing as far as some kind of 15-degree drift, which none of them agreed with each other. They agreed that the entire body was moving at 15 degrees per hour. Now, that's inescapable. And on top of that, if you were to look at the fact that engineers who build these things and sell them for thousands of dollars, 20,000 in this particular case, okay, engineers who build these things and sell them for thousands of dollars would you're implying that they're cool with that, and they're cool with this drift, and yet we put these things in commercial airliners, we put them in weapons, we put them in
they have
things
filters
like
for that. I already said that.
And
there's a Kalman filter.
And explain to me in the shortest way possible, what does a Kalman filter do?
Okay, so when the INS system, which is on board a vehicle like a ship,
nobody uses INS anymore.
It is still in some.
It's in some places, but still, yeah.
It's a backup system at this point.
Yeah, there's a 15-degree per hour at the equator, and then proportional with latitude as it goes up and down. Drift rate that is set as the basis, and the Kalman filter corrects for deviations off that baseline.
Okay, then how was Bob Nodell with his ring laser gyro?
I already disowned Bob Nodell's data.
Hold on, I'm not worried about you disowning it. What I'm worried about is the fact that he didn't do his tests at the equator and got 15 degrees per hour, because that's a rotation rate.
Yeah,
we're not talking about surface speed here.
It's an angular change, and the angular change does not deviate based on latitude.
If he was on the equator, then close to, probably not perfectly, but close to, he would only have actually motion on one axis.
Yeah. So first of all, Bob measured like above 15. He measured like 17 or 18 or within that range. Because
on his FE core 1 hour test.
Hold on, but first of all, I already said you're not invoking Bob to me, because I already have seen analyses of Bob data. We have someone in the community named Man of Stone, and he has done an analysis of Bob's data and found it very wanting in his processes and procedures and controls. So stop invoking that. I already said that at the beginning. There's no point in rabbit trailing down a Bob conversation, because I don't want to have it. Like, that's irrelevant. I already brought up laboratory tests at universities with official institutions and equipment that we can reference
that still
And
show the same rotation rate.
Let's talk about those.
Yeah, and every single one of those universities state that the Earth is a sphere.
That doesn't matter. That's
I would say that matters quite a bit, because if we're going to be appealing to them, and if you're appealing to them as knowledge producers, then we should take the whole thing that they are saying is the case. Should we not? Because if we don't do that, then we're guilty of cherry picking, would we not be?
Yeah, and my watchmaker was an atheist, but I still wear my watch to check what time it is. So
Cool. I'm happy that your watchmaker was an atheist, and I bet your watchmaker also understands that the Earth is round. But when it comes to this, you're talking about the motion of something. So you agree that there's a motion, you agree that it was detected, but it needs to be filtered out. So please,
no. I'm not agreeing that there was a motion in the Earth. See, there is a drift. Earth has a moving magnetic field. Okay, you should know about that. This detection that was made was of a sidereal rotation, not an Earth rotation, which is why I brought up the Michelson-Gale-Pearson experiment, because they measured this throughout a year and found that it correlated with the sidereal rotation.
So interferometry can be used to detect speed, correct?
Yes, both rotational and linear.
Okay, cool. Then why don't we use interferometry for any sort of speed measurement? Like, for example, why don't we use interferometry to measure the speed of aircraft? Why don't we use interferometry to measure the speed of boats? Why don't we use interferometry to measure the speed of cars? Why don't we use interferometry to measure the speed of literally fucking anything? Because it sounds to me like if it's a perfect tool for this type of application, it seems like a waste that we wouldn't be using this tool for that application.
It's not yet widely known about and not yet widely implemented, and perhaps even we're not able to confirm, but maybe like patent protected, because this has
maybe it just doesn't work.
Hold on. This effect has already been elucidated in naval research laboratories in the early 2000s by a team led by a man named Ruyong Wang. Okay, he received 2 different grants for 2 different studies in 2 different years to elucidate this effect and study it, and demonstrated it successfully, a generalized Sagnac effect. And that generalized Sagnac effect applies exclusively to all motion, not exclusively to rotational motion. It applies generally to all motions, including linear motion, not just rotational. He was able to take a conveyor belt and a rotational apparatus and have equivalent rotational and linear velocities in the 2 apparatuses, and show interference fringe patterns that correlated with both simultaneously and detected both. He detected one-way speed of light linearly with this device by taking the difference of 2 fringe differences in 2 different directions across 2 sides of a closed loop. And by doing so, he was able to detect absolute velocity with respect to absolute space.
Okay, cool. Then you just contradicted yourself, because if you said that it wasn't known, but yet you're able to reference a paper that
not well known.
Well, if there's a paper on it, then it is well known.
Did you know about it before I mentioned it to you?
Did I know about what?
The paper I just referenced to you. You didn't know about it. When I say it's not well known, I mean like within the community, there's not a lot of people that know about it. Just because
I'm not the one designing spacecraft, speedboats, and cars, my guy. I'm not the focal point of the people that ought to know this shit. If you are a multi-billion-dollar company like Boeing or Airbus, and when you're not busy making doors blow off your fuselage, wouldn't you want to have the most accurate measurement device put onto your plane? Wouldn't you want the best that you can be?
Yeah, Toyota has a patent for it in 2017, I believe, but Ruyong Wang has the original one. He filed for it in 2004 and was granted in 2007,
and yet,
I think.
Since 2004, we don't use it like that. So if you can please cite not only what I like.
I think you're making a claim that we don't use it like that, but the devices exist because they were tested in the naval lab. So you're making a false claim by saying we don't use it because it wasn't.
And there's also a claim you've made that is inaccurate, because even Wang doesn't think that he measured the velocity in a standalone, non-relative way.
Yes, and yet read the paper. Read the paper.
So you're saying me and 5 other people in the chat who all have access to the paper are wrong, but you're right.
Hang on. Let's do this real quick. let's do this real quick. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing your fucking name.
Piezo.
Piezo, thank you. Do me a favor. On the side, there is
Just call him Crystal.
Anyway, there is a place where you can copy and paste links. So do me a favor. Please Control-C and Control-V the link to this paper. Put it in. Since we're clearly past geometry at this point. By the way,
he didn't want to discuss geometry.
I know he didn't want to discuss geometry.
Yeah, and I haven't even
I
gotten
wanted
that
to
point yet.
this was all supposed to go back to geometry, if I remember correctly. But that's
well, you won't let me even make the point because you keep stopping it every time I'm trying to make it.
Well, because what you said was untrue.
Because
no, we can measure linear motion with interferometry. Thank you.
I'm going to make the claim that what you're saying is demonstrably false, and we're going to demonstrate it by the paper that you yourself are going to cite. So what I would like for you to do is Control-C, Control-V the paper in here. You're going to tell me which section of the paper that he made that claim, and we're going to read it together. And if it states exactly what you say, we will accept it and move on. But if it does not state exactly what you said, then we're going to drop this subject altogether and go back to geometry.
Wait. Just to be clear, do you want the paper to demonstrate what I said about the effect, or demonstrate that him saying he disagrees with Einstein?
I'm wanting the paper where he made the claim that he was able to measure speed with this thing, linear speed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
One way.
Absolutely, the original paper.
All right, cool.
2004 General
Copy and
Law.
paste it.
Let me get you the DOI number real quick. 1 second.
No, just copy and paste the link. I don't need no fucking number or anything. Just copy and paste.
That's what I'm giving you. 1 second.
Thank you. And then we will read it together. And then what I would like for you to do after that is tell me what section, what page, what paragraph number. I might just be able to do a Control F on this thing if it is that type of document. I don't know if all documents can be utilized with the Control F method, but we shall see. Big Mike, while he's getting that paper, is there anything that you would like to add to the conversation?
Oh, I really just have a pretty direct question, since he's been going on about interferometry and the things of like.
Okay.
In a simple yes or no, that according to him, that the drift is caused by light, is what he's saying. It's not the Earth. He's saying that clearly, that it's not the Earth, so it is therefore light that is causing the deviation. Is that correct? Yes or no?
I think he's looking up something. Give him a second.
Okay. Because I have a point based on that answer.
Okay, I got it.
And anyone who's probably talked to me probably knows what I'm about to bring up.
Probably. Okay.
So, got it there for you.
Reference. All right. Abstract. Okay. All right. What page and what are we looking at here?
Okay, so if you want to go down to page 2 and 3, you can see on page 2 the apparatus. And
right,
then
page, hang on one second. We're going to take this one step at a time, and we're going to see what this shows. So let me screen share. Can you all see that? I'm sharing it right now. Can we all see that?
Yep.
Jared?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and it says figure 2. I don't know if this is page 2.
Yeah, so I was saying page 2 and page 3. Page 3 says volume, or sorry, it starts with like a little graph there on the top left with the parallelogram.
What figure is it? Figure 3, figure 2?
Oh, sorry, figure. Let's see.
Figure 3.
Phase different. It doesn't. Yeah, figure 3.
Okay, let's see. Experiment.
Delta L is being measured up there on the parallelogram configuration.
I see delta L, yes. So figure 3. Experiment for studying the phase difference when different segments of the loop move at different speeds. Experimental setup. The light from a source is split into 2 beams that counterpropagate in the fiber, which is wound into a parallelogram. The bottom arm is fixed while the top arm is moving. The phase difference can be enhanced by multiple turns of the fiber on the parallelogram. The coupler, source, and detector are placed by the FOG in the experiment labeled B. Phase differences caused by linear. Let me repeat that. phase differences caused by the linear motion of the top arm of the fiber optic loop. Linear differences caused by the linear motion of the top arm. So linear motion of the apparatus as a whole in reference to what?
He's saying phase differences are caused by the linear motion of the top arm of the fiber optic loop. Once again, he has two arms. One is stationary, the bottom arm. The top is moving linearly. So one is in relative motion linearly to the other. It's moving in a straight line, a known direction, a known distance, a known speed. And
So
he plots the graph here showing that there are different fringes produced by different velocities of that linear motion, which should not be the case in an Einstein world.
No, that's exactly to be the case, because in order okay, let me explain this as simply as I possibly can. If you are trying to measure speed of the apparatus as a whole, the apparatus itself cannot be moving relative to other components of that exact same apparatus. Do we understand this at least? What I'm seeing here is that he is referencing a single arm that is moving in relation to other parts of the apparatus.
Yeah, but when you say you're taking the measurements, you can't predict a fringe difference in an inertial frame like that. It's not possible to produce a physical fringe in an inertial frame. So when you say that the measurement of the top compared to the bottom, that's already anti-Einsteinian on its face. It would have to be with respect to some external frame, right? That's the only way you would be able to produce a fringe pattern physically in the real world in the first place.
So if I have this apparatus in a car, how do I know how much to move a single arm of the apparatus to the point where it gives me an accurate speed reading?
All right, so check it out. The apparatus is sitting in the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
The car and the apparatus are moving together in uniform motion. So the car can be considered to be within the apparatus frame. Okay. So any detection I get inside the apparatus is going to be, you can set it equal to a detection and say it was a detection for the car because they're in the same frame. But now what's being detected? Well, it's being measured on board the apparatus itself, right? Well, when the apparatus is making its measurements, its fringe pattern, which is caused by a path length change or a velocity change. So you would say a path length change because it's in motion. Path length change relative to what? The detector relative to what? The ground? The detector relative to the earth? It doesn't say that, right? The detector doesn't know the earth's there. It's literally being measured on board. The detector is on board with the emitter. The emitter and the detector are in the same frame.
I'm just letting you know that frame is just a choice of origin, and this part of the text is what troubles me. The bottom arm is fixed while the top arm is moving. This means that what it was measuring was a direct result of the apparatus literally changing shape because it was moving relative to its own parts.
Okay, but
no
it's
one
a
is
closed
saying
loop.
that you're not going to see such a movement, or you're not going to be able to measure a linear movement if the pieces of the apparatus itself are the thing doing the linear movement. We're talking about the entire apparatus remaining fixed in a perfect V configuration, no movement whatsoever. You move that entire apparatus as a single impenetrable, immovable unit relative to itself. Will that produce anything that we could then use to indicate speed? Can I plug something into that solid, immovable, in reference to itself apparatus that it will give me accurate speed readings in a plane or a car, a boat, etc.?
When you say immovable with reference to itself, first of all, what does that even mean? Okay, because
That
there's no
means-
such thing. Hold on, wait, let me finish, please. Einsteinianly speaking, I cannot take a measurement with reference to myself for speed. Like if I say, hey, like my body, my whole body, me as a whole, I am moving 10 miles an hour. Okay, what am I moving with respect to? Well, I can't say I'm moving with respect to myself. That doesn't make any sense. I'm moving with 10 miles an hour with respect to the ground.
No,
this device,
You actually can say that. I'll give you an example.
I could say my arm is moving with respect to my leg, like if I'm pumping my arm but not moving my
Exactly.
leg. Well, hold on, wait. I know what you're trying to say, but this is why you're not understanding. This is a closed loop, okay? And that means that the length of the path of the loop, no matter how I bend it or twist it, is the same length no matter what. The tube, the cable, is the same length, okay?
Okay, but can I ask you something?
Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
It's the same length. And not only do I register this effect across the entire length of the cable, which I can also measure this effect against a partial length of the cable, a section of the cable. Okay, that should not happen. When you say,
but hold on. But I understand what you're saying, but the test is actually saying that one part is not moving, the other part is moving. One part of the loop is not moving, and the other part is moving.
In this configuration, yes. Now there's
Okay,
the
so
first configuration.
address that.
Hold on, wait. There's the first configuration on the second page, and then there's this configuration on the third page. The second configuration, or the first one on the second page, shows a rotation, okay, and a linear part, and they're both moving. One's rotating and one's moving linearly. This one demonstrates the same result and the same effect from a different setup, where it's two parts that are linearly, and one is at rest and one's moving. He does this to demonstrate that it happens both rotationally and linearly. When he sets these two things equivalent to each other and they demonstrate the same effect, they show that the rotational Sagnac effect is the same as the linear one. And if you know anything about the rotational Sagnac effect, it is said to produce an absolute rotation, because rotation.
That's all well and good. That's all well and good, my guy. But the problem is this: it's the text on the screen. So let me just come out and say this: what I'm reading right here does not back up your original assertion that this apparatus can be used on its own to measure linear speed. What it's saying is that when you manipulate literally the arms and you move it relative to itself, that you can get a result. But that's not what we are asking for. So my question is very simple.
You don't understand how a closed loop works, sir.
I know that if you literally fuck with the apparatus, it's going to give you a reading. We're talking about, let me use basic language. We're talking about an unfucked apparatus. We're talking about an apparatus that is rigid. When you ask me, doesn't move relative to itself, what does that mean? What that means is a rigid, fixed, keyword there, fixed. I'll say it one more time just in case you tuned out. Fixed apparatus used to measure linear speed. This is illustrating a non-fixed apparatus. So can you tell me where in this paper, or what page, what figure I need to go to that illustrates a fixed apparatus?
Okay, so go to page 2. If you want to say fixed, we need to define fixed, because those two wheels are fixed.
Let me ask live chat. Do people understand what I'm saying when I say fixed? Am I not explaining this shit clearly? Because I think I am.
I mean, could you just scroll up and quit pandering, please, sir?
No, because if you're not, no, that's not how we play this game. If you're saying I'm not being clear, then I need to make sure I define my terms clearly. But if you're just saying I'm not being clear just to be an asshole, then say so right now.
I'm asking you if this page 2 diagram fits your definition of fixed, because those wheels attached to those
they also use the word fixed right here. So
Yeah.
my definition of fixed is probably the same definition that they're using of the word fixed. So if you understood this paper when they use the word fixed, then you should understand my usage when I also use the word fixed, given that we're talking about the same damn thing. I'm glad we were able to clear that up. So
I've read the entire paper, and if you would stop trying to talk down to me, you've never seen it before. You highlighted one sentence and you're trying to tell me why I'm wrong.
The bottom arm is fixed while the top arm is moving. Yes, I am hiding that or highlighting that portion because it is detrimental to what you're telling me.
I'm demonstrating that you don't understand relative motion, sir. Please go.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I haven't even been able to finish anything I said. You guys are literally telling me I'm wrong for like 10 minutes.
This is relevant to the point and something you just said. No. You just said that you've read the entire paper, but the link you provided is to a paywall. If you have access to the full article, then you should be able to send us the full article.
He's pulled up the full article. What do you mean? Did he not pull up
this is behind a paywall.
Bro, he didn't click the correct link. I said
I
reference.
clicked them, and they're both to a fucking paywall.
No, they're not. The second one is not to a paywall.
Anyway,
It says download. It says download right there. You're literally like you're on the aps.org site. I can see it right there.
and if you didn't want me to click on this fucking link, then why did you send it?
Did you read where it says reference and download? There's two different links.
I told you to send me the link that you actually wanted me to click
Well,
on.
it says download. If you want to download it and you see download, you don't.
Did you send me this link that I clicked on?
Do you see where it says download?
Yes or no? Did you send me this link that I clicked on?
Do you see the link that I sent you
send
that
me
says
this link
download?
I clicked on. Yes or no? Did you send
yes.
this to me?
Yes,
you
do you
did.
see the- do you
Okay,
see the
then
other one
if you
that's in the
didn't
same
want
message?
me, if you didn't want me to click on it, then you never should have sent it. So now that we have established that, I'm going to click on the second link that you sent. Didn't see that it was separated. Okay, good. Now that we have established that, let's go ahead and screen share one more time. Share, tab, boom. Okay, here we are. So is this, I'm assuming this is the same paper that we were reading, just more detailed. So what page am I going to and what paragraph am I going to?
Go to page 2.
All right, we're going to page 2 and what paragraph?
Well, pretty much the whole page, but if you want to look at that second paragraph right there.
No, if you say the whole thing, we'll do the whole thing. Okay, that's part of a different sentence, so I'll go back to the top page just to make sure we get the full context. 13, well, that's easy. 13 phase differences range from 0.000246 to 0.0276 rad. The maximum conveyor velocity error is 1.7%. The least squares linear regression of the phase difference is 0.03.
So can I please? I'm not interrupting to be rude at all. I just want to save us some time and make it more efficient. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Just to defend the conclusion. Now, this is when we just look at this page and this device. We're going to have to talk about the device, which I'm fine to do. We can do that, but I just wanted to demonstrate to you that he has proclaimed to have detected linear motion in this experiment. So go up to the first page.
Wait, we're leaving page 2?
Yeah, we can come right back to it. I just want to show you his statement.
Can I step in real quick here before I go to bed?
Right column, the first indentation on the right column. Our experiments are from the different from the physio type. Yeah, read that paragraph.
Slice Barcane, what'd you say?
I just wanted to interject with one quick question here before I go to bed because it's it's 1:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, I don't know what you're even doing here.
But I just want to ask this one question. With this experimentation, all well and good, and nowhere does Wang have anybody have any paper written that says that the Earth doesn't rotate. My question is, why is it that we can track every single day and every single night 15 degrees of rotation of the Earth? Why is it that we can track? I mean, this experiment's all neat and stuff like that, and it's pure physics porn. But
that's what I addressed already.
Nowhere. Well, hold on. But nowhere in this document, and I would just like you to say yes or no to this. Nowhere in this document does it say anywhere that the Earth does not rotate. Correct?
No, that's not the point of this paper at all.
But answer my question, please. Nowhere in this document does it.
No, it doesn't say that. Why would that be relevant at all?
It is relevant because we're talking about the motion of the Earth.
Okay, but can we please read this paragraph? We went through all the trouble of pulling this up, and now you're trying to
my question?
Because
can you answer my question, please? Because I have no doubt that you have probably it's not in this paper, so it's
there's
useless.
no point for it to be. Why would it be in this paper? It's not dealing with the motion of the Earth.
I think what we're looking at here.
Y'all have a great night.
I appreciate you, Slice Barcane. Thank you.
It's the linear Sagnac effect. It says, in our experiments as in the FOG, there is no relative motion between the light path and the medium, glass fiber or air core fiber. It's in that paragraph.
The finding includes the Sagnac effect of rotation as a special case and suggests new fiber optic sensors for measuring linear motion with nanoscale. Sorry, tongue twister. Not really. I just can't speak right now because I've been speaking for damn near 6 hours. with nanoscale sensitivity. I actually already know that like I said, I can't fucking talk right now. There is a building that can measure gravitational waves, and the only reason they're able to do that shit is because they have such fine precision. I think they can get it down to like an atom's diameter or something like that, something fucking crazy like that. It's super cool. And yes, Slice Barcane is right, this is physics porn, but my eyes immediately went to something, and I wish to go to that one thing in this paper that we're seeing here. So I go to page 2, and I see this right here.
You detected linear motion?
I see here. Therefore, the detected phase difference is contributed solely by the motion of the top arm.
Yeah, why is that? Because it's a wheel that's spinning. He's separated into a bottom half of the wheel and a top half of the wheel. He's saying it's only being measured in one half of the arm. But you need to understand the experiment to know why he's saying that. It's because that FOG is moving with relative motion linearly with respect to that one half of the arm. And so there's no relative motion between the FOG and that one arm, but there is between the other. So it's been isolated to one half of the loop. But, you know, that's him demonstrating the linear Sagnac effect. But he even proclaims this in that first page on the right column, first indented paragraph that I was asking you to read because he says it directly.
I'm pretty sure that we can.
So here's the thing. Let's get this back to the actual contention that I verbalized, that other people in the chat actually verbalized as well. You made the claim that Wang had measured the one-way speed of light, and yet, that's not actually referenced in this paper.
Wait, hang on. Jared.
That's just a consequence of detecting it in one half of the loop because one half of the loop is moving in one direction.
Wait, hang on, Jared. Repeat that again. He said that he measured the one-way speed of light.
Paizo here made that claim that this paper supported Wang and said that Wang stated in the conclusion of this that he successfully measured the one-way speed of light.
Wait, that's illegal. No, absolutely fucking not.
That's the consequence of it. That's one of the consequences. Yeah, I know it contradicts relativity. That's the point, because relativity is being disproven by this experiment.
Okay. Then that means I can just dismiss this shit. Okay, that was
a hand wave dismissal from Red's Rhetoric.
It's not a hand wave dismissal. I've been going through this the entire time. You two have been talking, trying to find this claim in this paper.
Page 1, please read it. I read it already. I read it because you were unwilling to read it. Why don't you read it? Page 1, right-hand column, first indented paragraph.
I've been trying to find it for 15 fucking minutes.
Okay,
there is
right
no
here.
reference
Okay, we're about to read
the
it.
one-way speed of light.
Let's see, speed. Let's see. We have one.
Oh, we're not going to read it. So you're just going to not read it.
Let's.
LOL. This is wild, bro.
Light propagation, light waveguide, light beams, light source, light path, wavelength.
I think you guys are just completely out of your depth, bro, and like you're refusing to read it because you know that.
Let's see.
Well, I certainly have plenty of questions to ask you when you guys are done talking about papers.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying, sir, I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I think you're way out of your depth here, and like I said, I don't discuss this.
That's literally what I just said to you.
Yeah, and which is why it's absolutely hilarious. I can say it back to you. Only I'm actually the one telling the truth here.
I think I'm
you are
referencing
a paper with an apparatus that has movable parts. The only thing that should be moving is the vehicle that it's supposed to be measuring.
In our experiment, there's no relative motion between the light path and the medium, which is glass fiber or air core fiber. There's a sentence right there. He says it. He measures a fringe interference pattern with no relative motion between the light path and the medium. It's right that our experiments paragraph right there, the last sentence in that paragraph, page 1, right-hand column.
There is no phase difference in the bottom stationary arm. Therefore, the detected phase difference is contributed solely by the motion of the top arm. I'm done. I'm done listening to this garbage because I
you're
really
just gonna
want to
try
go
to
back.
cherry pick a sentence and not even know what it means. I already explained what it means to all your viewers. Anybody wants to know, shouts out to Space Audits and shouts out to Ether Cosmology on YouTube. They got this posted up and explained very well. Or you can get the link yourself. Look up Ru Yong Wang, Generalized Sagnac Effect 2004, Wang et al.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for stopping by. Next time, come back with geometry.
Thanks,
Anyway,
guys.
so with that being said, and that
What a waste.
debunk, that was like the easiest debunk ever, and all we had to do was read his source. Anyway, so goddamn, looking for one challenge, but I haven't gotten it tonight. He explained it incorrectly. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
No, and this is where I say, from now on, if anyone runs into Paizo, which, by the way, you can call him one of two things. You can either call him Crystal, and I know my other electronics guys are going to love that one, or you can just call him Top Left.
Yeah, I prefer Top
I'm
Left.
going with Crystal.
Hey, Joe B, how's it going?
Hey there. I see I missed a lot.
Yeah, you missed a lot.
And I honestly did not expect this to still be going on when I came back.
Dude, you missed a lot of good shit. And I want to say I am very disappointed in you. You had the opportunity
I'm sad.
to be a part of a dumpster fire of cataclysmic proportions. We've been going for 5.5 hours. We've gone over everything. Sacred showed up, had an absolute fucking meltdown. We had this guy show up talking about, a fucking apparatus with movable arms, as if that demonstrates a goddamn thing that we were actually looking for an explanation for. It was awesome.
Ooh, I have a really important question, because this was a question I asked before I left, and I see that a couple of flat earthers, right? Shane, you said Sacred was here, a couple others.
Yeah,
So here's a really important question. Did anybody answer the question of providing exclusive evidence for the flat earth?
No,
no.
No.
Come on now.
Not a fucking chance, dude. If I remember correctly, I think the one thing that we were able, Shane tried a few things. Shane tried to go full on word salad, not understanding that I'm a fucking pro at picking apart that shit. But fear not, I still have ranch. That was not in short supply. I have a truckload just for that. But he tried to word salad his way past the inherent contradiction of the pole star conundrum. That was fun. Sacred got pissed off at Flurfherder for basically making
Flurfherder.
Being Flurfherder, making trolly videos that highlighted Sacred saying that all flat earthers are dishonest, and so Flurfherder agreed not to do that. In return, Sacred agreed to at least try to not be a little shit and interrupt him when he's trying to get a point out. And actually to hear the point all the way through before jumping down his throat. And then this guy, he asked me, do you talk about the physics all that often? I go, no, I talk about the geometry. Why the earth is a sphere is a different question of whether or not it is a sphere in the first place. Those are two different questions. Those are two different debates.
Yep.
And I asked him, do you have anything to show that the earth is flat? And I would like to stick to geometry if at all possible. He said, well, I'm going to go down this fucking rabbit hole, and I assure you it will get back to the geometry of our planet. So as he proceeded to not get back to the geometry of our planet, all we had to do was look at the papers that he himself cited. He said that an interferometer, and I can't speak right now because I've been speaking for over 5 hours. He said an interferometer by itself can be used to measure linear speed. So I asked them a basic question. Can you tell me why they don't use such equipment in like planes, for example? Because that sounds like something that we would want to use if it can be done so accurately, because interferometry, it can get down to like fucking atomic levels of precision. I mean, big interferometers, like they're no joke. They're precise as fuck. So we should be able to use them for speed if you believe that such a thing can be used for speed in the first place. That should be the most accurate way to measure linear speed. He says, yes, you can use such a thing to measure linear speed. I go, okay, that is the claim. I want you to back that up. You even reference the paper. So he brought up two links. The first one he didn't want me to click on. So why he sent it, I have no fucking clue. But he didn't want me to click on that link. But I did. And apparently that was wrong. My bad for clicking on a link that he himself sent. So I clicked on the second link that he sent. And the second link that he sent said the following. That and paraphrasing, of course, because I'm not bringing this shit up again. But he said that the phase difference that was detected was solely because he was moving parts of the apparatus itself. So in order to get a measurement of, the linear motion, he was actually measuring the linear motion of pieces of the apparatus.
Okay.
Not the shit that the apparatus would be housed on. So if you put that apparatus on a plane and you flew that bitch at 500 miles an hour, you wouldn't have gotten jack shit. You wouldn't have detected fuck all until you started fucking with the length or the direction of the arms. That's not what was being asked for. And then he got very pedantic about the word fixed when I asked him for a measurement of speed using a fixed apparatus. And he was like, well, what do you mean by fixed? As if that word is fucking, Egyptian hieroglyphics to him. And then he rage quit and left. And I guess now we're here. And now you're here. And you missed all of that. And fuck you.
I know. I'm so sorry. But I did want to bring up one thing that I wasn't able to bring up before I left earlier, which was that Shane said he would debate me on the moon landings if and only if I would if I would reciprocate the debate by debating like the ether wind or something ridiculous. So, and the reason he said he didn't want to debate the moon landing is because he basically knows nothing about it. So what I really wanted to point out was I found that admission that he knows basically nothing about the moon landings to be very funny, because the reason he refused to debate me the first time is because he said it's so obvious that they're fake and it's so stupid to believe that they're real that he wouldn't even consider debating it. But now when I had him in one-on-one and he had to answer, he said, oh, it's just because I don't know that much about it. So he believes they were fake, but doesn't even know enough about it to debate me on it when I have the burden of proof, which I think is fascinating, to be honest, because
no, that is
it
fascinating.
it completely debunks everything.
You're only giving him you're only giving him the easy job. Basically all he has to do is fucking show up and say no.
All he has to do is show up and ask questions. And if I can't answer them, suddenly he's actually starting to look good. But that's literally it.
We had a similar challenge a few years ago. Maybe I'll revive it sometime. But I gave a challenge to a bunch of flat earthers, and I said, "Listen, all you had to do was stump me for 30 seconds. If I couldn't debunk your horseshit in 30 seconds, I don't know. I think I offered to pay for their trip to Cape Canaveral or something like that. I forget what it was. This was many years ago. I think this was back in 2016."
I think maybe late 16, if not early 17, because I remember that. Yeah, I was there for that. A few tried, but no one succeeded.
I remember one, and then another challenge was the numerology thing. And I believe I gave that to Russian Vids. Russian Vids was challenged to demonstrate anything that was even remotely correct using solely numerology because numbers are scary. And in response, I was able to demonstrate via numerology that he had a sexual relationship with O.J. Simpson and that he was the bottom bitch. That actually happened, by the way. I got to find that hangout. I got to find it. But I think it was a debate actually on the Non Sequitur show. I'll have to find it, but that was absolutely fucking hilarious. But no, you're right. That is pretty easy. So what is his reason for not taking you up on that offer, Joe?
Well, I told you, like, originally when I asked him on Twitter, I was like, "Oh, you seem really confident in your stance that, you know, they were fake, considering you show up on every one of my posts that mentions the moon landings to say that it was fake." He didn't even follow me or anything, so I don't know how he managed to see basically every post I made about the moon landings, but that's besides the point. I said, "Well, you seem pretty confident in that belief, so how about we debate it on, like," I think I offered it up on, like, Modern Day Debate or something like that, and I said, "I will." Oh, by the way, I made this offer to Brian Sweet as well, and he declined, which is why I then made it to Shane. And I said, "This is easy. Just join. I acknowledge, I will say out loud at the beginning of the debate that I have the burden of proof, that I have to prove that we landed on the moon without, like, you know, a doubt." And that he basically just had to, you know, argue back against my whatever, any evidence that I present. And he flat out said that anybody who believes it is, like, stupid, and it's too stupid of a topic, like, nobody, like, that it wouldn't even be worth debating, is basically what he said. And now he said in here that it's just because he didn't know a lot about it. So basically he, from what I understand of that, he basically was just making excuses to not debate because you heard how I presented it in here. I said the reason I wanted to debate the moon landings is because he couldn't word salad his way around that like he does with flat Earth. But
oh yeah, dude, he word salad the fucking shit out of the stream. I think he wasn't expecting me to dump the salad on his head.
You know, Reds, you know who you should have on? Witsit.
I would love to, but unfortunately, dude, I mean, I've been calling him out for 3 years. Do you think he's actually going to show up?
It would be really nice if he would. Let me know. I'll be there.
I've been calling out fucking, you know, Nathan Oakley. I've been calling out all these fucking people and trying to get them to actually agree. First of all, to take it off of Twitter. That's been a challenge, by the way, Joe. Just getting flat earthers off of Twitter has been a challenge. I'm actually surprised that 3 of them showed up today. Maybe I pissed them off. Who the fuck knows? But, you know, keep that shit going. But I would love to host a debate between you, Joe, and Shane. I think that would be entertaining AF. Not only would that be entertaining AF, I think it would reveal a lot. It would. Because when Shane came in here, he did an absolute piss poor job. He tried so hard to word salad the Polestar conundrum out of existence, I guess, to make it not a conundrum anymore, just by sheer amounts of word salad. And so, and then not even knowing that the unit of measurement that I thought he was talking about, which was degrees, he was actually talking about minutes, not knowing that actually made the situation worse for him.
Oh, of course not.
I mean, and I gave a challenge to people, and oh, look at that! Speak of the fucking devil, at Rhetoric. I'm gonna go over the transcript later when it's available. I will comb it. LOL. Shane has given us all gold. Exactly. There was a section where I just let Shane talk. I just let Shane talk. And just get
there he is. He's still listening.
I know. Shane, if you want to come back, you still have the link, my guy. You want to talk to Joe? I would love to set this up. I can go for another 2 hours. Let's do this shit. This will be great. Shane, hang on. 1 second, guys. Let me do this. Shane, please do this for me. If nothing else, please do this for me. Please have a conversation with Joe about the moon landings right here, right now.
Right now,
if you do that, I will sing your praises. I will say that you are the smartest motherfucker to ever live. I will stroke your ego like you've never had your ego stroked before. We're talking full cupping, shaft action, unbroken eye contact. Shane, please come on back and have a conversation with Joe. No, don't just do it for me. Do it for the audience. Do it for them, Shane. They're here to see you mop the fucking floor with Joe B. And like I said, if you do that, I will sing your praises. I'll write songs about you. I'll paint a picture of you that you can hang in your hallway. It's not going to be a good picture because I can't paint worth a shit. It might just be a stick figure, but hey, at least you'll get a stick figure painting. And it'll be great. It'll be awesome. We'll have a party. I'll send you a trophy. It may have a dildo at the top of it, but that's beside the point. Come on, Shane. Come on, Shane. Do this for me. Joe, let's do this. Do it.
I don't even have a presentation set up yet. I mean, I'll happily just bring up like my top whatever off the top of my head, but
everyone in the live chat, I need your voices. I need your keyboards, I should say. Type out, do it, Shane. Do it. Give him some motivation. Give him some motivation. I would like all the motivation for Shane to come on back into the stream to have a conversation with Joe B regarding the moon landings. That would be fucking awesome. Let's do it. Come on, Shane. And like I said, I will totally do that. 82 Productions, you will hold me to this. I will paint him a picture. It will be not a good picture. It'll probably be complete dog shit because I can only draw like stick figures. I have no artistic talent whatsoever. Let's just be very clear.
Let me just say, my dog would have better chance of producing fine art with her diarrhea than you would. But the effort would be made.
Like I said, I'm at least being honest here. I can't paint worth a shit, and I don't even have fucking artsy fartsy supplies. 82 Productions. I guess I should ask, if I went into MS Paint, whipped up something real quick, with love, of course, and I were to print that out, would that count?
I guess we could consider that an effort. I'm not sure if I would really classify it as being worthy of the term art, but it'd be something.
Oh my god! Come on, Shane. We got the pom poms out for you.
I will say it right now. I will say it right now, though, that if he doesn't join right now, I will gladly accept setting something up anytime.
Cool.
Anytime we can jump in, we can have a conversation. I'll even give him the opportunity to make a full presentation, because let's if I was going to do a debate, that's what I would do. I would make a presentation with all my evidence, and then I would present it, and then we could let him debunk or try to debunk whatever he wants to, and or he can make a presentation of his own, and then just go back and forth, kind of like I said, like a modern day debate style. I'd very gladly do something like that.
I love this idea. I think this is great. So while Shane is totally pulling up the link, and we'll come back in here, I do want to finish my little spiel there about his word salad. So there was a portion where I just let him fucking go on and on and on. He had a lot of shit to say, almost like he didn't even take a breath almost. It was truly a sight to behold. A person can be capable of such word salad. So basically what I asked my audience to do is, once this shit is done, that they go back and clip out the section with Shane and try to type out what he was saying, transcribe it, and see, after they're done with the transcription, see if they can read it and make sense of it. Similar to what we did with Witsit when he initially came up with his aetherically displaced bullshit, which was made into a fucking parody banjo song, which is fucking hilarious, by the way. So if you guys could do me that favor and try to come up with that transcript, like I said, as soon as this is done, I would gladly appreciate it. I will be sharing it on Twitter. It's going to be glorious. It's going to be fucking glorious, because he said a lot of shit and it meant absolutely nothing. And he thought that he was able to bullshit his way around me. And I'm like, dude, you might be able to bullshit people that don't actually care about the subject and don't actually have, experience dealing with your nonsense. But I've been doing this for years, and I know your tactics. I know what's relevant and irrelevant. I know the actual definition for the law of perspective and how it doesn't actually do what you say it does. And so he was literally trying to redefine perspective, asserting it as true and saying that supports him in some way. But I was able to catch him on that. So after doing all of that and bringing it back to what he himself said, he then made the ultimate blunder. And Joe, you're going to love this. I had misinterpreted, I guess, one of his measurements. I said, what is the greatest corrective factor that you have? You put everything together, the atmosphere, the law of perspective, whatever, the law of perspective as you define it. What is the biggest corrective factor? And we will apply that to the pole star conundrum. Well, the biggest corrective factor I thought was 12 degrees. So if he had a correction factor of 12 degrees, that means he was off, if I remember, by around 8 degrees. So there was still an 8-degree discrepancy between what he asserts should be the case, given his quote unquote model, and what is actually the case in reality. Because remember, reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth. Well, then he said I was misrepresenting him. This was a straw man. This wasn't exactly what he said. And so I said, okay, well, how so? How did I misrepresent you? And he corrected it. He corrected me or corrected himself, whichever way you want to look at it, by saying it was actually 12 minutes. 12 minutes, not 12 degrees. Well, that makes shit worse because 12 minutes equals 0.2 degrees. 0.2. So instead of being off by 8 degrees, he was actually off by, I forget the exact number, so I may be wrong here, but like around 17 degrees, if I remember correctly. So he actually made the situation worse by clarifying that he was talking about minutes and not degrees, as if that was supposed to help his case. And I'm just looking at this going, you should have taken the charity, bro. You should have just said, oh yeah, I totally meant degrees, because I would have been none the wiser. They're like, okay, cool. There it is. Glober Mom remembers. Glober Mom comes back. It was 17.03 degrees that he was off by. So if you were to look at the whole thing from the beginning to the end, he's literally unable to find any sort of corrective, anything that he can point to that would correct for that over 17 degree discrepancy. Like, you already referenced the law of perspective. You already referenced the atmosphere. What else can you appeal to? What else magically makes the corrective factor work for your side, where it matches actual observation? The only conclusion that I could come to after all was said and done is that this dude didn't give a flying fuck about actual observations. He didn't give a flying fuck about what people actually measure in the field, which was shocking. You know, I would assume that if a person, you know, cares about, you know, the facts and reality and having a coherent model, that you would want to at least test it against, oh, I don't know, reality, see if it makes accurate and reliable predictions. But he couldn't do that.
You do remember who you're talking about here, right?
Yeah, I know. I expect so much from them, and yet I always get so little. Like, I don't know why I keep expecting so much. You know, because here's the thing: these flat earthers are clearly, you know, they're up on the lingo. They're up on making themselves sound more photosynthesis. You know what I'm saying? Joe, you agree. They're up on the lingo to make themselves sound more photosynthesis, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. They know the lingo. They know the big fancy words. You know, they know all about carboxymethylthiopyrimidine. They know all about that shit. They can spell it out in their sleep. They know all about, you know, quantum entanglement and how everything is etherically displaced with all energies originating at the singularity. They know all about that shit. There's a lot of ranch involved, but they at least know the words. The question is, why can't they formulate those words into a coherent point that actually means something? I thought that would be obvious that you should formulate your words into coherent thoughts, but there's nothing coherent about this shit. If anything, there's straight up fucking lies embedded within it, saying that the law perspective acts a certain way, that it aetherically displaces something, or whatever the fucking verbiage was. No, it doesn't, motherfucker. That's not at all what that shit does. That's not the law of perspective. What the fuck are you talking about? So, like, oh yeah, exactly. Like looking into a ferrocell magnet. Like looking into a ferrocell magnet. I can't even say it. So Joe, I don't know.
Well, hang on, Reds. I have actually, you know what? I will put this not just to the panel, but to the audience. How long before you think we could get a Flurf to actually use the word turbo encabulator?
All you
I
make a flat Earth meme. All you have to do is make a flat Earth meme that is quote unquote pro flat Earth with that verbiage in it, and it will immediately take off. Turbo encabulator.
I'll keep that in mind.
Joe, what about you? You think that's a good idea?
Oh no, I was gonna say that I had that idea a while ago, actually, just to like make a meme or to just try to like write out some crazy like flat Earth rant and make sure to throw in like that, like that's how like the government controls like the weather or something. They like they use like a retro encabulator to control the weather or something.
It's no different than, you know, you sending someone out on a mission to pick up some blinker fluid for your, you know, Chevy Spark. It's no different than like Jared when he called me, because for those of you who don't know, Jared has a pretty nice motorcycle, Ducati, and that would be like Jared asking me to pick up the third wheel for his bike.
Now, granted, that is something I would do just to fuck with them.
Just to fuck with me. It's like, hey, can you please pick up a new drive belt for my Ducati? And then I get there and it's a fucking chain. I'm like, well, what fucking belt did I get? And he's like, I don't know. I'm surprised you even came with one. Yeah, it's something. It's something. And then you had another guy that's I'm realizing something here. You know what I'm realizing, Joe? You know what I'm realizing?
What?
Ah, sorry. Sorry about that. I thought I was going to fart. Anyway, what I'm actually realizing, besides the fart, I was going to blast right into the mic. It didn't work out that way. My apologies. The joke was ruined. Yes.
And soon your pants will be.
Yeah, soon. Kinematic dynamic derivations for statics.
Yes. 100%.
God damn it. Jaws, I both love you and hate you right now because I've just finishing up an advanced particle physics course, and fuck you.
Nice.
Oh, man. But what I'm seeing here is maybe not a shift, but maybe it is a shift. Flat earthers seem to be more concerned with sounding smart than being smart. Whereas before it was, I don't need your fancy scientism lingo. I remember when Jeranism had that viewpoint. I don't need your fancy words and the fancy mathematics. He even said that if something is true, it just feels right. It doesn't need mathematical proofs or scientific illustrations, and I don't need to back up a goddamn thing. It's like they shift away from that. Now it's good to sound smart. Now it's good to have cataclysmic amounts of fucking word salad. It's no different than when people ask you, well, what's your independent variable? When no one thinks in those terms. It's like, bro, I made an observation. I did measurements. Can you tell me what I got wrong or fucking not? Well, what's your
The answer is not. They can't.
What's your independent variable? I'm like, I know you don't ask that question in good faith. I know for a fact you're not asking that question in good faith. Go fuck yourself. What's your independent variable? How is thermodynamics involved in this observation? I go, I'm recording fucking astronauts getting on the fucking SpaceX Dragon. What kind of question is independent variable? The fuck? Exactly. Witsit is the absolute king of word salad. So their goal, the ultimate shift I'm seeing is that everyone's trying to become the king of word salad. They want to become the king of sounding smart instead of actually being smart. I mean, am I the only one that feels that way?
Oh no, I'm with you 100%.
Dude, I've been calling that for years.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have. But to be fair, 82, it's never gotten this bad.
No, it has been this intensity of bad. It's just different players with different flavors.
Well, it's kind of like at first we were dealing with independent variable. Now we're dealing with etherically displaced Ferrous cell images at the origin.
Don't make me hurt the cat.
Oh my god, it's so fucking weird. Like, it's really, really weird. And if a flat earther has the capability of reading up on this stuff, I mean, let's look at our last guest, for example, who didn't want to talk geometry. Gee, I wonder why. He didn't want to talk geometry. He was bringing up, speed of light this and wave particle duality that. All of this shit, to be completely honest with you guys, is ultimately irrelevant to the subject that I wanted to talk about. I don't care about the double slit experiment. I don't care about the wave particle duality of light. I care about fucking simple geometry. Because whether or not the Earth is a sphere is a question of geometry. Now, you can ask the question, why is it a sphere? That's where physics comes into play. We can talk about hydrostatic equilibriums all day long, but that's only after we have firmly established that the Earth is a sphere. Now, if we want to talk about like the motion of the Earth, for example, we can talk about that too. I'm more than happy to have that conversation with you, whether or not it's geocentric or heliocentric. I'm more than happy to have that conversation. But that's after we have determined the shape of the Earth itself. Because if I have a ball and I put it on the table, is the ball moving relative to my table? No. Has it stopped being a ball? No. Then why the fuck are we even talking about this shit?
Because it's all that they have. And that's where I think I would have a lot of fun with Crystal. I mean, top left, if they would actually engage in a conversation instead of just trying to stick to their point. Because, well, no, then again, it wouldn't happen because all those flirts, they really don't like dealing with me after a few minutes because of one thing. All of them end up hating that I remember the words that they say. And by remembering what they've said, I can then use it against them and really get them to narrow down on a point. As for those who were here when the Twink Sacred was on, that's what he really doesn't like about me, is the fact that I remember when he behaves in certain ways and then jumps on someone else for behaving in that way themselves and then calling him out on it. See, that's the thing, is you got to remember the players that are putting themselves up for show. And I say it specifically that way because early on, it was actually about a year ago, maybe a little bit more, Reds, Sacred, and I had a conversation here on this channel. And I got Sacred to admit that he's in it for the show. Not the pursuit of knowledge, not the truth, not the actual subject matter. He's in it for the show. That's what he wants. He fancies himself an entertainer, a radio type shock jock, maybe even trying to go after the success that someone like Howard Stern had.
To be fair, 82, and I think you can agree with me on this, he does have the voice for it.
Oh, he does have a voice and a presence that could be leveraged into something like that. He has the potential, but he is going about it the horrendously wrong way.
And I want to make sure that the audience is aware here that this is coming from me, a guy who sounds like he has like I'm a toucan with a kazoo stuck in his throat. That's what I fucking sound like. So if that was Sacred's entire deal, that he wanted to be kind of like the radio host type of personality, I gotta say he does have the voice for it. He really, really does. I'm not bullshitting here, guys. He does have the voice for it. He does. Credit where credit's due. He has the fucking voice for it. And not me. I don't have the fucking voice. I realize that my voice sounds like shit. I wanted a deep voice and a rockin' beard. Instead, all I got was so much ass hair that my diarrhea comes out filtered water. So, Joe B, with that image firmly implanted in your brain, what say you?
I don't really have any words, I don't think.
Oh God! Did I traumatize you with that imagery? Did I traumatize you? Was I successful in that endeavor?
I mean, it wasn't as traumatic as listening to Flat Earthers for like however many hours I missed, so I'll honestly take it.
Okay, perfect. That's great. I just see Joe B behind his computer going, ah! Oh God. Tim Carr, hard to follow that. Oh, I fucking got it. It's great. Oh, that's great. That's awesome.
Well, and that actually just shows the beauty of it at times. Like when Sly and Big Mike came on and the greetings that they got, immediately Sacred was like, man, why you always got to be like that? And Sly and I just at the same, pretty much verbatim at the same time, to make punks like you get uncomfortable.
Yeah, because we were all about, why you all got to go so gay? Do you like balls or something? And I don't know what I said, but I think it was like, because it makes you uncomfortable for no reason. Why you so uptight about it? Like, trust me, dude, no one's actually trying to go after your asshole here. No. I mean, even if I was gay, no, absolutely fucking not, bro. Like, seriously, standards still exist. And I would rather have sex with someone who actually understands the geometry of our planet, just as a bare minimum.
Oh, you don't want me to touch that topic with you right now. I know some shit, motherfucker. You don't want me opening that one.
Well, the fact that my standards are fucking low as fuck, but even that is a little too much for me. It's like, oh, here you go. I wanted to read this. Flirts put the bare minimum, nothing, into actually learning the most basic subjects they need to know to understand the subjects they want to discuss. They're the laziest conspiracy theorists. I agree. They are the laziest. There's one thing I will give other flat earthers, for example. Like, for example, do we all remember the I don't like them putting chemicals in water that turned the freaking frogs gay, and that turned into like a parody and a song, which I may or may not have on my phone and listen to it as my ringtone? Do we all remember that?
Oh, Alex Jones.
Yep. I want to put chemicals in water that turned the freaking frogs gay. That at least required a little bit of creativity. Turning the freaking frogs gay was memorable. This shit is just lazy. Like, why can't they come up with some good shit like turning the freaking frogs gay? Like, if you believe in globe earth, then they're gonna hack into your computers and turn your computer gay. Homosexual mist is going to be wafted through your speakers, and you're going to turn trans. Like,
well, Red, you have to remember that the talent pool on the flat earth side is much like their gene pool. Very thin.
Oh God. Hey, Joby, remember that time when your mother divorced your father? Well, now she's no longer your stepmom. She's now your sister.
What? I won't lie, I was a little bit distracted when that started, and that's all right.
What was it? Your mother is your father is your brother. You all fuck one another. The incest family. Oh, we have fun here. We have fun.
There's a non-incestuous way to become your own grandpa.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up.
You guys are giving this way too much thought. I love it.
Oh no, it's another song from like
it's a song.
the 50s, if I remember right.
Wow, someone else already thought of this way before I was born.
So the basic premise of this one is you have father and son. The mother dies, so they're both bachelors. The son meets a widow who has a daughter, marries her. The daughter is an adult child who then marries the father.
Oh.
It's from 1947. I just looked it up. Because I only know it from Willie Nelson, but it's older than that, so
this is great. The conversations we have. See, this is fun. I like having fun with this kind of shit. But getting back to the point, the reason why we were going down this route and being like, y'all can. So I said something like to Flurf Herder. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Flurf Herder. But I said like, y'all should kiss and make up, and if you want to get a little tongue action involved in that, that's between you two. I don't judge. And then the Sager's like, why you gotta get so gay about it? Why you gotta get so gay? I go, because it triggers the fuck out of you for some reason, and it means nothing.
Yeah, it's great. They're just all homophobic.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, I got a question related to this. So, Reds, when you called me earlier and I answered the phone, was I on speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So the audience heard how I answer the phone when you call. Good.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We rip on each other like this all the fucking time. It's like, I mean, Joe, was it you? I was like, Joe, thank you for coming on to the show, and you with your massive penis. I think
that was Flurf Herder. That was Flurf Herder.
Oh, that was Flurf Herder. Okay, so Flurf Herder was the one.
Yeah, I was offended because I was here first, and then he got all of the compliments. But it's fine, it's whatever.
No, to be fair, he's using that thing as a kickstand. I'm sure he's having back problems. Like Flurf Herder, your massive, massive penis, I'm sure is causing you a lot of pain and suffering, and I'm sorry about that.
It's all right.
but you, Joe, you have a winning personality.
Thanks.
Yes, Flipper with a massive penis and Joe with a personality. Take him to dinner. He's a cheap date.
Oh, okay.
It's great. But no, it's like, it's okay because it makes you uncomfortable. Look, I'm more than comfortable in my sexuality. You should be as well. That's all I'm saying. So, loosen the fuck up, guy. It's not that big of a deal.
Honestly, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of like they've never had friends before. Like
not genuine.
I've like that. You know what I mean? Like good friends, I should say, because the jokes and stuff that you make with that I have made and stuff with good friends, crazy. It's stupid. We're joking.
Let me tell you a true story. 82 Productions knows this. One time in Florida, ass out of nowhere, I smashed into 3 pigs on the road, totaling my car outright.
Some people think it was 4.
Yeah, exactly. The dash cam shows that I absolutely ramped these motherfuckers. And let it be known that it was kind of traumatic. I'm not going to lie. My car was fucking totaled, and I was kind of upside down on it. Well, I had a bunch of people help me in the community, and thank you once again for all your guys' help. I really do appreciate it. Mwah. But 82 Productions was one of the individuals that helped me out of that situation. He donated money to the cause. So he was there, a true friend, and he knew the seriousness of the situation. 82 Productions hasn't stopped ripping on me for smashing into 3 pigs since that day.
Hey,
dude has made bacon jokes. Dude has fucking called my car the Hamburgini. Like, motherfucker hasn't stopped. And why the fuck would he? Why the fuck would he? It's funny. It's absolutely funny. Like, especially when he called my other car the Hamburgini. That was great.
No. But we got a name for the new one, and it's related because it is a chain of events. You now have the porcine Porsche.
Oh god. And so I bought the Chevy Spark, and H2 Production ripped on me fucking sideways for driving a fucking an unsexy piece of shit like a Chevy Spark. Dude ripped on me hard.
I've been in one of those. I've been in one of those before. Not comfortably, but
Here's the thing with the Spark. We were going full tilt on the highway. I started rocking back and forth in the passenger seat, and it was moving the car.
Yep, I remember that. It's like, and then a bunch of people like made fucking jokey memes about the Chevy Spark. I think I have a few in here in my documents folder. I'm gonna pull one up real quick because y'all are gonna fucking enjoy this shit. Awesome. I think you are, at least. Go to my folders. Go to my let's see, all pics. Boom, boom. Let's see what I have here. Y'all are gonna love this shit. So I'm gonna pull up this image. Hang on. Do. All right, here we go. Got to screen share this. So this is what it looked like after fact. I'm going to share this shit with you guys. And yes, it is disgusting. I don't care. Look at that. Scrumptious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. By the way, the roads were bone dry. Guess what that liquid is?
Oh, so all of that. Oh, my.
Yep. Guess what? You want to know what this little reddish tinge is?
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was bone dry on the road when I smashed into those 3 pigs. And as if that wasn't bad enough, I have pictures of the engine bay. So I want you to know, Joe. I got a question for you. What do you think this strip is on my ECU?
Oh. Yes. Inside the engine bay, not just underneath.
Bacon.
It got on the underside of the hood.
Yeah, and notice, by the way, how this is, it strings up and it connects to this patch of flesh that's over my battery.
Yep. Also, really quick, someone asked in the comments or in the whatever, what is a Chevy Spark? And basically, to answer that question, it's basically a smart car but a little bit bigger.
Yeah,
it's a smart car with it's a smart car with a back row
with roughly 100 horsepower.
Yep.
I mean, that's giving it way too much credit.
And they're really, really old horses too.
I bet you it doesn't even hit 90 horsepower.
Well, the temporary one you had, definitely.
I would say it is. Yeah, it is
98. 98 is the official number. 98 horsepower.
98 horsepower. Oh, that's false advertising.
That's downhill with the tailwind.
Yeah, the Chevy Spark that I had for a while. I mean, to be fair, I absolutely adored that fucking car, and I'm sad to see it go. because of a careless driver that bashed in my ass end. There was nothing I could have done to stop it. Unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing that I could have done. I was fucked no matter what. It sucks ass, and I didn't quite like it, but whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, let me go ahead and show you guys this. So this was the car, brand new, off the showroom floor. This is what we were working with right here. Share screens. That was my Chevy Spark. That was the replacement. That was the Lamborghini. And yes, it was red because fuck you, that's why. I got myself a red Chevy Spark. God, I miss that fucking car.
But how much have you been enjoying the replacement to that one?
The replacement's nice. They could have fitted the doors better, honestly. Fit and finish has been absolute trash on the new car.
But what did I tell you?
I mean, it's fixed now. Now it works.
But what did I tell you about the car in general? The body will rot off and fall apart before you have to worry about the powertrain. So who wants to take a guess at what brand the car is?
Take a wild guess, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters. Joe, you too, asshole. Participate.
I'm thinking.
Think faster, dick.
Oh man.
A Suzuki.
They're not.
I was gonna say a Toyota. I see.
Not far
DC's
off, but a couple of cities over.
A motherfucker. Did you just say Kia?
Someone did.
Motherfucker.
Subaru.
No.
I don't know. Just naming cars now.
I mean, I own a cat, but damn, dude.
Oh God, someone guessed Renault. I don't think they're allowed to sell those in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't think Renault can set. Is that how you pronounce it? Renault? No, but DC got it right. It's a Honda. I bought a Honda. And for those of you who would like to see it, don't worry, license plate has been censored. Boom. That is
mainly because it's not the.
Oh, that's much better than the Spark.
Yeah, so there's the replacement for the. So now we do have a few nicknames for this. I have my own nickname for it, but Jared, what was your nickname for this new car?
The porcine Porsche.
My since the last one was the Lamborghini because I hit into 3 pigs. For my Chevy Spark, I actually got rear-ended. So this one is called the Slamborghini. Now, Joe, let me ask you something. Have you ever had your car shoved up your ass while you're still inside it?
No, I can't say I have.
Fun.
I'm going to say knock on wood on that.
0 out of 10. Do not recommend. There is no kink for that. Did you know that?
Are you sure? I feel like people are weird.
I mean, I don't know how weird you have to be, but that wasn't that. There was no play. That was just sheer pain right there. You know, there was no dinner, there was no lube, there was no cigarette after the fact. It was just raw, just boom, right there. Whoa, hello. Can you get to know me first? And so yeah, that happened. But this is the new replacement, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 2024 Honda Civic hatch. It is sport. Don't let that fool you. It is slow as balls.
Until you actually put it into sport mode, and then it has something.
It has some pickup. It has some. But Jared, you at least rode in this. You know it has almost no get up. It tries.
It's still better than the Spark.
It is faster than the Spark, although to be fair, that is a very low bar. Like absurdly low. But I remember like picking this shit up from the dealership, and it was like, oh, it's a sport model and stuff like that. Come to find out, it's just an appearance package.
Well, the car looks sporty. It doesn't mean it's a sports car, you know.
Yeah, it looks sporty. It has a sport mode. It's merely, you know what I call that? The poser mode.
Yeah.
I get to be, the fast fucking racer shit like that. Let's see. Top 2 cars, Honda, Toyota, for reliability. I do agree with that. So it was actually AT2 Productions that convinced me to go with a Honda. I was going to go with the new Chevy Trax, but there's a problem with the Chevy Trax. It is beautiful. It drives well. The interior is just chef's kiss. But the engine in the new Chevy Trax is hot garbage. Hot fucking garbage. Hot garbage. This, however, is a Honda. It has a normal 4-cylinder engine that's not hot garbage. And AT2 Productions had a Honda that was, what was it, over 300,000 miles?
Yeah, I got rid of it after 300,000 miles.
Yeah, so I have nothing to worry about. The car, as it sits right now, has about 6,000 miles on it. I think I'm going to be fine in terms of reliability. Although I have to say the fit and finish of this fucking car, dog shit. Absolute dog shit. I think Honda needs to really step up their game in terms of the fit and finish. The doors weren't seated correctly off the showroom floor. I had to take it to a different body shop to realign the doors. Now it looks good, but Jesus Christ, they could have fixed that shit. But anyway, for those of you asking, no, this is not an R-Type. You're referring to the Type R. No, so there's multiple levels of Honda that are faster than this. So you have the normal Honda, nothing special. The Honda Civic Sport, which is, I guess, an appearance package from the base. Then you have the Honda Civic Si, which only comes in a sedan. Now, if you drive the sedan version of this car, go fuck yourself. You give us Honda drivers a bad name. But you can only get the SI in the sedans, but the SI is above the Sport. Then above the SI, you then have the Type R. Now, the Type R only comes in a hatchback. So SI is only a sedan, and the Type R is only a hatchback. Now, I wanted a hatchback because I actually have some shit to carry. And AT2 Productions, from our trip to see the solar eclipse, we carried a bunch of shit in an SUV. We were able to fit all of that into the back of this car, remember?
Oh, yeah, because I remember after that, I had to make sure nothing happened to the telescope before you were able to pick it up.
Yep, this is true. But I do appreciate the fact that you were able to wash off all the sexual fluids.
Oh, I left some that you haven't found yet.
Ooh, hide and seek. It's like an Easter egg. But yes. So anyway, that's the new car, guys. But with that, it's been 6 hours and 30 minutes. I'm fucking tired. I'm about to go to bed. So with that, we're gonna go down the list. Flurf Herder, I know you didn't say much. I apologize for that. We'll make up for it next time. But the way we do this is that you say what you gotta say and you get the fuck out. So Flurf Herder, say what you gotta say and get the fuck out.
Thanks for having me. It was great. I'm falling asleep myself. I ain't got much to say.
All right, peace out. Joe, say what you gotta say and get the fuck out. Come on, Joe. Don't do this to me.
Fatherly flashbacks.
Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe.
All right, hold on. I'm here.
I was about to say, you're reminding me of my unhappy childhood. Don't do this to me, Joe.
My nephew came in to say goodnight. Okay, yeah. Well, all I'll say is just thanks for the invite. And, I appreciate it.
Sounds good. All right, peace out, man. I appreciate it. All right, AT2 Productions, say what you gotta say and get the fuck out.
Oh, that was quite the dumpster fire. I will say, when you brought me on, I was not expecting the twink cyborg to be here, but you know what? I had fun, and I know he didn't. Surprise, surprise.
Woo-hoo. All right, take care, people. Peace.